Just so you know, yesterday the wind was coming from basically our backs this way, causing things out by that massive causeway over there to get real crazy in what we were calling the Pontchartrain Punisher, the last corner coming out onto the front section of the race course.
Yep.
Today it's blowing across from the land, across our faces. So from the backside of this picture right here, across that tent and across the water. And, Shane, that changes everything dramatically, but we expect the wind to pick up.
Yes, I mean, the wind gusts, I think, were supposed to be more than yesterday. The consistent wind is going to be a little bit higher. I actually I don't even know what is going on with tidal stuff, or what's going on with any of the water conditions there, but everything is it's just going to be a good one. It's going to be not anything they've seen so far in practice or qualifying.
Could be big speeds, could be big waves. One thing for sure, it's going to be a big day here on Lake Pontchartrain. And to kick things off with our opening ceremonies, please welcome District 5 Jefferson Parish Councilman Hans Liljeberg.
Good morning. I want to welcome IHRA back for our second day of this exciting event. We have another beautiful day out here at the Metairie Lakefront. I also want to thank Shane Guidry and Harvey Gulf Marine for sponsoring this event with my office. And, of course, as always, we're going to open this event with a prayer, and I'm going to hand it over to Jim Black.
Thank you for joining us today, and let's pray together if you would. Lord, we again thank you for your goodness in our lives, and even today with this beautiful sight, all the folks that are here, we're thankful. We pray for a great day of racing. We pray for safety for each and every one that's involved, those who are competing, for all of the fans that are here. I pray that you'd meet every need. Home safe tonight, and we'll thank you for it in your very precious name. Amen.
All right, we are getting ready to go there now as more of our pre-race opening ceremonies continue. And with that, let's go ahead and head back over to the pit area as we get ready for our national anthem in the honor of our nation.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming. In the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air gave through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
All right, thank you, Jessica. Well done.
Man, I'm speechless. Fantastic.
And we're going to head down now to the pro watercraft pits to introduce you to Taylor Snyder, who's going to be covering all the action over there for us. Good morning, Taylor.
Good morning, guys. What a morning it is here. Everybody is lined up on the rock wall, and I can see those skis are in the water now, getting ready to go for this AM class. The energy is high, the sun is shining, and the waves are relatively calm. What's that going to mean? It's going to be very fast out there. I caught a word with Noah Dolly before this race. He was focused, he was locked in and in the zone. There's tons of competitors out there, though, that are hungry with experience, and they're ready to fight for that top spot. Honestly, it's anybody's game for me. Who's going to take the top spot or the 1, 2, 3 in this round? I can't wait to see how it all shakes out, guys.
Well, taking a spot with us, Taylor, is Michael Young, as he has slid himself up in between here with Shane and I. Michael, great to have you back with us. Michael is our expert analyst, if you will, when it comes to all of our IHRA Pro watercraft stuff. And we had a much different day yesterday with the winds and how it impacted our much shorter, little over a mile in length, Pro watercraft course. What do we expect today with the calmer waters?
Well, I'll tell you, the wind has changed directions, and basically it's coming out of the northeast now, so that means it's blowing offshore or onshore to offshore, and that's really calming stuff down out there. So it's actually a little calmer today than it was yesterday, even though the wind's picked up a little bit. It's just changed directions.
Do you think it's going to impact a particular corner or maybe the split somewhere on the course like that?
Well, I think that the only place that it might impact is where you come outside the jetties again. You know, the outside split is made of the blue buoys here with this course for the endurance amateur class that we're getting ready to race. And once you go outside there, then you just got a straight wind. You don't have anything blocking.
All right, Mr. Weatherman Shane, here you go. Looks like mostly sunny today. Temperatures about 74 degrees. Water a little cooler. There's your wind down there.
Yeah, that's our consistent wind. But I think the gusts are going to get up to maybe even 24 mile an hour at certain points in time this afternoon.
That high?
Yep, that's what it said yesterday on the weather.
Well, normally down south here, the wind builds throughout the day. Yep. So, we'll start off calm, but I'm sure that it's going to get a little bit rougher today.
Especially this time of year down here, too, right?
Oh, yeah. 26 racers in this first one, Ralph. Man, I'll tell you, what a race yesterday for Garrett Lofton. Lofton kind of ran away with this one. He had qualified in second and won. I think he came in 30 seconds ahead of the rest of the pack. Caden Baldwin came in right behind him. Noah Dolly. Cooper Caldwell came in fourth. Bryce Ford came in at fifth place. And I think it's going to be a battle today. I talked to Caden Baldwin after the races yesterday, and he says, you know what, I don't mind if anybody, or I mind if Garrett Lofton is the only one that I want to beat me. So him and Garrett are like they're not teammates yet, but they're Georgia, North Carolina boys. And they kind of fight for each other from what Caden was telling me. So as they're getting lined up, you can see they're going to be 26 wide. And I was told by a lot of the racers in the pits last night that, man, that was a crazy start yesterday. You had people going everywhere. And from what I understand, there was some people that cut in a little bit early. And so they're going to keep an eye on that today.
Well, this is our amateur endurance category. It's two different classes. 200 and 300. 200 is really the entry level into the series. These are sit-down boats. You get to the 300s. They're basically stock, some minor safety improvements, a little bit of handling improvements here and there. Yep. But you're talking about 300 horsepower with these machines. Things start to step up in intensity when you move from the 200s to the 300s.
Yeah, and like we talked about yesterday, that it's really not a conflict for the 300s, but the 300s riding with the 200s. The 200s become lap traffic within the first 10 minutes of the race.
But we only have a handful of those.
Yeah, Baron Marinick winner yesterday, followed in by Andy Martinez and Kevin Sullivan. But, only 4 total, and you can see we are not wasting any time here. As we are off and away, and I would look for Lofton to be up there toward the top in 114 or Zarzinski, but Zarzinski got hurt yesterday. That's 706 really? Dolly.
Yeah, that's Dolly up front. Yeah, Zarzinski, who was Mr. Hole Shot for the first 2 weekends of competition. He was that way down in St. Petersburg, Florida at the season opener, and he was that way yesterday here, but he took a tumble yesterday.
You can see Dolly taking a look over his shoulder there before he made that turn. So Dolly with the hole shot here, and he'll be the first one to the MasterCard buoy.
Now it's Noah and Nathan, brothers out here competing, and Nathan yesterday had struggles, and Noah was able to run. Did Nathan make the call today? I didn't see him.
Yeah, I believe Nathan, they did get that boat running again. Unfortunately, came in with a mechanical issue yesterday, but he is back out there today.
Yeah, right now showing in 7th. And I see Zarzinski on the starting grid here showing up in 8th right now. So even though he got a little dinged up yesterday, apparently feeling strong enough to go racing.
Yeah, he had a hard get up. And you know who he got into it with was his teammate, Noah
really?
Dolly.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, Zarzinski got the worst part of that one.
Well, apparently Zarzinski told Noah what he does to get the hole shot because it worked, right?
He said, you go out in front of me, boy. I don't want to hit you this time.
If I can't get it, you get it. Now, here's the only thing I have a problem with Noah early on in this race. He's out front, and out front by a fair amount as we have a 30-minute plus 1 lap race here. We're already 23 minutes and 30 seconds plus a lap to go. But Noah keeps looking over his shoulder.
Yeah.
And I'm a big proponent in racing of don't do that. When you're out front, race forward. When you're the guy behind, just focus on the guy in front and go get him, right?
Yeah, I would have to say the same thing. You know, we talked about that yesterday. We seen, I believe it was Camden Powell. He kept looking over his shoulder in the Pro 300 class. But, the race is in front of you. It's not behind you. So make sure that you're focusing on that.
That tends to be an inexperienced thing.
Well, you can always get one of those rogue waves that comes up and takes you out while you're looking over your shoulder, and that's kind of what happened to a couple of riders yesterday.
Yeah, see, there's another little peak. As he's making the turn, it doesn't seem like it's much, but like you said, Michael, you get a rogue wave, and that's everywhere on this course, right? Especially once you get going. And we saw numerous cases yesterday where guys are in mid-corner, and all of a sudden a wall of water comes up, and they get a really hard hit. And almost took our leaders out more than once.
Oh, yeah. We seen Powell yesterday. Yeah. That boat hopped up about 2 feet and just stuck.
There you go again.
Yeah. He likes that inside line, apparently, too, with the little calmer water day. Do you think there's going to be some strategy through these guys?
I think that I think that there's a lot of racers that are watching this over there in the pits right now, trying to see which line is faster today. Like we said, the wind did change directions, and that's going to change your lines on whether you want to go inside or outside.
Now, the only thing I'll say about where he looked that time is when he's merging, and there he goes again, is when that first one was when he's merging back out from the two lanes going separate. And we have one off here, the 477.
That's Edworthy.
That's Edworthy, who absolutely dominated yesterday.
Yeah, and that Pro 300 class. And
that looks like a mechanical problem there.
Yeah, they might be working on that boat. Remember, he took second to Camden Powell. He comes in tied with Camden for the Pro 300, which we'll see the third and final moto later today. Andy Martinez is your leader in the amateur 200 right now. And
that's the son of Armando, who's also out there.
Yep. Second place is Marinick, who's about 3 seconds behind your leader there in the 200 class. Once again, you got the 200s mixed up with the 300s, so sometimes it's hard to recognize who's the 200 and who's the 300. So we'll try to keep you up to date as best we can here. Dolly with a 2-second lead there over second place.
And you know, it's interesting. We've been talking since St. Petersburg, expecting the Dollies to, there's one of those rogue waves that we're talking about right there. And that's why you got to stay focused at all times.
Did he have his head turned on that?
He didn't have his head turned, but that's the point, is if you did, that's the kind of moment where if you're not really focusing on everything you have to be doing, you can get tossed in a hurry and things can go real bad real fast.
Now moving up into that second place, Cooper Caldwell. Coop came back, had a bad start yesterday, started in ninth, ended up in fourth yesterday. So I'm sure he's looking for a couple good finishes today. He's about 2.5 seconds off the pace, being thrown down by Dolly.
Let's go down to the pits now. Taylor has an update for us on one of the racers.
I sure do. An unfortunate start to the race. It seems like the first or second lap. Tell me what happened out there.
I hopped on a new boat. My boat broke yesterday. I hopped on our teammate Jay's, and start was fine. Came around the front straight, hit the inside of a buoy, and it just fell on its face. Started bogging out. Check engine light came on, and it wouldn't rev above $5,000. So came back in. There's nothing much I could do for the rest of this weekend. So just gonna see what we can do to help my brother.
Not the race finish you wanted, but like you said, help your brother. And right now, if you look, it looks like he's in that top spot.
That's
what he has to do to keep it.
He just got to stay consistent. If he doesn't ride over his head, he'll be good. He's a strong rider. If he could just get out front, especially in the flat water, he weighs 80 pounds. So I think he could have a solid finish here. Looks like it.
The excitement is great. Thank you for sharing that excitement, and sorry about your day today.
Oh, it's okay. We'll come back next round and do better.
Thank you, Nathan.
Love Nathan's attitude, especially when it comes to his brother, who's out front here leading. And you see him right there on the 706, has led everything since the first corner of this one. And we're inside of 19 minutes and 1 lap to go here as we get this day underway. And Noah is doing what big brother Nathan says, and that's just keep digging.
I'll tell you what, you can definitely see the brotherly love there. You know, he was super bummed to be on the trailer, but, man, once he realized his brother was leading, man, his attitude changed over there.
We also caught a glimpse of Todd Sarzinski earlier on the 46, and he has moved up now to 7th. So even though he was a little dinged up getting into the race, he's moving forward in this one.
This is the first race of the 2026 season that he didn't grab the whole shot here in this class.
Yeah.
And when we were talking about Edworthy, that was Nathan Dolly, who was on Edworthy's boat. And if Edworthy's boat broke down, that could be a factor in the Pro Enduro.
Boy, couldn't it? It sure could.
So Cooper.
This one's actually going pretty fast. For it being a 30-minute race, we're already down to almost inside of 18 minutes and 1 lap to go. The clock has to go to zeros. That's when they'll get the white flag. And 1 more lap to go. We're getting the countdown, which means we got to go to break, but stay with us right here. We are coming back to Lake Pontchartrain.
It's that no holding back feeling.
That it doesn't get any better feeling.
That winning the weekend feeling.
No matter what feeling you're chasing on the water, nothing feels like a Yamaha.
The IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series is making a debut at Capital City Motorsports Park in Montgomery, Alabama, May 7th through 9th. Don't miss Top Fuel, Alcohol, Mountain Motor Pro Stock, Pro Mod, and much more outlaw drag racing all weekend with fun for the whole family. Get tickets now at IHRA.com.
Look at Amy, working hard now so that future Amy can buy her very own boat.
Wait, sorry, the boat's great, but am I wearing culottes?
Oh, you love your culottes.
It's lemonade o'clock. What did I just say? Cheers o'clock. Ew.
Here's to protecting your boat and RV 24/7 as part of your home and auto bundle.
So I, hang out with my insurance guy?
Oh, yeah. You two have a podcast and everything.
Awesome.
Hayden Deegan is the SMX 250 World Champion.
He's going to destroy those people that doubt him.
When it counts, I'll make it happen. Let's go. Come on.
This is the time to show that I got that dog in here, right? Hayden Deegan wins! The 2025 Monster Energy AMA Supercross US #1 plate. The Orleans Powerboat Grand Prix is being brought to you by Monster Energy, Unleash the Beast. Progressive, fast boat, smart coverage, Progressive Insurance. Harvey Golf International Marine. And by Jefferson Parish, brought to you by Councilman Hans Liljeberg, Jefferson Parish Council District 5, and Jefferson Parish. Guys, as we get back to the racing here with our AM Pro or AM Endurance 200, 300, we saw the 477 boat was being run there by Dolly out due to a mechanical. But why that's really important, Michael, is because of what that impacts later on in the race, because that's Edgeworthy's boat.
Yeah, Jay Edworthy and Camden Powell both tied in that pro class, both 1-2 and 2-1. And that's the same boat that Jay actually rides. Obviously, Dolly is one of his teammates, Nathan Dolly. And Nathan Dolly, unfortunately, plagued with mechanical issues. And hopefully that don't impact Jay Edworthy in his fight with Camden Powell for the overall here for the New Orleans Grand Prix.
Yeah, now the good news is they've got time to get that boat fixed because that race comes up a little bit later on in the day. So So hopefully it's nothing too serious. They can track that problem, get it fixed.
Well, his brother Noah Dolly is enjoying the lead right now, just in front of Cooper Caldwell. And Garrett Lofton is on the move, though. Now, remember, Garrett Lofton, a big winner yesterday. He passed all the way, or he lapped all the way up to 4th place yesterday. We talked about that. Him having a heck of a ride there. Bryce Ford, who took him 5th yesterday, currently sitting in 4th.
Yeah, and then Caden Baldwin, who ran 2nd all day yesterday, sitting back in 5th right now, chasing Dolly and Caldwell, Lofton, and Ford. The water's staying fairly calm for now, though, Shane.
Man, I haven't seen it this flat, since we've showed up in New Orleans.
Oh.
But these guys have to be happy about that today.
You know, you were talking about Caden Baldwin being in 5th. Caden, I told him about you live on the same lake, and he knew that. So he said he's going to Facebook friend request you.
I love it. All right, Caden, we're going to get some riding tips. Don't worry, I'll buy lunch.
I might fly out for that one.
That'd be a good one.
Yeah.
Baron.
Oh, there's some bouncing around going on there. You could see Dolly getting kicked sideways there. And here's Szynski right here. This is Todd. And he was up to 6th. But he's dropped all the way to 15th according to timing and scoring. I wonder if he had a moment where he got off or...
I know that he wants to stay out there, just to collect the points, if nothing else, because these guys, the JetX team, going to be on the entire series here with us.
He's riding much faster than it looks to be in 15th. Something must have happened. He must have had a moment somewhere.
Either that or he's just a little sore from that get-off from yesterday.
Tired, yeah. This guy isn't tired at all. Look at that.
Man.
And let me tell you, if he only weighs 80 pounds, that's a big boat to be muscling around at 80 pounds at those speeds.
Yeah, you should see him in the pits. He looks, he's racing really fast out there, but he is not that big a kid. As his brother said, he only weighs about 80 pounds, and that's soaking wet.
Well, we know he's soaking wet now. He's been out there for a while, but, man.
Yeah, just over 11 minutes to go here on Lake Pontchartrain, and Nathan Dolly from the JetX team taking a look around. And again, Ralph, I think you made a great point there. You can't be looking around as much, and I'm sure that his dad's going to let him know that when he gets back in the pits, because they're all over there watching us on the big screen. But,
yeah, look, it's not the worst thing you can be doing wrong, right? But it's just one of those things, and once you get that figured out, it'll help you move forward faster, a lot quicker.
Yeah, you just got to know when to look around. Like I say, you take those 90-degree, 180-degree turns, and that's when you can see your competitor, who's about 3.5 seconds behind, and that's Caldwell. And Caldwell's a formidable competitor as well. Took a 4th yesterday.
And there he goes. Dolly. He got tossed off. That's our race leader right there. Noah Dolly getting kicked off. Oh, man, Noah. And I didn't see what happened to him there, but he wasn't in the middle of a corner. It must have been some sort of a rogue wave or something. It just bit him. We'll see if we can get a look at it again. And so Caldwell going to move up in the lead. Lofton will move up to 2nd. And their progressive rescue crew right there to take care of him. The yellow flag is out as they try to get back to his boat. Oh, man, that is just brutal.
Yeah, tough break. But you could see he was getting tossed around like a rag doll out there. And you got to remember, a lot of these guys like Powell, he was able to hold on. Let's take a look.
Oh, man, what happened?
It just looked like the side of the Sea-Doo just caught an edge right there.
Yeah.
And that edge was just enough to kick him off the boat.
Looks like he did a little cartwheel.
Here he is. He's back on the boat and going. Rider out of Canada. That's why he's running that maple leaf there on the front. You can see how rough it is out there. Even on a smooth day, you get this many boats going around, churning things up. And this is a tight, technical 1-mile race course. So it's really moving pretty fast. Here's our new leader now, Cooper Caldwell in the 193.
Yeah,
boy, look, you can see his head get snapped back there going into that buoy. Did you see that, Shane?
It must be that wind change those guys haven't been able to practice for, because the last couple of days it's been at least consistent, at different levels of speed. But I'll tell you, that's it's changing for him.
I'll tell you, Cooper Caldwell, who is your leader now, had one of the worst get-offs I've ever seen here last year in New Orleans. He got separated about 300 feet from his boat. He was in the lead, had a 20-second lead, ended up getting back on the boat, 3rd place overall.
Wow.
So let's see if Dolly can do the same thing, because Dolly only slid back to that 5th place position. Right?
Let's hope that didn't get in his head, you know what I mean, and he can get back and regather himself and you know, start grinding it out, because he's got some time left. He's got 8 minutes.
And one of the things I also seen was Cooper and Garrett both about 30 seconds ahead of Caden Baldwin right now. So the top 2 are pretty much separated from the rest of the pack.
Well, and here's what we're looking at with lap times. This is Caldwell right here, your race leader. He just ran a 1:49.830. Lofton on the same lap ran a 1:54.390. So Lofton is going to have to pick up the pace significantly here if he wants to get this one. And he's got inside of 8 minutes and a lap to go. Yeah, he's going to pick up the pace, Michael, in a hurry.
Yeah, Caldwell with the fastest lap time also with a 1:40.864.
Now Caldwell just ran a 1:50.
Yeah, it looks like conditions are starting to change. Shane, you touched on it a little bit earlier. The wind's supposed to pick up throughout the day, and it already looks a little bit rougher out there.
I mean, we're really feeling it. Like, you know, this tunnel or this tent we're in just acting like a tunnel. It's just blowing in our face, and you know, we can feel it's a different direction, and everything's changing from the past 2 days.
So you still got Caldwell, Lofton, Baldwin, Ford, Dolly, your top 5. Russo trying to get inside that top 5.
Yeah, so Noah only fell back to 5th, but he's going to be devastated. He had this one. He's figuring he had a win here in New Orleans.
Well, he's still staying consistent, though. He took a 3rd place yesterday. You know, if he can stay in that top 5, he'll still have a shot at at least getting on the podium a little bit later on tonight, depending on how Garrett Lofton does here, how he finishes in this one in the 3rd moto, because these guys still have another moto at the end of the day.
So here we see this time starting to close up a little bit. Caldwell a 1:52.45 in that last lap. Lofton has picked it up a 1:51.937. So he's running much quicker now and closing that gap on Caldwell.
Yeah, Caldwell working his way through the outside split right now. It looks like he's got some lap traffic in front of him. We'll see how he negotiates around that lap. And again, Cooper Caldwell out of Fort Worth, Texas, sponsored by Caldwell Racing, Monster Energy, Commander Yamaha, Revo Racing, Jet Tribe, 16 Helmets, MTI Boats, and Circus Media. Looks like he's just kind of stuck in the middle there. You can see all the lap traffic, 26 boats out there.
Again, these amateur runabout endurance 300 category boats are basically stock-based 2+ seater runabouts. If you'll see, most of these you'll see on your local lake, 3-seaters, cruising around 300 horsepower in them, 325 horsepower, some is your limit. And here you're going to be seeing a lot of the Yamaha SVHOs or the Sea-Doo RXP-X and RXT-X models.
Caldwell trying to tame the waters here in Lake Pontchartrain. Working on that lead over Lofton, and there's Lofton on the 114 right there, currently sitting in 2nd. As he heads toward the MasterCard buoy. Coming up, pulling up side by side. I believe that's 424 he pulled up side by side with. Trying to get could be a borrowed boat.
Might have been 724. Is that Benjamin Mantle?
That could have been Benjamin Montel, who took a 10th yesterday. And was on the podium just a couple weeks ago in the Cayman Islands.
How'd we not get that gig?
No joke.
Caldwell turning in a 149.914 that last lap, 2nd place.
Yeah, and Lofton slowed down to a 154. He can't afford to do that with four minutes and a lap to go. Lofton's got to be a lot quicker than that. Caldwell just going fast enough to keep that gap. That's the thing. You don't have to be the fastest guy out there, Shane. You just got to be faster than the guy that's right behind you. Right?
And you got to stay consistent, right?
Yeah.
You got to try to use your head. I think placement, your course placement is very, very key, probably for a lot of this, this endurance stuff. Because I mean, you got to stand the test of time. You got to finish it.
Well, toward the end of the race, one of the things that I talk about a lot at the race is you got to have the mental capacity.
Yeah.
You kind of keep it. You're starting to get in cruise control. You've been out there for 20, 25 minutes, and you just get. You're trying to stay consistent with what you've done, but you're not looking at anybody around you. You're not looking at those road waves. You're just kind of pointing the bars and going. But that's where you really need to mentally focus.
Inside of 3.5 minutes in a lap. So at these minute 50 lap times, we're looking at about 2 laps and then the white flag. Last one was a 154.6 for Caldwell and a 153.0 for Lofton. That's more like it. That's what Lofton's got to do.
Well, it could be a case of too little, too late, because right now Lofton about 28 seconds off the pace being thrown down by Caldwell. 29 seconds.
29, yeah, there I see that.
I find it interesting because, I mean...
And that's Lofton right there, guys. I'm sorry, on the 114.
We mentioned something about the wind picking up because we can feel it, but if you look at their best times they've turned into what their recent times have been, I mean, they seem to be falling off. And I don't know if that's due to condition or being tired or what, but...
Well, yeah, you see Caldwell's fastest lap is 140.
Let's go right down to the pits, get a quick update from Taylor.
Well, this race is certainly exciting, and I'm enjoying watching the 300s. But in the 200 class, I do have to make mention that Baron Mernick, this is going to be his 5th win if he pulls it off today. He had that clean sweep in St. Pete, and I think he might just do it again today. Obviously, there's one more moto left in the day, and as we can tell, the winds are a little bit picking up down here at Secret Beach. But so far, 5 wins, that's pretty impressive if you ask me.
Yeah, it is, Taylor, and he was in second behind Andy Martinez for about, half the race or so, and then all of a sudden he's moved around, caught him, and out front here. So if he can hang on for another minute and a half and a lap, he'll have that 5th victory.
Well, Baron Mernick, little tidbit here for you, is actually Cooper Caldwell's brother.
Oh, really?
Well, it's going to be a good day for them.
The brothers are leading right now. Both of them sponsored by Caldwell Racing, Monster Energy, out of Fort Worth, Texas. Garrett Lofton still holding on tight there to that second place position, and Baldwin right behind him. Baldwin looking to stay consistent there too, trying to keep Garrett Lofton right there by him, because Lofton with the win yesterday, Baldwin second yesterday.
Looking at Caldwell's riding position here, sitting strong, absorbing everything, but not. I wouldn't consider that necessarily a full-on attack mode. Would you, Michael?
No, I think right now he's riding safe. I think he knows he's got a little bit of a lead. Let's not get up and get tossed. Because when you're standing up, that throws off your center of gravity, and you don't want one of those road waves taking you out.
That was more of I need to be in full control of this boat and stay in front of Lofton at all costs.
Yeah, well,
as we are inside of a minute and a lap to go.
Like I say, he's got a couple seconds that he could spare, so you might as well ride safe.
Smart approach.
Exactly. White flag will be coming out in about 35 seconds.
Yeah, I think he's going to have to go around again before he sees the 000s.
Yeah.
Because he's in the split lanes right now, taking the blue line. Because the blues were the outside line, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Blues are the outside, greens are the inside, and here comes Caldwell.
Yeah, it's going to be close, but he's going to miss it by about 3 seconds, I think.
Yeah. So that's going to give him another couple laps.
And that's one of those things, if only somebody could give you that heads up, you could just jump off the throttle for a tick, right? Because he's got 30 seconds on Lofton. He could very easily have just hung there for a second, get those 000s, get that white flag, and you're good to go. Now he's got to go all the way around again, just get to the white.
Yeah, if you had a teammate that had a headset that could, get inside your helmet and let you know.
Just left.
Yeah, right, exactly.
It's like the great story of Dan Gurney at Daytona in the endurance event. Years and years ago, they knew the clocks were winding down, and he literally parked on the racetrack 5 feet from the finish line and waited for the clock to tick all the way. He had such a big lead, waited for the clock to tick all the way around, and then just rolled across the finish line. Yeah, imagine parking on the racetrack right at the flag stand.
You can barely stand on that track.
Yeah, but I mean, just to think you have a car parked while everybody else is at full race speed, right?
You see that a lot at Walmart.
Yeah, well, yeah. Yeah. Here he is, making his way around. The clocks have gone to zeros, which means this time when he comes around, he's going to see that white flag and have 1 to go. Making his way towards the split. by the MasterCard buoys. Cooper Caldwell has played this one perfectly. Ran hard early on, but stayed on top of his boat. And now, with Dolly having his problems, he's able to inherit the lead and masterfully ran a solid, strong race to stay in front of the hard-charging Garrett Lofton. And he's well on his way to victory here in New Orleans. There's the white flag. One more lap around our 1 mile race course here on Lake Pontchartrain.
Yeah, Caldwell riding a brilliant race. Started in third, worked his way up to first, bided his time, and was able to get that far out in front of Lofton, which to me is kind of crazy, knowing that Lofton had lapped all the way up to fourth place, who was Caldwell. So Caldwell was one of the only three that didn't get lapped yesterday by Garrett Lofton. Baldwin still running in third place, Ford in fourth, and Noah Dolly maintaining that fifth place after the get-off and the early lead.
And poor Noah's going to go back and think about everything that could have happened, right?
Shoulda, woulda, coulda, man, but that's why they call it racing.
Absolutely. Caldwell on that 193 out of Fort Worth, Texas, riding the Yamaha. And we said when the water gets just a little bit smoother, look out. He's going on that Yamaha right to the front. Caldwell Racing, Monster Energy, Commander Yamaha, Riva Racing, MTI Boats, Jet Trim, Jet Tribe, RP Elite Motors, 60 helmets. Right now, Circus Media, Dean Strong, Frozen One, and just about everybody else helping out Cooper Caldwell, and it's paying off. Because 193 is going to be number one here in a few more corners.
Yeah, one final time here through the split for Cooper Caldwell. As you can see, Ryan grabbing that checkered flag. Garrett Lofton putting in a fine ride there, too, on the VR Racing Sea-Doo.
Cooper making his final trip through the split lanes here. Last buoy sends him out on right in front of the shoreline. He'll grab the throttle one more time. Here's that checkered flag he's been looking for. And he has done it. Cooper Caldwell wins Moto number 2 for our Amateur Endurance 300-200 here in New Orleans.
And did it in fine style, 25 seconds ahead of Garrett Lofton.
Wow. And the way Garrett Lofton ran yesterday, that is a significant flip. Because Garrett was a good 25 seconds in front of second place Caden Baldwin yesterday. And now he's behind, and Baldwin has fought his way up. But I just see him in third. Just making the podium. So Caden has been hustling along here.
That's Benjamin Montel we're taking a look at there on 724 out of Miami, Florida. Baron Marinick going to be your race winner.
That's win number 5, right?
Yep, win number 5. He's 5 for 5 so far here in the IHRA 2026 series, brought to you by Monster.
Caldwell, Lofton, Baldwin, Ford, and Noah Dolly, who woulda, coulda, shoulda his way to 5th. And the rest of the field taking the checkered flag here. Michael, what do we have coming up next with our pro watercraft competitors?
I believe we've got the Pro Ski GP3 class. They ran 1 moto yesterday. They'll be running 2 today. We have one of our competitors in that class, Gary Holbein Jr. He had had some flight issues yesterday. He's back in the mix. I seen him in the pits a little bit earlier today, so that's going to make it a little bit interesting. Cash Crawford, a big winner yesterday, and we'll see if Cash can do it again today.
Yeah, that race is coming up. Let's see here. That should be our next event, right?
Yes, sir.
Before we get into the boat action. All right, so Michael, you're going to stay with us through the break because we're going to have the stand-ups, as you said, coming up here shortly. So stay with us here on Speed Sport 1. We've got more great racing action coming with you. We're going from the sit-downs to the stand-ups. Things are going to get shorter. It's going to be a sprint race, but a lot quicker. Stay with us.
It's that no holding back feeling.
That it doesn't get any better feeling.
That winning the weekend feeling.
No matter what feeling you're chasing on the water, nothing feels like a Yamaha.
The first exciting leg of the 2026 IHRA Triple Crown starts at Maple Grove Raceway May 21st to the 23rd. This unique 3-race drag race featuring Top Fuel, Funny Cars, Pro Mods, Mountain Motor Pro Stocks, and Nitro Harleys, offering over $1 million in bonuses for sweeping all 3 events. The pressure will be on. The teams will be gunning for the million, and IHRA will be ready. Will you? Get tickets now at IHRA.com.
Legends are made. I know I got what it takes. And I'm not pumping the brakes. And I'm not pumping the brakes. I'm too competitive. I like the narrative. That I'm the best in the league. Who you comparing with? That is definitive. Top of the throne in the league. How you moving so on the speed? I just been bringing the heat. I just been bringing the fire.
I think I'm just so passionate and so motivated back to where I belong, and that's on top.
And we are back here on Lake Pontchartrain. There's a beautiful shot from our drone high up above the lake. 630 square miles, Shane, of water here, averaging between 12 to 14 feet in depth, and that is very shallow for a lake this size.
Yeah, I think you're going to see, and some of the racers and stuff on the offshore side were having some complaints yesterday. I believe, Mikey, even in the PWC side, there's some holes and bowls out there.
Yeah.
You know, where the bottom topography has some, some divots in it, and that does some really weird stuff when the waves hit that. It changes the frequency of the wave crusts, and it can launch boats, it can suck them down.
We saw on Friday some boats suffer some serious damage because of that.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, we had some. I mean, honestly, there was one class I think everybody broke but 2 boats. So everybody's been working all weekend to try to get their stuff ready for Sunday today. So they're all scratching their heads saying, make sure they hit the setup. So
let's go back and take a look at the highlights of that last race we just shot you. This is our amateur endurance 200, 300 category.
Early race leader right there is Noah Dolly.
Yeah, it sure looked like Noah was going to be the guy, and he was past the halfway point of this one. And then all of a sudden, things went sideways for him.
But you can see he's kind of getting tossed around right there.
And right in here, there he goes. Gets ejected right off the boat. And Cooper Caldwell was in the right place at the right time, which was significantly in front of Garrett Lofton. So Caldwell inherited the lead and then rode a great race from there, Shane.
I'll tell you what, I still can't get over the aqua gymnastics we just saw there a second ago. Man, that had to be one wild ride. But he got back on that boat pretty quick, once the safety team picked him up. So
rode to 5th.
Yep.
Exactly. You can get back up on the boat and stay in 5th position with 26 racers out there. That's doing pretty good.
Yeah.
And even with the big high-flying antics out there, Caldwell grabbed that checkered flag. And the 193 went to P1. There he is.
Caldwell, Lofton, Baldwin, Ford, and Dolly. 200 class, Baron Mernick was your big winner. So the brothers.
That's 5 in a row, right, Mikey? Is that what we said?
5 in a row for Mernick, and both the brothers taking wins there in the 200 and 300.
Their camp back in the pits has got to be buzzing over on Secret Beach for sure.
Well, let's find out. Let's go to Taylor and hear from the winner.
I've been waiting to talk to this guy for a minute. Cooper, I'm sure this feels like sweet redemption. Obviously, you are our 2025 reigning champion, yet I haven't been able to see you up here on that top spot yet. What does it feel like to be back?
Yeah, it's great. Got the start that I wanted, and I kind of just settled in. I ended up, I think, third out of the hole. It was okay. But I just made my way through the split and settle in and focus on my breathing and then just, I think Noah made a mistake, but, you know, I was right on him and it was a great race.
That's what it's all about, right? Even though if you're in second or third, that one little mistake could really cost somebody and then you get to capitalize. What does that moment feel like to be able to take over?
Yeah, it's great. Sucks for Noah, of course, but it's awesome for me. It's a good confidence building for the next moto and just so on. I had a rough go at it in St. Pete, but it's okay, and it's a long series, and, you know, we're gunning for a championship. We're not gunning for one moto win, so yeah.
Cooper's on his way back, guys.
And you can see behind Taylor's shoulder there, the rider's just riding right up onto the trailer and getting pulled back to the pits. The crews will go to work on those boats, and they'll get them ready for the next one coming up.
Yeah, 3-moto format here with the IHRA Personal Watercraft Racing Series.
Now, Secret Beach, where Taylor is at that point, way off in the distance there, sticking out. And we're in this middle section here. Shane, they call this what, Bucktown, is it?
Yep, we're in that white tent right to the right side that just went behind the pop-up. Yep.
Wave, Shane. And then there's a whole nother pit area even further behind the camera right now, and that's where a lot of the big boats of the IHRA Offshore Powerboat Tour are pitted. So we've got basically 3 big pit areas going on here on Lake Pontchartrain. Because behind the drone right now is another section and another crane where more boats are getting put in and out of the water.
I really like that aerial view. You know, kind of gives us a good little top-down approach or you know, position of where we're at, you know, in relation to the course. So I like that.
And show everybody how big the footprint is here with the IHRA.
Let's hear from Noah Dolly what happened to him. He's with Taylor.
Noah Dolly, I've tracked him down here in the pits because I want to know what happened. You had such a strong start, but as we know, just one little mistake can cost you.
Yeah, no, I was pretty happy. I got like a great start, got out front, was pulling and was making my way through the lappers, and then I was coming into one of the back buoys over there, and I just hit a wave, and I was about to miss the buoy, so I started turning, and the boat went one way, I went the other, and I just skid across the water. But I was able to get back on the boat. I think I salvaged a spot for maybe like 5th or 6th, so I don't know. It's better than getting a DNF, so I'm all right, just a little sore, and hopefully we can get better for Moto 3.
Well, I can tell you your competitor, Garrett Lofton, is also feeling a little bit sore. Cooper's obviously feeling excited. He needed that win, but I'm not counting you out for this next moto.
No, I want to go out and do the same thing, get a start, and win that next moto. I'm pretty bummed, and I just want to get it done.
Congratulations. I can't wait to see what you have for the next round.
Thank you.
These Dolly boys have great attitude towards the racing, don't they? They have the right mindset. As you see, we've thrown the red back out there. We're going to line them back up again as this Ski GP3 race is about to get underway. And we're going to redo it. And let's show you what this course map looks like here today. You'll see the splits. Take us through it, Michael.
Well, as you take off, you'll go through the split section over to the top right-hand side of the track. Heading into the back section, you got a little dog leg right here before you get into the splits. The blues will be the outside, the greens will be the inside. They'll merge and come down the front straightaway toward the Monster Energy start-finish line.
Very technical course compared to what we had in St. Petersburg.
Yeah, and a lot different from the course that we just seen with the Enduro. It's a lot more smaller. So this course right here probably only about a half mile in length, whereas the Enduro is about a mile. So this is the Ski GP3 class. Winner from yesterday was 177, Cash Crawford. Emmy Garcia took a second yesterday, and Lucas Severa took a third yesterday. Crazy thing is, they're all from Lake Havasu. We talked about that yesterday, that these guys and gals all ride together out there. all the time. And then we had Knox Ritchie, who took a 4th from Saudi Daisy, Tennessee, one of your favorite places, Ralph.
That's right.
And
haven't been there, but I got to go.
Caden Webster, another one of our friends from Arizona, ended up in that 5th spot.
Now, this is going to be a little different start for them than what they've been accustomed to, right? Since this is a rolling start, right, Mikey?
Yeah, and they're normally starting off the beach with a holder, and now they're starting basically rolling, and then the marshal will drop a green flag.
Well, that one was pretty aggressive, too, in the start. And we see the 28 jumping out front, Lucas Cervera. And this Ski GP3 category, as we were talking about with the amateur 200 Enduro that we just saw, the 200s are the entry level into the sit-down category, or the bigger boats, if you will, the runabouts. And here with the stand-ups, Ski GP3 is basically the entry level, the stand-up categories, right, Michael?
Yeah, that's correct. You got your 4-stroke 1050s, and then you've got the 850s from Kawasaki that are 2-strokes. So Yamaha, the only 4-stroke boats that we have out there. And most of them choose that's the new Yamaha Superjet. That's Cervera leading them around the track right now.
Holbein made it here, right? We were struggling to get Holbein here.
Yeah, he's the one that they had a flight issue, and they canceled his flight, so unfortunately couldn't make the first moto yesterday. But he took a second down in St. Pete, so he is a formidable competitor, and I'm upset that he wasn't able to be here yesterday to take on the rest of the crew. Cash Crawford is in 3rd place, and he took the win in St. Pete and took the win yesterday.
Keep your eyes on Britton Reinhardt and Emmy Garcia. Those two young ladies can really fly on these Ski GP3 entries.
I'm surprised to see Knox Ritchie all the way back there in the 6th spot. He is one of the champions from the AJSA series, which is another IHRA feeder series. Caden Webster took a 5th yesterday back there in the 7th spot. Right now it's Lucas Cervera. Cervera again out of Lake Havasu, and taking a look down, see what kind of lap times that he's putting in, because as we said, looks like the lap times are changing up. They're getting a little bit longer than what they were with the wind changing direction today. Even though it's not as rough out there, with the wind changing direction, it has affected these lap times. Cervera
didn't run with us at St. Pete, did he?
No, he didn't run. What? Well, I believe he ran a different class in St. Pete.
Okay.
Yeah, they have the whole Lake Havasu City crew out there. They should have just rented a bus.
Nice and smooth he cars through those corners.
This water right here, kind of very reminiscent of the waters you would see out in Lake Havasu that they're practicing on, because, you know, you get those Santa Ana winds that come over from California.
Yeah, Havasu can get pretty brutal.
Oh, yeah.
At any point in time.
Cervera looking smooth out there.
Yeah, he's got a nice, deep, wide entry into the corner. Hitting the apex right at the buoy. Moving around in that tray, doing a nice job.
And Cervera turning in a 1 minute 39.639 lap time on that last one. Holbein with a 1:44.01. Not a lot of riders here in the Ski GP3 here in Louisiana. I know that we had almost a full field down in St. Petersburg.
Sure did.
Next stop for us will be at Lake of the Ozarks. I believe that's going to be first week of June.
That's my hometown, Mikey. I know all the good spots there, buddy.
Okay. I'll be hanging out with you. And we'll bring that orange trailer with us, too.
Amen to that. They gave me the card the other day, say, hey, you know, we travel. I said, man, don't, I'll hook you up with this circuit now.
That's great. So Cervera enjoying the lead right now with 11 minutes left on the clock.
Caught a glimpse of Caden Webster on the 44. Caden running in 7th right now.
And this GP3 class will have one more race later on today. This is only their second moto of the weekend.
Britton Reinhardt has moved up to 4th, but Emmy Garcia is still stuck back outside the top 5.
And it looks like Richie has moved up in front of Emmy.
Yeah.
Emmy taking a win on Friday in the women's class.
Both those young ladies are super strong.
They are very fast.
very fast, but you can't believe how small they are. You know, we were at the awards on Friday, and Emmy come up, and I'm like, how could she hold on to that boat? Because on Friday, the women's were actually running like the fast power sports, the Commanders, you know, the higher horsepower boats, you know, the 200 horsepower boats.
Even in this entry-level GP3 category, it is interesting and amazing to see how quick the footwork is on these riders moving around in that tray.
And that's got to be tough for a stand-up, you know. The runabouts, at least they have the opportunity to sit down, you know, every now and again, like on a straightaway or while they're going around a turn, whereas these guys are in a tray. I mean, there's no way that they can rest. And the only thing that you'll see these guys do, and gals, is stretch their back toward the end of the race.
Yeah.
That lower back's taking a lot of abuse out there. You know, unlike the motocross world, no shocks, nothing like that, nothing to take that away. Your knees are your only shocks out there, and if your knees are straight and your back is too.
Inside of 11 minutes and a lap to go.
Gary Holbein Jr. From just down the street in Fairhope, Alabama, sponsored by Jet Blast. His father was my first race director when I was producing the Surf and Turf series many years ago. Former fire chief over there in Alabama, in Mobile. Taking a look here at Cash Crawford, too. Cash picking up a win yesterday. Staying consistent right there in that third place position today.
We saw Cervera get kicked around.
So again, just over 8 minutes to go here in the Ski GP3 class.
And we're going to take a quick break here from Lake Pontchartrain, but we're going to come back to see if Lucas Cervera can hold on for the win in Ski GP3 Moto 2. The New Orleans Offshore Powerboat Grand Prix is being brought to you by Monster, Monster Energy, Unleash the Beast, Progressive, Fast Boats, Smart Coverage, Progressive Insurance, Harvey Gulf International Marine, and by Jefferson Parish, brought to you by Councilman Hans Liljeburg, Jefferson Parish Council District 5, and Jefferson Parish. Racing continue here on Lake Pontchartrain. Guys, the wind feels like it's picking up a little bit. Is it just me, or are you guys feeling the same?
Nope, I'm holding all my papers down.
Exactly. I got a rubber band around my clipboard right now.
Still coming out of the same direction, though, right, Shane?
Yeah, I think today we're getting in our face, right? So, yeah, for what that's worth, it's definitely going to be a different one today.
Lucas Cervera still maintaining the lead. He was the top qualifier earlier on Friday and took a third yesterday. Last lap around turned in a 1:41.310. His fastest lap, 1:39.639. Got Gary Holbein still in second. Britton Reinhardt on the move, has moved up in front of Cash Crawford. So Reinhardt into third, Crawford back to fourth, and Emmy Garcia into fifth.
Yeah, doing a good job. Britton and Emmy both in the top 5 now as Knox Ritchie gets kicked back. And we're inside of 4.5 minutes and a lap to go here. Cervera right there on that white number 28 has led every lap here so far. Continuing to dance smoothly in the tray. Boy, you got to get that timing down just right, don't you? You can't wait too long to make the move to switch legs. You got to be right on top of it when you make your turn in.
Right, and you got to read the wave. You got to read the water that you're coming into as well. You don't want to bury that nose and get tossed.
Yeah, you don't want to make the step at the wrong time and the wave knocks you out, right?
That's for sure. You can see the back stretch right there by Cervera as he was working down that little small straightaway. Coming up toward the east side of the course and making the turn. Yeah, like you were saying earlier, Ralph, a very technical course here. And I'll tell you, the ski riders really like the tighter technical course. The runabouts, not so much,
Well, you made comments yesterday that they didn't like a lot of long straightaway sections. It's really hard on equipment, so I could see that.
Well, we only have one runabout closed course race or sprint race, as you referred to it, Ralph, and that was on Friday. But they're running the same course as these skis are running. Now, it's good for the skis because the skis like the tight course, but when you get on the runabouts, the wide body boats, that's why most of them are running the endurance race.
Wide body, that's my size right there, buddy.
The small, medium, and large, no, wide body.
Yep. I'm built for comfort, not for speed, baby.
There you go. 28 working his way through the outside split. Lucas putting on a good show, looking to go wire to wire. Still got Gary Holbein Jr. And I remember back in St. Pete, Ralph, you were commenting on Holbein's graphics package, the number 53.
Oh, that's right. That's right. Running the
Herbie.
The Herbie the Love Bug livery. For those of you of age.
That was before my time, Ralph.
Sure was. Michael and I are no longer Disney kids, if you will, but we were definitely of the age when Disney movies were the thing, right?
We used to watch Disney every Sunday night at 6 o'clock. Yeah. My family did. Great stuff. And
and for those of us that loved racing, man, Herbie was the thing, right?
Oh, yeah.
Hey, is anything to do with racing, I'm in. Herbie was it.
Yeah, he was probably the original one that gave us the bug.
Yeah. Pardon the pun.
And
that was Herbie was the deal before Lightning McQueen.
Right.
Different generation, same concept.
Lucas turning this one into a snoozer right now. I'm trying to see where Gary Holbein is out there on the track, number 53.
Got 1:30 and a lap to go here.
So he's 17 seconds behind Cerveza right now, or Cervera rather.
Cerveza sounds good, though.
We know where Mikey's mind's at tonight.
What am I, in Mexico? Yeah.
We don't need to be in Mexico for that.
No, we do not. We do not. Uno más, por favor. All right, around the double reds there, up on the top right-hand side of the track. And then they'll come into that split, the MasterCard buoy. Again, for those of you watching on at home, when you see the yellow and the red buoy cross right there, that's where they make their decision whether they go inside or outside. The reason we have a split section is that if you're following somebody into that split section and you can't get around them because the course is pretty tight, what you do is you take the opposite side and try to find some clean water.
Yeah, that's your commitment buoy. That MasterCard pair of buoys there, the red and the yellow. And once you make that commitment, you can't go back. But you can change it every lap.
Right. I'm looking at the battle here. The best battle I'm seeing is between second and third right now. Reinhardt and Holbein. Only 2.5 seconds between those two. Holbein still holding on to second. Holding off the charges by Britain right now. And Britain's had to work for it. She started off in 6th place and has worked her way up to third here as time expires here in the Ski GP3 Moto number 2.
Which means Cervera is going to see the white next time he comes by. Watching the 44 there, that's Caden Webster back in 7th.
Caden Webster, I believe, coming to us from Arizona and part of the Webster crew. And we'd like to say a special thanks to Steve Webster, the owner of Commander, who came in as one of our sponsors here with the Monster Energy IHRA Tour. So Cervera, through this outside split, he should be getting the white flag this next time around. And that's Knox Ritchie.
There it is right there.
So Ryan throwing the white flag, and he was all happy. Last night he said, hey, you got some TV time. He said the flag man never gets TV time.
He told me he's been wanting to be out on a boom forever, and he's just so happy to be stuck out on that piece of machinery.
I don't think I could do that, stay on that boom for about 8 hours.
He was worried that he couldn't control it from out there, so he was just going to go off and leave him, though. So
I was over there earlier when he was placing, and I thought he was going to go over the cliff there.
Oh. He is right on the edge.
He is living on the edge.
They'd have to put some counterweights if they put me out there.
Yeah, ain't nothing but rocks and then water.
Yeah, got your race leader there, Cervera, enjoying the lead, working start to finish here in this second moto, the Ski GP3. That's that back section of the course.
Coming around, just a couple more corners to go, and he'll be looking at the checkers. He continues to just expand that lead over Holbein, now up to 20-plus seconds, Michael.
Boy, I'll tell you, he's rode a heck of a ride, and Gary Holbein Jr. is no slouch. He's a very good rider, been a winner in many of the close course races. He's only been racing here for a couple of years, but him and his father come out, and they do a lot of the regional racing here in Southeastern United States.
And here he comes. There's the checkered flag, and Lucas Cervera is going to take the win here in Ski GP3 Moto number 2. Holbein will be looking for the checkered flag for second after the delay of getting here. Unfortunately, not able to race yesterday. There's Herbie. Quickly coming to the line. And that 53, the famous livery, is going to be on the podium here of Moto 2. And finishing in third is going to be the hard-charging Britain Reinhardt, who moved herself up into the top 5 and then into the top 3, just in front of Cash Crawford and Emmy Garcia, who's going to close out the top 5 here.
A great race there in the Ski GP3, and we'll see them again later today.
Yeah, so a good one for our first sprint race of the day, Michael. I think both the runabouts and the stand-ups put on a good show. This one, everybody 9, all Yamaha mounted.
Yeah, and Lucas is going to come in with the points lead for that third and final moto with a 3-1 finish. And Cash Crawford with a 1-4 will be in second coming into the third and final moto.
And that'll be late in the afternoon here as well.
Yes, sir.
So based on what our weatherman over here, Shane, has said, that's when the wind should really be picking up so we could see different course conditions.
Right.
Yeah, I don't know much about meteorology, but what I do know is that those guys don't have to be right to get paid, and I would love to have a job like that.
Yeah, I'm not a weatherman, but I play one on TV.
Yeah, she's our AccuWeather forecaster. Well, if you do motorsports television, at some point in time in your career, you've done standing alongside the trailer showing the big giant green blob moving this way. And you see that dot? That's right where we are. That's where the racetrack is. We've all done that.
Oh, yeah.
All right. Well, Michael, thank you. We'll see you back here a little bit later, but we're going to go boat racing here next. When Speed Sport 1 comes back out, Shane, we got boats out there, so we got to get ready for that, which will be right up after this break.
I think I'm just so passionate and so motivated back to where I belong, and that's on top.
Look at Amy, working hard now so that future Amy can buy her very own boat.
Wait, sorry, the boat's great, but am I wearing culottes?
Oh, you love your culottes.
It's lemonade o'clock. What did I just say? Cheers o'clock. Ew.
Here's to protecting your boat and RV 24/7 as part of your home and auto bundle.
So I, like, hang out with my insurance guy?
Oh, yeah. You two have a podcast and everything.
Awesome.
Welcome back to New Orleans. We are here in Louisiana for the New Orleans Powerboat Grand Prix, and Mod V, Shane, is already underway with North Myrtle Beach RV Resort, BoatFloater.com, and Kluwak Cartel Racing, the three entries in this one. And it looks like, is that Boat Floater out front? It is.
Yeah, it looks like Scott Free Racing up
but
front.
Kluwak coming around the outside, the locals going to the front.
We come
Look at
back.
them getting after that thing.
You know Dustin's in that boat, Owen's on the sticks, and these guys want to go to the front and put on one bang-up show for their local people.
And here comes North Myrtle Beach RV Resort, the winners from St. Petersburg, and that orangish red boat right behind them. They're hard charging, and they've got a brand new guy inside that boat.
Yeah, Mark's out of the boat, but you know what's really cool about North Myrtle Beach entry this weekend is they've got Trustin Hannah in there. So that
with his dad.
That's Kirk's son. So you talk about, we've got two father and son duos out there right now between the Killdalls in Boat Floater and then the North Myrtle Beach Resort or Mod V here. So
and Trustin's on the throttles. Dad Kirk is driving.
It's
that's what they told me.
That's what it looks
Friday.
like here. Yeah. So I guess they're giving that a go. So that's going to be a really good time for them. Hopefully they come out of that boat and they're just all high fives at the end of the race.
But
here.
let's get up on that Louisiana boat out front, man. We went to the big pit party last night. They had their own party going on at the pit party. He said they had 100 pounds of shrimp, 200 pounds of crawfish, and they blew through everything.
Oh, man, I'll tell you what, we can't appreciate the hospitality that New Orleans has shown us. This Louisiana Tourism backed boat, they've got some great sponsors on board. They've got Relief Windows, Seaweb Specialty Cajun Foods. They got Bengal Cranes. That's even the cranes that we're using to get our boats in and out of the water this weekend. So they have got to be really, really excited about what they're watching right now. And I hope everybody at home is just jumping up and down.
Well, I think everybody from their home is here.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, this is true. Or they might be at the bar. I'm not sure where he's got a watch party going.
Dustin's got a restaurant.
Yeah.
What did he say, about 30 miles upriver from here?
Yeah, he said you got to get there by boat. And around here, I'm not sure if that's an airboat or a regular boat.
All the above.
I'm not sure what we got going, but I'll tell you what, I can't wait to get over there and sit down and have a beer or something.
If they can hold on and win this thing, is going to be a party here for the rest of the afternoon. I can tell you that much, because they have some fun.
I'm excited to see them, being competitive. They had some mechanical issues in St. Pete for the first race. So, I'm pretty pumped to see them. Oh, it looks like we're taking looks like we got the Killdolls. They might have took a short lap here.
Yeah, they sure did.
So, guys, just so the fans at home know what's going on, some racing's changed this year. These guys have the option to take a shortened lap. In this particular class, they get 2 short laps as an option, which cuts about 3/4 of a mile or so.
And look at the difference
it
made, Shane. Wow.
So this is going to be a lot of strategy for these guys today. They're going to try to figure out, is it a short, is it a long game? How's this going to be played? But it looks like both Killdall boys decided they wanted some clean water, and they took this short lap early to gain a lead.
Give yourself some what you would call track position, but in this case maybe course position.
Yep.
Out there on the water.
Those guys are getting a little bit less airtime than they were in St. Pete. So, even though the wind has changed, maybe it is laid down a little bit for them compared to what we were seeing with the other classes yesterday.
Well, we know those North Myrtle Beach resort guys right there, they like to fly that boat. They were getting awful aggressive in St. Pete.
I really feel like they earned enough time to get their pilot's license in the last race.
They sure did.
Them boys were living in the air.
All right, let's head quickly back to the pro watercraft pits to hear from the winner with Taylor.
Lucas, what an incredible race that was, Ski GP3. The smile on your face tells me everything I need to know. Congratulations on your win.
Yeah, thank you. It was really good. Just tried to ride smooth after I got the start. It's definitely a lot easier when you get the whole shot. Conditions were pretty calm, but it was nice to run out in front.
And how about that rolling start? Obviously a little different than what you guys are used to. You quickly took advantage of it.
Yeah, running in Ski GP earlier. Definitely got to practice it a little bit, so once I saw that flag go up, saw a little lane, and I took it.
Congratulations. That was an excellent run.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, let's get back to Offshore.
Well, these Mod V boats weigh up to 5,000 pounds, powered by a single 510 cubic inch high-performance engine. And, man, they can fly. And that's what Boat Floater is doing right here, man. That inside line made a huge difference for them, the shorter lane.
I'll tell you what, they look really good. The boat looks flat. I mean, they have to be enjoying the ride out there.
They just ran a 3:29.901. So let's give you an idea as we wait for, here comes North Myrtle Beach. And we got Kluwat Cartel running in second. They ran a 3:46.749. So that's the difference. Almost 20 seconds.
Yeah, these guys are going to have a major time advantage. But, if they stretch it out early, everybody else still has their 2 short laps left. And, even the Killdolls with Scott Free Racing are going to have 1 lap. So maybe that's just a good strategy on how they want to play this game.
And here's North Myrtle Beach. They ran a 3:51.971.
That is a good-looking red rocket, man. I'm telling you.
It sure is. It sure is.
I was talking to these guys after the meeting this morning, something that our fans might not know at home. This is one of the only classes that we have in offshore racing where they have an adjustable ballast system in the boat. So they have, a bladder or a containment device so they can actually ingest water and then shut it off and then pump it out as they need to. So, as we've talked before, different parts of the course, they're going to see different conditions. So if they need to adjust their weight mid-race, they have the ability to do that. The only thing is they've got to make sure the water's pumped out when they go to the scales.
We had a chance to talk to the guys in this Red Rocket, the North Myrtle Beach RV Resort Squad.
Last race in St. Pete, we were super stoked. We finished first. It was some rough conditions. We've got our boat dialed in for the rough conditions. It likes the rough waters. We were super stoked and we performed really well. When you win a race, your adrenaline's pumping, your heart's beating out of your chest, your mouth's dry, the fans cheering, they give you that flag, you hold it up, it gives you satisfaction. That's what it does. You just smile. Winning the race in St. Pete from the start, we took off, we didn't look back, and we just kept pushing, gaining more. Really, 3/4 through the race, our pit crew on land was like,
hey guys, let up a little bit. They're not going to catch you. Let's save the equipment.
We took off, we didn't look back, and we just ate them up. From St. Pete to New Orleans, we didn't change anything up on the boat. Hopefully, we won't have any issues this race. IHRA's really stepped up the level, doing a great job. So this race, my son, Trustin Hannah, it's his first race. He's going to be throttling with me.
First time I've actually never been in the boat with him. So I'm nervous, excited, but I'm ready to get in the boat.
He's going to hammer down and not let up. He's going to make me drive the hell out of the boat. My advice to him, this being his first race on the throttle, might be a little nerve-wracking. Don't get nervous, just go out and have a good time. The whole racing experience is a family event for us. So this is just another exciting part of our journey in the race circuit. You know, it'll be memories that we get to look back and think about all the exciting times we had and our achievements. All of the fierce competition out there in our classes, they're all good competitors, you know. It's anybody's race. But what I would say to them is, you'll see the ass of our boat. That's all you're going to see this whole race, buddy.
At the end of the weekend, I hope we're number one, first place. But they're going to hopefully see the red rocket pass them, and they're going to see the red in front of them.
Trustin, just 16 years of age.
I'll tell you what, it's awesome to see that. You know, I mean, if you're in a family race, there's nothing better than actually putting your family in a boat with you. Now, that might be a little stressful for Mama, but, you know, I bet she's doing okay over there.
Here's how things change when you don't take one boat through the shorter course. Boat Floater just ran a 327.709. Kluwak Cartel 323.458.
Yeah, I'll tell you, it's interesting to let this play out throughout the day. I mean, with all of the different classes, this is a new thing for these guys. In St. Pete, we had some weather conditions, so there was only one offshore class that actually run the short lap, long lap type of a scenario. But today, everybody's getting the option to do it. So this is a new thing for these guys, and it's all going to boil down to a strategy.
That's Kluwak right there in that beautiful Louisiana boat. Here comes North Myrtle Beach RV Resort and the Red Rocket, and you caught a glimpse of our race leader, BoatFloater.com.
Yep. Yeah, that North Myrtle Beach board, that's a 2024 LSB. It's a Lily Sport boat. That's an extreme. And I know the Killdolls, they've got a new boat on order, but they haven't got it done yet. So, you know, that the older boat that they've been driving is tried and true. So, you know, don't let that check those guys out of the competition, because they are always here to play.
And again, as you can see, these are single engine, closed canopy, V-bottom boats. And man, are they fast. Look at the Red Rocket living up to its name.
They are. These boats are liking the water condition today. I know those guys said they like it in the rough, but man, these things are set down. They're running flat, and they are digging. Look at that going through the corner. I mean, the boat's just carving it up, hitting those pins. It looks like he's running in the wash. So
that's Kluwak right there, right?
Yep. I see him running right behind. Who's he behind right now?
He's behind Boat Floater.
Oh, they're coming up on him.
Yeah.
There's
that's
Steve
when they run the same lap, the same line, then it's a much more even.
Those guys are really, really close. I mean, there's
sure
only
are.
like what, a 5 to 6 second difference. Notice I didn't say 6, 7.
No, and remember that split gave Boat Floater right here 20 seconds.
Yep, I'm not sure because we didn't see it on.
Kluwak hasn't run the inside yet.
Well, I don't know if they did or not. I'm not sure if they picked one up on that last run or not. We didn't see that, but like I said, these guys, for the fans at home, they have 2 short laps as an option that they can take at some point in time through the race.
Well, covering our activity over in the Offshore Powerboat pits is Tristan Gardner. Good to have her with us today. Hi, Tristan. How are you?
Hey, Ralph. Hey, Shane. It's finally time for some offshore racing. We're Mod V racing right now. Our factory stock guys are going up next. We got Supercat, our second Pro Class 1 race this afternoon, and then we're going super stock racing. It's beautiful down here. The wind picked up a little bit. It's a different direction from yesterday, as you guys already spoke about. But everyone down here is pretty calm. Teams all seem like they're ready to race. I can't wait to see what these races bring us today. It's going to be awesome.
Yeah, it is going to be a fun day, as we're seeing right now. Just 3 boats out there, but man, the action is great. And here comes Kluwak Cartel, Louisiana boat, headed towards the front, making a run at it as we approach the halfway point here. Boatfloater.com continues to lead over Kluwat Cartel. That gap is tightening up.
I can only imagine what's going on inside that boat because, that's a newer team, and I can imagine that those guys are just hooting and hollering in there. I can't think Dustin's quiet enough to focus on much other than talking. So he's probably got to be just screaming in there.
Born and raised here in Louisiana.
They're rocking a little bit. They got a little listing back and forth as they try to cross the wake of the Kildall boys.
Bringing that bold Cajun style to it all the way through. It is a true family affair with that organization. I mean, his wife is heavily involved, the kids.
Notice that you've got the Kluwat boys there on the inside, so it looks like they might be, I can't see which buoy they're taking, or their commitment buoy, but it looks like they might be running that inside line this lap.
The last lap was a 3:48.5 for Boat Floater to a 3:45.2 for Kluwat and a 3:46 for North Myrtle Beach.
So as you can see, that yellow tetrahedron buoy that the Kluwat guys are going on, that is the inner. So they went to the inside of that. That means that's their commitment buoy. Once they decide that's the line they're going to take their short lap, they can now crisscross and go back to a long lap, or a standard lap, rather.
And this is the Scorpion boat that the Kluwat boys are running.
Yep. They sure have that boat dialed in. They had a few little electrical gremlins that kind of plagued them in St. Pete, but Dustin said, boys, don't rule me out.
And what's great about Dustin, as we look at the Red Rocket here, the North Myrtle Beach RV Resort folks, going back to our second place boat, a Kluwat, there it is. He was at this event a year ago as a spectator.
Yeah, super cool
Sat there
story.
Watching the racing going on, thought, you know what, I want to go do this. A week later, he owned a boat and was ready to go offshore racing. And here he is now, a year later, going for the lead and the win in front of his entire family and all of his friends. Everybody he grew up with is here. We were at that party with him last night. He's going, that boy over there is my cousin. That one over there is my brother. This one over there is my nephew. I mean, he was related to everybody there.
He's got the whole family here, and he's got a great throttleman in that boat with him, Owen Buis. I mean, that's a younger guy, but he runs multiple classes now, and that is an up and comer. In 10 years, we're gonna be talking a whole lot more about Owen Buis's accomplishments over the next decade.
And everybody's going to that Blind River Bar, which is Dustin's restaurant bar, and I'm sure it is a big time there. And you know what I really loved about it? He was talking about his wife, Claire, I believe her name is, right?
I thought it was Blair.
Blair, okay. Mrs. Kluwat was Miss Louisiana, right? Didn't he say she was a pageant queen and represented the state?
I heard something about that, but
represented the state of Louisiana, and what he said was that he didn't really understand what that meant, that she used to try to tell him how proud she was to be a representative of the state of Louisiana.
Yep.
And then he said when Louisiana put their name on the side of the boat, the tourism board, he said, I got it, I understood. He goes, I can't tell you how proud I am to represent the state of Louisiana, my home state, out racing across the country trying to bring people to Louisiana to come visit. And he's doing that here today. And Boat Floater doing a great job here, too. They continued to lead, running a 3:48.536 last time to Kluwat's 3:45, and in North Myrtle Beach is 3:46.
Talking about North Myrtle Beach RV Resort, how Trustin's 16 and got in the boat. We go back years and years ago, with the Kildall boys. So with Steven, he first got the boat when he was 16 as well.
Getting ready to go to break, but I got to tell you this. Kluwat did run the shorter lane, and guess what? 3:22.689. Man. They're now in the lead in the Louisiana boat. Boat Floater stayed on that longer lap. 3:48. There's that 20 seconds plus difference. 3:48.536. They dropped to second. North Myrtle Beach at 3:46.571, still in third. Man, your timing to take that shorter lap is going to be so important as this race moves on.
I'm telling you, it's going to shake things up all day long.
Stay with us to find out who hangs on to win Mod B after this on Speed Sport 1.
2, go.
Our coverage of the New Orleans Powerboat Grand Prix brought to you by Monster. Monster Energy, unleash the beast. Progressive, fast boat, smart coverage, Progressive Insurance. Harvey Gulf International Marine. And Jefferson Parish. Brought to you by Councilman Hans Liljeberg, Jefferson Parish Council District 5, and Jefferson Parish. Boy, we are having a barn burner of a race here with our Mod V category. Right now, Kluwak Cartel is leading, just ran a 340.090. Boat Floater also ran the longer course on that lap, ran a 357.5. And North Myrtle Beach RV Resort, a 346.266. That's your top three as we are, what, about 3 laps to go here?
Yeah,
working lap 7?
This has been such a close race.
It really has been fun. There's Boat Floater running down in second. The Killdalls.
Yeah, those guys have a lot of good people and good sponsors behind them. They've got Boat Floater Industries, Innovation Marine, Youngquist Brothers, Gen Y Hitches, Sonic Tools, Optima Batteries, Marine Detail Supply, and Stark Yacht Care. So, you know, it looks like maybe these guys are falling a little bit. Are they falling off plane a little bit? I was wondering if something
might
like
it there, didn't it? Is that a mechanical problem?
I don't know.
They are definitely off plane.
I saw them dumping a bunch of water, and I don't know if that was coming out of the ballast or if there's something else going on. But, man, that's unfortunate right there for those
and
guys.
There goes North Myrtle Beach RV Resort by the Red Rocket up to second.
For everybody watching at home right now, we have 3 of these guys. I want to tell you, as the season unfolds, we're going to have more and more Mod Vs. A lot of these guys aren't used to starting to race until May, and there's a lot of boats out there that are going to be showing up probably at Cocoa Beach next month and after that. So this class is typically a pretty big class, and we're going to build as the season progresses.
Well, if you have one of these and you want to come racing with these boys, you better hurry up because these guys are getting good in a hurry.
Yeah, some of the bracket guys from yesterday, the 500 boat, the Damon Murata Senior and Junior, they have a new Mod V that they're getting put together. So they said they should have it ready for Cocoa Beach. So we'll see those crazy pink thong gentlemen right out in the
your buddies.
Yeah,
you know them well, don't you?
I'll tell you what, those guys are fun. But they're going to be in Mod V banging with the ranks next month. So. Well, hats off to those Fuel One team guys.
I'm just thinking about Dustin Kluwat here and the fact that he was here a year ago strictly as a fan, and now he's leading Mod V here today. If he goes off and wins this thing, he's going to show back up here next year in a Pro Class 1 boat.
I can only imagine Dustin sitting on his party barge watching this race a year ago saying, I'm going to do that. Went out and bought a bracket boat, competed at the end of the year, and then said, you know what, I'm going all in, baby. Let's go Mod V racing.
He did the whole thing.
And he's got a great teammate. Like I said, Owen in the boat with him has got some great experience and really brings a good level of competition to the table for him in this class.
He did the whole jambalaya, as they might say down here, right?
Man. They had some alligator. I couldn't even say what they had.
Alligator spaghetti,
I call it
something or other?
Salsa something or other. Man, look at him just sliding the boat around that corner. Owen is not lifting. And I bet you Dustin's just saying, lift. And Owen says, we got it.
Yeah.
Just turn the boat.
Pontchartrain Punisher not putting a lick on those boys right now, is it?
Nope. Right now, the Punisher's is settled down a little bit.
Yeah.
So, but we'll see what happens as the day moves forward. It's a nice picture of that causeway, which you gave me a little information. I didn't know how big that was.
Longest one out there. Yeah, 24 miles in length.
Man, I'd hate to be a bridge inspector on that deal.
Talk about a commitment buoy. You turn right to get on that thing, you got 24 miles before you can make a U-turn and get off of it. So if you don't like bridges, this one's not for you.
I thought driving to Key West was bad.
Yeah.
Dude, you're stuck, man.
You are stuck here for sure. And I'll tell you what, that Louisiana boat, man, it is planted.
Ooh, watch
this
these
North
guys
Myrtle
come around
Beach
the
boat
corner.
moves around a lot more. They're hard on it.
Gosh, that boat
Trust
was
is
so
getting
good
it, isn't
sliding around the corner. Yep. Guarantee he's just like Owen in the other boat. They're just not lifting. And those young guys are gunning for one another. I cannot wait to talk to these guys later today and see how this goes as a new father and son duo for today's event.
I asked Kirk, I said, has Daddy putting a yellow stripe on him since he's a rookie? He goes, nah. He goes, he's been in boats his whole life. He hasn't raced this thing. He goes, but he's been in boats his whole life.
Yeah.
He's got it figured out.
Yeah, he's definitely no stranger. And he's best friends with Sloan Langston, who is one of our new rookies in Superstock. So, there's just this whole family of racing just builds teams. I mean, it's just crazy to see everybody's progression as these young kids get older and what's to come for them.
These boats are up to 32 feet in length, and the Red Rocket, if I'm not mistaken, is one of the shorter ones in the category, isn't it?
Yeah, I would hate to missay the length. I thought it was like a 29, but
I think it's 29. But you can be up to 32 feet.
Yeah, and I don't know how big the Scorpion is here that Dustin and Owen are piloting right now. I'm sure somebody will get us some corrections. And actually, I got a lot of friends and other racers at home, and they've been texting me some good stuff. So we'll see who drops me a text here in a minute.
Well, when this is over, you might want to text Dustin quick and have him reserve us a table at the bar because I got a feeling the Blind River bar is going to be a little bit crazy.
Dude, last
tonight.
night, guys, he may not even go up to Wards. He said if he wins this race, everybody meet him there. He's just going to drive straight there. He ain't even coming home.
Said he's not even going to turn around and go back to the pits.
He said he's going under the
right
bridge,
under the
baby.
causeway.
He said he will see you later.
Man, let's see if he does that. Wouldn't that be great?
You know what? This is anybody's game, and this is such a competitive class, and I always want everybody to win because I feel like we've become such good friends with these guys.
Sure.
You just can't pick a favorite, but you got to love the fact that we're sitting with our hometown hero here who's leading the race right now.
And literally was a fan on the shore a year ago.
Oh, yeah.
And like you said, out on his party barge, hanging out, just watching boat races and thought, you know what, I'm going to go do that. And a week later, owned a boat, and here he is leading.
Old boy went from Redneck Yacht Club to boat owner to race team owner in a real quick minute.
And listen, yes, I realize there's only 3 boats out there, and you're saying, yeah, what's the big deal? He's only got to beat 2 guys. Yeah, but he's beaten 2 of the best in the business in boat floater and North Myrtle Beach. These guys are no joke.
Oh, they're champions.
They are no joke.
These guys are always competitive and always at the top of their game.
And at the season opener in at St. Pete, that Louisiana boat had all kinds of mechanical problems. Remember?
Oh yes, no, it did. They fought through those,
and it was North Myrtle Beach that got the win with boat floater finishing second.
Okay. Hey, so I did. You know what, my guys send me. I got a couple bits of information. So that is a 29 Lily Extreme. It's got Scorpion power in the Louisiana boat. That's what it is. Our data that we have here was a little bit off. So I appreciate Frank and Pete and these guys helping me out here. Yeah, so I've got, like I said, some of the racers and stuff that are texting me. I just got 2 messages from 2 Mod V guys. So, and I know those guys, it's got to kill them that they don't have their boats ready to go yet. But like I said, this class is getting bigger.
All right, so we're watching Mod V here, but we got factory stock coming up, don't we, Tristan?
Yeah, I'm down here at the dock with one of our factory stock racing teams, Team Wiley Racing, and they're about to head out. Their pace boats waving them on. The guys are in the cockpit. They're getting ready to get out there on the water. This is going to be a great race. The lake's beautiful. Factory stock is such an awesome class to watch. Mod V's wrapping up. I can't wait to see what this race brings us.
Yeah, those Lake Wiley Racing boys, they're from my neck of the woods now. That's up there in Charlotte. North Carolina, South Carolina, that lake dips into both. We're seeing the factory stock guys out here soon. But we're going to see in Mod V if North Myrtle Beach can run down Kluwat Cartel. So the last lap of 3:47.056 for Kluwat. 3:44.9 for North Myrtle Beach. So they're running about the same lap time right now. Now we got to see who goes short and who's stuck long, if anybody has a card to play there.
Yeah, I'm not sure where they're at on that. We're as things move forward too, we're going to work through that on some of this telemetry type stuff, so we can be able to keep everybody in the loop, or they'll be able to figure that out on their own, so everybody can stay in tune with this short lap situation.
Yeah, we just don't know. We have no way in timing and scoring or visually to see it. All we have is to wait.
If I can see them going into the commitment buoy area, I can tell you where they're at. But if we miss that part on the camera angles, then
we're stuck.
We're a little bit blind there.
Well, we've only got a couple of laps to go, so if you got that card, you better play it.
Yep, looks like we're on lap 9 of 10 right now.
And I bet you Dustin and Owen are hearing every rattle in that boat, whether it's really there or not.
I'll tell you what, though, that's a Lily. Those boats are built pretty solid.
No,
so.
but you know what I'm saying. It's in your head. It's not necessarily in the boat. It's just in your head. What was that?
There's a little Towboat USA shot we had out there. Thanks to those guys for helping us out here and keeping everybody where they need to be if they have an issue.
Yeah, we had to use them a little bit yesterday, didn't we?
Yeah.
There's North Myrtle Beach.
Is the hatch open a little bit on that boat? It looked like the hatch might be shaking. I don't know if that's affecting them or if I've just seen a funny camera angle, but I don't know what I was seeing there. Maybe
Kluwat just ran a 3:44.579, so they picked the pace up a little bit.
Yeah.
Their quickest lap when they ran the shorter lap was a 3:22. North Myrtle Beach ran a 3:44.9 on their last lap. There they are. There's a look at North Myrtle Beach. See if we can see anything with that hatch.
Yeah, well, I can't get close enough, but I don't believe that the step from the canopy to that's normal. So I don't know what's going on there. I can't see it, but it looked like it was bouncing, but I'm not sure where we're seeing. We'll hopefully get by the camera here real soon.
Okay.
Yeah, so there's I think there's an issue here with the engine hatch or something going on. So
it's propped up.
Yeah, and I hope nothing comes apart there, but that's got to be acting like a parachute. These boats are pretty aerodynamic.
There's a lot of drag there.
But that's got to be really, really affecting those guys. I'm not sure if they lost a pin or some type of hatch pin or something.
And they might not know what's going on. They're just feeling it.
Yeah,
seeing the RPMs dropping a little bit.
Yeah, feel that drag. Or if they've got somebody in a headset, they might be saying, "Hey, don't."
Just so you know,
be careful. The last thing they want to see is that thing come, flip backwards and tear some equipment up. That's unfortunate to have that happen.
I couldn't see that at first, but you're right. You picked that up. That's definitely up.
As rough as it gets, I mean, a pin. We keep talking about a $20 hose or some kind of little situation that really can take you out of the race or make or break your day.
So we are on the last lap here for Mod V.
Oh boy, we're going to see Dustin and Owen heading under the causeway. Oh man,
All
those guys in the pits. I hope we've got those guys on camera somewhere over there because they've got to be just turned up.
So he owns the Blind River Bar and Canal Bank Club, and that might be where he's headed. We'll see. Dustin Kluwat,
didn't
the owner?
Yeah,
and driver.
He said all of his buddies after the last race were, because, our information, we didn't have all that. We knew he owned a bar, and so one of us said something about him being a chef, and he said all of his buddies are calling him the chef now or something. Because we said that.
Everybody wants him to cook.
He's like, I don't know what that's doing. He's like, we'll cook at the pits, but he's like, I'm no chef. That was some funny stuff.
He might be a race winner here in a moment.
Oh, man. The cat's off to these guys. Newer team. They've coming off the first race of the series with some struggles. They are back for business. And I'm telling you, these guys are going to be in it all season long. They might be a force to contend with.
He started in the category in bracket 7 racing, 700s.
Yeah, he bought a 700 boat, so let's go give it a go.
Quickly stepped up to the Mod V here, and
we interviewed him at a South Florida race, late last year, and Destiny did a little some social media stuff with him, and they were out messing around doing fun stuff, and they were challenging him to a foot race. Well, after he smoked Little Destiny, he told he was like a track champion, or used to run track or something. So I told Destiny, you got the wrong card on that deal.
Well, and the funny story about that, he went a little deeper talking about his track history as a runner last night. He was talking about his dad, and he said his dad used to tell him, hey, if you can't win, fall down.
Yeah, if you can't win to make it look good, you have a reason to lose.
Well, guess what? He's not falling down here today.
No, sir.
He's taking the win, Dad, and taking it in front of the entire family and all of his friends and doing Louisiana proud here today in the Big Easy.
Man, everybody in this state has to be going crazy right now. Look at these guys. I can't wait to see them take that checkered. First race at home, new class. These guys have got to be pumped about how their season's getting going.
So the checkered flag is waved, and Dustin Kluwat is a winner, and the Kluwat cartel, and they're going back to grab that checkered flag.
We got the Hannah's finish in their race in second place. We had an unfortunate, some type of mechanical for the Scout Free Racing, the Killdalls and boat floater. But you got to give hats off to those guys too, because they are always in the mix. They're always up front. So tough showing here for those guys this weekend. But man, those guys are going to be in Cocoa with some ground to gain.
And I'll tell you what, for North Myrtle Beach RV Resort, that's a win and a second in the first 2 rounds of racing.
Yeah, that's definitely be good for points.
Even with the engine hood problem, I mean, that's really strong performance in the points.
It'll be interesting as these other Mod Vs show up later this year, how that's going to shake the points up for these 3 teams who have made the first 3 races so far. So look at these guys. Oh, man. I bet you every crawfish in the bayou right now is
better be scared.
Is threatened right now because
better be scared.
He's going to boil them all. We got relief windows on the back of that boat too.
Met that sponsor there last night, right?
Yep.
The guys in the Bengal cranes who are working all of our cranes for us here.
Oh man.
Well, is he heading towards? He was turned right towards the Caldwell there for a minute.
I better not go out of bounds. I want to keep my flag. I'm going back to the trailer.
Last thing he needs is a penalty now, right?
Oh man.
Well, Tristan, get ready because you're going to have one wild interview coming. That is for sure. I'll tell you what, buddy. I'm not sure where he's going right now. Oh. And if you thought that was good, factory stock is coming up next, and that should be every bit as interesting, right?
Oh, man. Well, I'll tell you what, those guys qualified Friday, and I think there was 2 boats out of the whole field of entries that didn't break something. And one of them was our buddies with Lake Wiley, and all they did was take an idle around for qualifying.
See them when we come back.
Look at Amy, working hard now so that future Amy can buy her very own boat.
Wait, sorry, the boat's great, but am I wearing culottes?
Oh, you love your culottes.
It's lemonade o'clock. What did I just say? Cheers o'clock. Ew.
Here's to protecting your boat and RV 24/7 as part of your home and auto bundle.
So I, like, hang out with my insurance guy?
Oh, yeah. You two have a podcast and everything.
Awesome.
I think I'm just so passionate and so motivated back to where I belong, and that's on top.
He's going to destroy those people that doubt him.
When it counts, I'll make it happen. Let's go. Come on. It's your time to show that I got that dog here, right? Hey, dig and win! The 2025 Monster Energy AMA Supercross US #1 plate.
Retribution! Oh yeah, we want retribution! Oh yeah, we want retribution! Yeah, we ran out of patience. Boil up with a cold hard hatred. I can feel the vibration. Beat in the streets, it's a new sensation. I wanna break faces on the pavement. I wanna make greatness look complacent. Adrenaline away.
Well, look at this. The party is beginning. Cool Wad is out of the boat. And look at the smile on Dustin's face right there as he's shaking everybody's hands and giving out plenty of hugs to family and friends.
Oh my gosh, look at those guys. I'm so pumped for them, dude. First win, first skid showing. Dude, look at this. This is awesome.
There's Tristan right there. All right, Tristan, go ahead. Take it away.
What did he do?
Owen, get over here. Hey, guys. I'm down here with Dustin and Owen, our Clout Cartel, Louisiana boys. Dustin, what happened out there? Tell me.
Bro, I mean, look, Owen's my head coach out there, and Owen told me what to do, baby, and I just, for the first time in my life, followed instructions, and we ain't brought on the checkered flag, so.
It paid off. Owen, your first time racing Mod V, what was it like? You brought home the checkers. Tell me what you're feeling.
It was definitely an awesome feeling. I mean, Dustin worked his ass off on the wheels, so, I mean, I'm so happy that we can bring it home here in Louisiana. I mean, the Louisiana team, we're so hype. Can't say anything
We got to talk about the elephant in the room. Dustin, what happened?
We got real excited, went to grab the flag, and the hatch closed on me. So it hit me in the head. So we're good, though.
Hey, first time with the checkered flag. You got some learning to do, but you guys look good.
Thank y'all. Louisiana ain't ready for tonight. We're going to party in the pits.
Congratulations, guys. Enjoy.
Oh, that
Back
is
to you
absolutely outstanding. Of course he did. Knowing Dustin the way we do,
Oh, my.
of course he got that excited and cut his head open. Unbelievable.
Oh, there you go.
And he's right in the lake with his son.
He's getting the blood washed off.
Yeah,
He'll be all right.
there you go. There's a party celebration.
Oh, man.
That's a moment those two will never, ever forget, right?
Well, it looks like we got our pace boat getting our factory stock 500 class lined up. I want to throw a little shout out to my buddy Greg Bent with Bent Marine. They supplied the Nortex for our pace boats this week. I met him years ago when I sold boats. I went down, and that was actually last time I was in New Orleans. We were down selling boats in the Superdome, and they brought us down out of Missouri to help bring in a little extra reinforcement for some sales that weekend. And those are some great guys. If you're in the local area and you're needing a boat, you need to go check those guys out over at Bent Marine.
Well, it sounds like there's some good guys to know if they have boats like that you can access.
Absolutely. Getting the factory stockers lined up. Justin's probably doing his job. Right now they're getting a sight lap. So that way everybody gets to see, make sure the buoy's in the right place, make sure their GPS on their coordinates and everything marked, and they've got everything ready to go for when that green flag drops.
So we got a half dozen boats in here. Meade Family Racing in the F5, Jackhammer in F42, Lake Wiley Racing in F44, Sayless MF in F21, F66 is 151 Express, and F25 is Good Boy Vodka. Certainly a competitive field here in this bunch.
Oh, man, we saw them in St. Pete 2 weeks ago. I mean, all the hang time. I mean, these guys had a rough qualifier. I'll tell you that because almost everybody broke something in qualifying. I mean, there was engines coming off boats. They broke motor mounts. There was cradles broke. Some teams had some fiberglass issues they had to do some repair work on. But everybody's here, and everybody's ready for the day. So, you know what? You got hats off to those teams and those guys turning the wrench or laying the glass that are getting these guys ready to go for the race today.
Yeah, these, again, are closed canopy catamarans, typically running around 35 to 40 feet in length. They weigh 6,750 pounds, running twin Mercury Racing 500R outboard engines, putting 1,000 horsepower into the water. You see Lake Wiley Racing right there in the 44, Sayless MF to their outside.
So these guys, I thought it was funny. I was making that comment a second ago. Everybody thought they had an issue in qualifying. They went out. All they did was basically plot a line on their GPS. They didn't go out and run it. They knew they were going to start probably on the outside or wherever it was they were going to end up. They didn't care. They just wanted to not break anything before the race today.
Here's a look behind the scenes of Lake Wiley Racing.
Joe Splork, Lake Wiley Racing, and we're in the factory stock.
My name is Garrett Coonrod. I run throttles, and we're at factory stock, number 44. I convinced Joe and his wife to, his wife really said, we're not getting a race boat, and then he had to convince her. When we went up there to look at it and get it, Joe decided to say, let's pull the trigger on it, and you're going to run throttles.
And we've been in powerboats pretty much our whole lives. But being in a seat of a race boat is, of course, much different than being in a powerboat or anything else like that. We weren't nervous at all. When I get my mindset to something, I'm just 1,000%. I've been that way my whole life. We're doing this not only because it's fun, of course. We're doing this to put our names somewhere in this industry, being involved and trying to help it, become what it needs to be, what it should be, what it used to be a long time ago.
I'm going to be honest, you got to be a little bit crazy. I mean, seriously, it takes a lot. And once you get those boats in the air, it's a wild feeling.
We just get in there and just drive the hell out of the thing, Now, with the Keys, I can say this, when we first got there, everybody was kind of looking at us being like, who are these guys, this and that? And they got a Jamaican flag on the boat, too. What is that all about? Now, it's really cool because they're being more talkative to us. They're recognizing us more, and they'll be like, you guys are doing great,
I wanted to become a fan favorite. And I'm like, man, how do we reach out to the fans without having a sponsor? And I said, Joe, what if we just let people write all over the freaking boat?
We respect everyone that's got to this point right now. But when the competitive nature, flows through your veins, all that is like out the window.
I have no doubt we're going to be a strong competitor.
I just hope nobody thinks what we're accomplishing right now is just dumb luck or a fluke, because it's not.
We're going to push it hard.
Just as hard as we did in St. Pete.
We want to be friends with everybody, but we're not scared of anybody. We're here to win.
And it doesn't matter who's in the next boat. If it's somebody that's been doing it for 20, 30 years, that's fine, But, bring me your best, because we're going to bring our best.
You know who we are now, and we're coming for first.
Well, that they are, Lake Wiley Racing.
You know, they are definitely a fan favorite because everybody gets to, on the pit party, they get to go sign the boat. They clean it off before the next race, and then they let all the fans sign the boat. So they say, hey, we're here for the fans, and we are sponsored by our fans. So it's pretty cool to be able to go put your signature right there on the side of that Lake Wiley machine.
Yeah, I love it. Joe Spaloric, Garrett Coonrod, Clover, South Carolina. Let's take a look at that course map. And as part of the course map, we have the Monster Mile where these guys really get to leg it out, Shane, and show what their boats can do. You can see that on the backside of the racetrack.
So right in here is where those commitment buoys where they have to decide if they're going to go left or right. Once they decide that, they're going to converge back on that backstretch. That's the long race section going into that kind of turn 1 and turn 2. Turn 2 down there yesterday as we just completed up. That's what we called the old Pontchartrain Punisher. So we'll see if that's the Punisher today or if the wind shifted our corner verbiage to a new area. So yeah. I think that turn 1 off the backstretch is going to get tricky actually today with the wind shift.
Looks like the big Nortec pulling into the inside. We should be close to racing time.
Those guys just got to see their sight lap. Get all their points plot on their GPS, get ready, and Justin, he'll bring them all off plane as you saw. He'll get them lined up where he wants them, make sure everybody's in order, and he'll bring them back on plane. So
beautiful group of sailboats off in the distance there.
Yeah.
Our boys and gals are going to be going a little bit quicker than those folks today.
Yep. That looks like a lot of work to me. I'd much rather be in a powerboat, but
hammer
hats
it down
off
and
those
let it run.
So it looks like we've got the Meade family racing on the pole. Jackhammer sitting second after qualifying. Lake Wiley in third. Sayless MF sitting in fourth. We've got the 151 Express machine sitting in the fifth lane for today's show.
And Good Boy Vodka.
Right now, everybody's probably having their last-minute game plans, trying to figure out when they're going to take these short laps. They cannot take their short lap option on lap number 1. They have to complete one full lap before they can opt into their 2 short lap options. Much like Mod V, to our fans at home that saw this earlier, they have 2 short lap options throughout the course of this event.
And at the season opener in St. Petersburg, Florida, it was Jackhammer that took the win. Lake Wiley Racing was second. And Sayless MF took third.
Yeah, those guys and that's how they finished in points going into this race. But as you can see from the qualifying order, it could be different. At the race in St. Pete, the 151 Express machine, they had a great start and then had a mechanical issue. So it was unfortunate for them to have their season opener that way. But I'll tell you what, those guys are they're here to compete, and you better watch those guys. There's some experience in that boat.
While we wait for this one to get underway, we are headed to Cocoa Beach, Florida, coming up May 15th through the 17th. That's the next stop for our IHRA Offshore Powerboat Championship Series. What can we expect out of racing on the Atlantic side of the state of Florida as opposed to the Gulf where we were in St. Pete?
Man, I think you're going to see some water temperature differences. I know
that's
that
for
probably for sure. You're going to see some real beach conditions. The beaches there are beautiful, and people love. That's a fan favorite. Everybody has a great seat at that house. So it looks like
here we
got the Bent Marine Nortec pulling them, getting them on plane, and getting ready to line them up and let them go.
And there is constant communication from that boat to our competitors about, hey, you move up, you drop back, get everybody in line as close as we can. They're not just looking out the window. They're being told where they need to be.
So Justin Martin, he's the one that's in there that's calling the races. So he will get them lined up where he wants them. Like right now he's probably telling, a couple of guys, hey, get pulled up, or hey, if you're up front, push back.
When you see that yellow flag come down, the green flag is coming up, and they're hammering the throttles.
Yep, so those guys stay about, 100 foot, I think is what the rule is, behind the transom of the pace boat. And that way, once he gets them lined up, there's no particular point. He'll just let them go when he's ready.
Said you can see how much bigger these boats are compared to the Mod V boats that we just saw. There's that green, and we're racing. Headed off to the first corner, and that's Jackhammer in the orange on the outside. That's Meade. There's Jackhammer.
Yeah, those guys had they had a broken cradle and maybe a motor mount they had to switch out the other night. So I'm fortunate or happy to see them back in the fight today.
The winners from St. Petersburg, Florida, out front here.
Yeah, you've got Reese Langheim. He's the owner of the boat, and he also drives, and he's got an awesome throttle man, Julian Maldonado, that's in that boat with him.
Jack Hammer headed over to the causeway. That's Meade Family Racing in second. Is that Lake Wiley running in third in the white there?
In third, yes, right now. Like I said, that's the first corner, so we've got a lot of things can change here real quick.
You can see how these bigger boats handle that water smoother than the smaller Mod V's did.
Well, this is a lot quieter conditions than what they qualified in.
Yeah.
So, I don't know if they've changed some props after they got to look at the water today or what. Well, there's the 151 machine.
Swinging around the outside.
I told you guys on the start before,
Express.
those guys are taking it wide and taking it fast.
They got a lot of ground to make up on the outside, but they can carry. Look at it picking up the front of that thing. Woo!
Did you see
Was that Lake Wiley Racing?
Yeah, them boys, they were here to hang it out. That's what they just said, and they did it.
Man.
Hey, we got 151 charging here.
Yes, sir. 151 Express.
Oh, look at Chad and Rusty. Look at him dropping the hammer on him. This is wild.
There they go. That's Say-Less MF right there, moving up.
So it looks like everybody's starting to go through our start-finish line. Looks like we got Jackhammer up front, followed by 151 Express and sitting in second after that start with Meade Family Racing pulling up third.
Watching Jackhammer right here, hammered down. And there's 151 Express.
Man, look at those boys carrying the nose. You've got some great experience, like I said, in that boat.
2025 APBA UIM National and World Champions in factory stock. 2022 APBA UIM World Championship winners in Mod V.
Yep, you've got Ian driving that boat, and you got Nick and Precia on the throttles. And those guys also run some other boats in different categories. So, very, very experienced team right there. These guys are close.
Here's Jackhammer with Lake Wiley right on the outside.
Oh, man. You know what? I'm sure they don't want to take another Pontchartrain Punisher ride like they just about took down there. I can't wait to take a look at that again later.
They talked about showing up in
man.
Key West last year where they finished fourth in every race they ran as a rookie. And then on the podium in second place in St. Pete. And look at Jackhammer pulling right up alongside. It's a battle of will right there.
Oh, my gosh. This replay from 2 weeks ago. I mean, these guys duked it out. Somebody's going to come out bloody just like Dustin Kluwat was at Modby.
And look at the run they've got to the buoy here.
Wow.
And look at Lake Wiley swinging out wide. Going to try to carry as much speed through there as they can. They're not afraid.
Nope. As our buddy Mikey said, we don't have many sheep on the bay today, right?
No,
Ross?
sir. Jackhammer tucked tighter on the buoy on the inside. And here comes 151 Express, Meade Family Racing, Say-Less MF. Good Boy Vodka not making the call, by the way. They didn't make the start.
Yeah, I don't think they were able to get the boat fixed after they broke it in qualifying the other day.
Jackhammer high, wide, and handsome up on the outside out there.
Man,
look at them go.
Those guys like that speed. They like to take that sweeper. Hopefully as they come through the old Pontchartrain Punisher, they don't get a little sideways in the air like they did before.
Let's keep an eye on it. Let's see what happens. They're out there. They're giving it all they've got.
I tell Garrett to just trim her down just a bit, bud, as we slide her around there. Look at that, guys.
Here it goes. No, and over. Lake Wiley Racing, they went a little too far in the Punisher, and Lake Pontchartrain just bit hard.
One of these things, these guys are in, when they train for stuff like this, when they go through different training.
This is why you do the dunk. And this is also, you can see them already in action. Here comes our Progressive Rescue Squad immediately in action as the red flag is out. Jackhammer and the rest of the field will bring their boats to a halt. We will quickly get to them with our safety crew.
The safety team will be on that, but these guys train for that. That's one of the reasons why we are super important with our dunker training, to make sure these guys are calm in these crazy situations and they can get out of the boat safely.
They have air systems that they're utilizing right now, obviously with the canopy upside down. There's air brought to them so they can breathe. The divers,
look at
they're
these
out.
guys.
They're out.
That is an unfortunate day, but they crawled through the bottom. They went through the escape hatch as planned. They look disappointed, but safe and happy. So, that's the key there. When
You see our safety squad flying over with the helicopter.
Yep.
Divers right there. Look at all this progressive safety crews all around, ready to help any way and every way they can.
Yep, these guys got out of the boat, weren't in the water. That's best case scenario on a real bad day.
Able to actually sit down on the edge of the boat and count their blessings.
Yep.
You can see the hatch open on the bottom of the boat.
Yep.
Inside the catamaran there.
They're going to have to get our tow team over there, and they'll probably flip that boat over and drag it back to the crane and put it back on the trailer. They'll have some engine situation to probably deal with. I'm not sure if there's any glass damage or if that's just wrap or what I'm seeing there on the sponson, but I'm seeing thumbs up. I'm happy to see those guys. Those guys are great. They're a fun time.
They sure are.
And I'm so happy that for them and their family, they're good to go. That's an unfortunate way to start their day, but man,
they were doing exactly what they said.
They said they were going all in.
We're coming. We're hammering it. We're going for the win. We want everybody to know we've been here. And boy, the pit area knows these guys are for real.
Well, it looks like they broke
the Factory 500.
They broke some kind of like a motor mount. As you can see from the impact, they've got some mechanical carnage back there, but they're going to have to go through those engines and check everything with a fine-tooth comb before they get ready for Cocoa Beach. But I guarantee you these boys are going to be there.
Obviously, we can't see the top side of the hull, but the bottom side looks okay.
See how high that boat's floating in the water? Yeah. I mean, that just tells you, the manufacturing capabilities. That's a Doug Wright powerboat. The canopies are strong. It did what it did.
Watch this. Oof. You can see no different really at the start of it than what it was on the lap before that when the boat started to rise up, but they were able to just catch it and bring it back down.
You can see the motor come loose, and I don't know if he got off the throttle or what was going on, if that motor braking it just went ahead and sent it or what happened there. It'll be interesting to talk to Garrett and see what he felt like after the event today.
Very scary moment, but as you said, boy, the boat manufacturer did their job. A great, well-built boat. That's a Doug Wright boat. Yep. And it did exactly what it's supposed to do when it comes to the safety for the racers.
And I'm happy those guys popped out quickly. I mean, the safety team's right there on it. They want to make sure that if they're needed, they're in the water if they got to be. But
now remember, when that boat gets upside down and it's sitting in the water upside down, you're upside down in the seat, belted in.
Yeah.
So, yes, the escape hatch is right there, but as soon as you unlock out of those belts, it gets a little crazy.
And it gets dark, too. The windows aren't real big in a canopy of a boat like that, but things get dark pretty quick when it's upside down. So, there's a light hole in the bottom of the portal or the bottom of the hatch. So that way, if they are upside down, they can kind of orient themselves. If
you get a little sunlight.
Yeah, so they know kind of go to the light.
Unfortunately, we have a bright day here today, so that probably helped somewhat, too. But good to see Joe and Garrett out of Lake Wiley Racing. An unfortunate incident here at the beginning of our Factory 500 race. We will be right back for more from Lake Pontchartrain.
Intensity doesn't ask for permission. In the fit, it's presence. On the turf, it's power. In the gym, that's discipline. In the shadows, under pressure, off the clock. There's no on or off. It's just who I am.
It's that no holding back feeling.
That it doesn't get any better feeling.
That winning the weekend feeling.
No matter what feeling you're chasing on the water, nothing
feels like a Yamaha.
The IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series is making a debut at Capital City Motorsports Park in Montgomery, Alabama, May 7th through 9th. Don't miss Top Fuel, Alcohol, Mountain Motor Pro Stock, Pro Mod, and much more outlaw drag racing all weekend with fun for the whole family. Get tickets now at IHRA.com.
Look at Amy, working hard now so that future Amy can buy her very own boat.
Wait, sorry, the boat's great, but am I wearing culottes?
Oh, you love your culottes.
It's lemonade o'clock. What did I just say? Cheers o'clock. Ew.
Here's to protecting your boat and RV 24/7 as part of your home and auto bundle.
So I, like, hang out with my insurance guy?
Oh, yeah. You two have a podcast and everything.
Awesome.
Oh, yeah, it sure is.
Welcome back to Lake Pontchartrain in New Orleans. We are in the middle of factory stock action, and action is what we just had as the Lake Wiley team took a wild ride, but thankfully they just popped through the bottom hatch and are okay. They're on the safety boat. Right now you're seeing the towboat get that boat flipped over so they can get it back to the crane for them. And while they're working on that, we're going to go over to the PWC side, and we're going to go back to a little water sport action here real shortly. All right, guys, what we're looking at here is it looks like as they come around, they were really, really on the back of the sponsons there. I don't know if the wind caught it just right over there in the Pontchartrain Punisher, but that thing went on over, and looks like they didn't lift quite quick enough. But they are out to live the tail, and will be able to get their own play-by-play replay after they change their shorts, after we talk to them a little bit later this afternoon. Yep, they're towing her back to the pits right now, but
folks
we got to thank
Towboat USA helping us out there. Yeah. So it's, it's an entire organization between our progressive safety crew, the Towboat USA folks, our crane guys. There's a lot involved in now that the driver and throttle man are out. Now we got to get the boat out of the water, and there's a lot involved in that process, Shane.
Yeah, so they'll get it flipped back over. They'll put it back on the crane, get it back on the trailer, and just really kind of evaluate the damage as far as what they have to deal with and what they've got to work with. Fortunately for them, they've got a few extra weeks between races now, and knowing these guys and the parts they broke and took second place out of St. Pete, they're going to come back with a vengeance, and they're going to come back strong in Cocoa. So I think they'll be able to get that fixed. It doesn't look like there's a lot of glass work to be done, but they're going to have some mechanical parts to fix. Luckily, I think they've got the backlog and some inventory back at the shop.
They're going to need it. Well, while they do that, obviously we can't do anything with our IHRA Offshore Powerboat Championship. We got to make sure we get the Lake Wiley boat off the course and back on its trailer, headed back up to South Carolina. So while they're doing that, they're going to change the schedule around a little bit, and we're going to go back to some pro watercraft racing. So there's going to be some activity going on over there in a minute or two, once those racers have now suddenly, Michael Young, been called up and said, hey, time to go racing. Grab your helmet. Let's go.
Let's go. Put me in, Coach.
Yeah, they've got to quickly get ready to go and zipped up and ready to go racing.
Yeah, well, we were scheduled for 11:30 anyway, so it's not that bad. They just moved it up just a couple minutes, and I know that they're over in the personal watercraft racing pits right now handling that. So we should be underway with racing. We're coming back with our ski GP class.
Well, one thing, Michael, your IHRA Pro watercraft racers don't have to do is the dunk test. Now, my good buddy Shane over here keeps saying he's going to do the dunk test before when we get to Cocoa Beach so he can go do
my plan
laps.
was to get in the SET and do the dunker training this weekend, but of course, other duties called with setup and things, so I wasn't able to do it. But the plan is to do it in Cocoa, and that way maybe we can go out on and make a little practice lap, and that way you guys at home can watch me in the boat going out for a little practice lap and see what it's like inside the cockpit.
So here's what it will be like when Shane gets the dunk test.
This is David Harshfield. We're at the Aquatic Center here in St. Petersburg, Florida, doing the capsule training for the race teams at the St. Petersburg IHRA Offshore event.
This is super crucial to the racing. If they don't pass, they're not racing. Everyone has to go through the dunker. With 70 boats out there on the race course and the prize being so enticing, I think the guys are going to push their limits a lot. There's inherent dangers to this. This is a completely different animal. My name is Todd Graham. I am the lead diver. I've been doing this for 16 years. So everyone's pretty seasoned as far as goes into all the guys are pros.
We basically run race teams through a simulation of their boat getting into an accident, and we teach them a brace acronym on how to escape comfortably. So they have a plan. We let them escape on their own. We have 3 or 4 divers inside and on top helping them through the process. 1 minute you're racing, probably doing anywhere from 100 to 150 miles an hour, and you catch some wind and the boat's overturned. These guys have seconds to react.
The shock and awe of being flipped upside down, getting disoriented, and have to realize what they need to do, which is release their harnesses. Stay calm, get a regulator in their mouth, and then swim out the bottom.
Usually the first race of the year is the most important because that's when they all get certified, and then periodically throughout the year we'll do it again just as a refresher because this escape training is critical.
We have a 15-man team as far as the rescue on this particular incident.
I'm Fabrizio and Fabio, coming from Italy, joining the rescue team. We have a very long specific experience. We have the most complete experience in all the championship, all the different typology of boats. There is some possibility to improve or some suggestion. This is the reason why we are here.
We have almost an instant reaction time, and then the response time is only seconds after that. We have boats stationed around the course and an aircraft with divers in each boat and in the aircraft to deploy if there's an accident.
I think it just builds confidence in the racers just to get them through the scenario, because first time when you flip around upside down, everything gets kind of disoriented. If it doesn't happen right away, you start to get that panic mode, and that's where we go down and we make sure we get them out.
As you can see, the training went well and as planned for our folks in the Lake Wiley racing boat. They're out and okay, and now standing by on the shore with Tristan.
Hey, I'm down here with the Lake Wiley racing team. I'm sure you guys all saw what happened out there, but I'm going to let them tell us what happened.
Well, what happened, the boat decided to turn into an airplane and a kite at the same time. We felt to come up on the first lap, and definitely on that second lap, a little bit of crosswind got us. And we were running good. We were running strong, and I think we definitely could have placed, if not first, for sure. Our crew did a great job. They set up the boat perfectly. It happens. So we're new at this, but, we got our first flip out of the way, I would say, hopefully for the season and for the rest of our career, and it was perfectly fine. We felt us going up in the air, and then we knew at that point, just hang on, and we're perfectly fine. Nothing's wrong with us,
We'll get everything back together. We'll be ready for the next race.
The impact wasn't bad at all, so it was great. Yeah.
Garrett, you were saying you're going to be ready for the next race. Tell me what that looks like for you guys.
Looks like a lot of work for us and the crew and a lot of long nights. But, they did this last time at St. Pete. Not quite this bad, but we're ready to work, and we really want to make this whole season. So we're going to come, collect our points, and have back at it.
We'll definitely be a Coco. Yeah.
Well, above all, you guys are safe. You're not hurt. The boat can be fixed. You guys have your spirits up. Take a deep breath, and we'll see you guys in Cocoa Beach.
Sounds good.
Thank you.
That adrenaline level is coming down a bit there, Shane, and they're reliving it. They're going to be doing that for a while. And you can do all the training, but until you actually experience it, you don't necessarily know what's coming, right? And once you've lived through it, then you go, take a deep breath and go, okay, I got it. The training worked. The boat did what it's supposed to do. Everything, I understand it now. I can go again.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's something you can't simulate as far as the actual ride itself.
There's a look at some damage there.
Yeah, we got a little bit of glass carnage, but it doesn't. That's not terrible. That's one of the reasons right there was probably why they're dragging it in upside down. If I had to guess, is because they don't want to put water inside the boat if they don't have to.
And you can see some of the signatures from the fans on the sides there too.
All those fans are a little bummed that their favorite boat is floating upside down right now. But you know what? Those guys, just like they said, they're going to be in Cocoa. I promise you will see that boat back and better than ever. So.
And how about a credit to our guys at Towboat USA for bringing the boat in the right way so they don't add to the damage that's already there.
Yes, definitely. I mean, that was probably I'm guessing the decision why they didn't flip it is because they didn't want to put water inside the boat unnecessarily. So hats off to those guys for making that call and getting everybody back safe, getting the boat back safe and back on the trailer for that team.
Okay, we were just told, too, that we are not going to be going to Pro Watercraft. We're going to be resuming Factory 500 here in a few minutes, but we're going to take one more break to take care of some more business here on Speed Sport 1. But when we come back, we'll be back to racing with Factory 500.
The first exciting leg of the 2026 IHRA Triple Crown starts at Maple Grove Raceway May 21st to the 23rd. This unique three-race drag race featuring Top Fuel, Funny Cars, Pro Mods, Mountain Motor Pro Stocks, and Nitro Harleys, offering over $1 million in bonuses for sweeping all three events. The pressure will be on. The teams will be gunning for the million, and IHRA will be ready. Will you? Get tickets now at IHRA.com.
Retribution! Oh yeah, we want retribution! Oh yeah, we want retribution! Yeah, we ran out of patience. Boil up with a cold hard hatred. I can feel the vibration. Beat in the streets, it's a new sensation. I wanna break faces on the pavement. I wanna make greatness look complacent. Adrenaline away.
I think I'm just so passionate and so motivated back to where I belong, and that's on top.
People that doubt
him. When it counts, I'll make it happen. Let's go. Come on. This is the time to show that I got that dog here, right?
Hey, dig and win! The 2025 Monster Energy AMA Supercross Series US #1 plate.
Back here at the New Orleans Powerboat Grand Prix, brought to you by Monster Energy, Unleash the Beast. Progressive Fast Boat Smart Coverage, Progressive Insurance. Harvey Gulf International Marine. and Jefferson Parish. Brought to you by Councilman Hans Liljeberg, Jefferson Parish Council, District 5, and Jefferson Parish. So we are here in Lake Pontchartrain in New Orleans, Louisiana, having a great weekend here in the Big Easy, and we are getting ready to resume the Factory 500 race here shortly. It's taking a little bit too long to get our pro watercraft racers ready to go. It's a little unfair for them to just have to suddenly jump back on their boats and get ready to go, so we want to make sure we give them plenty of time to properly prepare. So our Factory 500 racers will be headed back out and ready to go here shortly. And we got even bigger boats coming up after that, as we'll have the Supercats and Pro Class 1 boats out racing here as well today. Well, we were a little concerned, Shane, about the Pontchartrain Punisher and what it would do here today.
Man,
it reached up and bit him.
I hate the fact that it claimed a victim at all, especially this early in the day.
Oh, yeah.
Because we've got a lot of fast catamaran racing left on today's docket, and the wind is supposed to pick up as the day goes. So, not being a meteorologist, but who knows what is left for the rest of the day here.
A wild, wild moment for sure. We're going to take you back and let you experience how the day went yesterday, as we got a lot of great racing in here on Lake Pontchartrain. Well, it was a great day of racing yesterday. We've had great racing already today. Some wild, wild moments, whether it was in the pro watercraft or with our offshore powerboats. And Shane, as you mentioned, we got some really big cat racing coming up.
Yeah, right now we'll resume the Factory 500 factory stock race here shortly. We've got Supercat action, we've got Pro Class 1, and we've got a super packed course full of super stocks later this afternoon.
Yeah, it's going to be
those boats
day.
are a little bit lighter weight than the factory stocks, a little bit smaller. Yes, a little bit horsepower, but I'm telling you, as conditions change, everybody's got to be sitting there in the pits right now, scratching their head on what their setup is, or what their thought process or their game plan is going into today.
Yeah, so let's talk about that for a second. If you're sitting in there in one of those big cats, which weigh significantly more than what we're seeing with these Factory 500s,
yep,
and you saw that boat get up in the air, what are you thinking? What are you doing with your prop right now? What are you doing with your setup?
I don't know. They know these conditions are going to change, so they're going to be a little more mindful of how they're running the boat, or it could be an actual mechanical change. Maybe they'll drop a raised motor height. They might do something different to adjust the balance on that boat with what they're seeing right now. I know I'd probably bring an extra pair of shorts with me. That's what I'd be bringing.
You might need them.
That's the last thing I want to do is crawl out of the bottom of a boat needing a new pair. So.
Well, what's interesting is I turn around and look behind us here out on Lake Pontchartrain. The wind seems a little bit less right now than when we were racing the Factory 500s a moment ago. You can see the water looks calmer.
It's definitely gusting, right?
Yeah.
You know, so there's definitely.
But that's what can happen if you don't get it right.
Exactly. You know, those guys, they're hanging out there. They were sitting in second. They didn't want to be second again next to Jackhammer like they were 2 weeks ago in Grand Prix. And, you know, Garrett and Joe, awesome dudes. And those guys those guys were wanting to go to the front bad, and you could tell it.
Well, again, you know, we can't emphasize enough how well built these boats are. That's a Doug White boat.
Doug White, yep.
And just spectacular how it handled the impact.
Yep. Yeah, that boat held up really well. I mean, right now we've got other manufacturers. We've got Valor there, which is a jackhammer. You've got MTI, which is the 151 Express and Say Less in the boat. Or sitting out here, we're watching now. You can see the lines are a little bit different, but you've got a lot of good manufacturers represented here that build a solid boat.
And credit to the IHRA, the International Hot Rod Association, for what they've required of the racers in safety equipment and the training they force everybody to go through. And on top of that, what they expect out of our progressive safety team.
Yeah.
What they had to go through, the requirements they had to have to be a part as individuals, to be a part of our progressive safety team.
Yeah, I can't even really tell you all the different certifications and things that those guys have to do and the amount of experience those guys have to, you know, to put that yellow shirt on, you know, to be part of our progressive safety team and represent us in that fashion. Those guys are top notch.
I promise you right now that the guys inside of Lake Wiley Racing, Joe and Garrett, are very, very happy with everything those progressive safety crew members have to go through.
Yeah.
Because when they needed them most, they were prepared and acted and did exactly what they're trained to do. And the Doug Wright boat did what it's supposed to do. And they're going to go racing again in a month at Cocoa Beach. And we're going racing right now. And Jackhammer going right back to the lead in front of Mead Family Racing.
Yeah, that was a heck of a hole shot there.
Look at Mead Family Racing come back.
Johnny's laying the throttles on the wood,
sure
isn't he?
is.
Yeah, they've got a good line right there.
It's, of course, John Tomlinson inside that boat working the throttles.
Yep.
And every throttle man you talk to in the business says, man, I hope someday I can be like JT. I mean, every throttle man will tell you that.
I'll tell you what, these guys are all pretty humble, but they all have their buddy favorites, too, that are like, man, you know, these guys are all good. That just shows the level of respect for one another within the ranks.
He's got the touch, doesn't he?
I can't tell if Jackhammer's getting washed or if he's just on the other side of that wash.
Yeah.
But, man, he is trailing right there. We got the 151 Express. We got
on
Ian.
The outside. Here they come. Now, that was a tricky spot to be when we were racing moments ago for Lake Wiley. They were out in that part of the water coming into this section here, the Pontchartrain Punisher, and it bit.
Yep. So see how these guys are running a little more nose down going into that corner now? I think that they're probably sitting there
they saw
in
what
the
happened.
boat, saw what happened and said, you know what, maybe that's not the corner to go push in.
Yeah, you can see JT doing the same thing right on the far inside in the Mead Family Racing boat. He kept that nose down.
These guys are lined up. I mean, we're so close. I mean, look at this angle.
Boy, that is deck-to-deck racing right there in Factory 500 and 151 Express. Inching away.
Oh, my gosh. These guys got the right props at least to come out of the hole. Look at this, guys. We're not even a boat length apart. The separation is close.
And
all
that
three
Mead
of them are in the
family boat
minute.
On the far inside, Shane, it is right there ready to go. JT just waiting to give it every little bit. He's right there. He's giving it a lot, but you know he's saving himself just a hair for when they need it.
Well, George's got to be pretty happy right now with the 151 Express machine, but Ian's on the wheel. We've got Nick Impresci on the throttles, and he is hammered down. And keep in mind, guys, this class has two short lap options that they can take throughout this course to try to get a little jump or reposition themselves on the race course.
Man, and when do you do that based on what we saw with Mod V, right?
Man, I don't know. Like, if the racing's this close, I bet you're going to see everybody want to go inside or take that short lap on the next round. Man, they're stretching it out. They got a really good run off the corner.
151 Express out front, pulling away. Look at them. 4 abreast. Coming straight at you down the line straightaway here.
Yeah, these guys aren't even falling in line. They don't even want to get out of their own lane. They love where they're at. They want to be able to take a run, stay in some cleaner water as they're running pin to pin. Yeah, look at the 151 Express machine. Those guys are running up front. They've got a pretty good aggressive angle of attack, it looks like, when you're watching them run down that long straightaway.
Headed over now in front of the causeway. You can see the gap that they've opened up.
Yeah, between that corner and the next one, which is our Pontchartrain Punisher, there's a little bit of a straight section, so they can take it as a big wide sweeper if they want, but they can really straighten it out if they wanted to go, kind of pin to pin between corner sets of buoys there.
Yeah, now the 151 Express guys took a much wider run through the Pontchartrain Punisher here. That should be the buoy coming up, and that was on the last lap. That's the one that got them out front. Let's see if they hold it a little bit tighter this time.
Sometimes the thought process is going a little bit wider, then carry a little bit more speed and and kind of turn that corner section into just a big sweeper.
Looked like they were a lot tighter to the buoy time.
These guys dance. I think the wind still just changes directions right here in this corner. And see how
Look
they
at
went
the tail
back and
moving
forth?
around on it.
They just nose right into it, and it is that's a real funky spot to be in.
Oh, buddy. But here comes Jackhammer. Look at
Dude, that
Jackhammer
Valor
on the
has got
inside.
a run coming off the Punisher. They are knocking back on the doors. They told Ian and Nick, not yet, guys.
And here they come. And I'll tell you what, Meade Family Racing has dropped back to 4th as Sail SMF has moved up to 3rd. Jackhammer closing the winners at St. Pete. Want more here in New Orleans. Oh, but then 151 gasses it up a little bit more and legs it out a little bit.
That's a good look at our Team Jackhammer Manatee Marine Krituik Motorsports sponsored machine there.
Look at Jackhammer here, Shane.
Gosh,
Look at that.
It's like, where does this power come from, man? They just have it.
Just when they need it, they grab some more, and into the next buoy they go. Start turning left.
That looks like he took. Was that? I can't tell. Is that the short course?
Heading into the short course there. That should have been where it is, right? Well, they ran a 4:34.811 to a 4:39.9 on that last lap.
I can't tell from our camera position if that was a short lap or not, but whichever.
I think they've started the short lap now, right?
Whichever lap they are on, they are definitely staying together. They are not going to let anybody gain any ground.
Well, we'll see it in the clock here. There's Sail SMF just in front of Meade Family. Looks like they're on the outside lane. Look at this side-by-side racing here. Jackhammer just in front as they move away a little bit from our 151 Express. Jackhammer back to the lead.
I don't know what happened back there. I don't know if they were hitting a rev limiter or something happened with the 151 machine for them to fall back. They might have hit Guardian mode, which is a computer, like a protection
safety
mode. Yeah, like a safety mode. If you get running out of parameters, or maybe it gets too hot, or you don't have enough water pressure. There's a lot of different things that can go wrong in the computer that it says, hey, nope, not yet. They'll try to go into preservation mode. So, but that if that stuff happens in the middle of a race, that's an unfortunate thing for those teams.
As they're just feeling the wind kicking up a little bit as Jackhammer gets into the Pontchartrain Punisher. And that boat stays planted this time through there. Coming as close to the shore now.
So now these guys are running, out front. Are they going to go ahead and stay on the standard course? Or are they going to go ahead and take the shortcut and really, really try to put some time on the rest of the field?
Well, it was a 2:51.193 for Jackhammer and a 2:59.6 for 151 Express, compared to, you ready for this? A 4:45.089. No, make that a 3:10.361 for Sail SMF and a 3:12.710 for Meade. So I'm guessing Jackhammer and 151 Express did take that inner shorter lane. That's a significant gap in time.
Yeah. Look how well that boat's turning. You can tell there's a little less wind in that corner compared to our problematic corner over by VIP.
Punisher, yeah.
VIP, if you're sitting there today, man, pull up a chair and hold on because they've got a view today.
I think VIP stands for very interesting perspective today, right?
Man, you've nailed it.
There's the Mead Family Racing right there.
You know, we were talking to these guys in the pits last night. They had a crawfish boil in the pits, and you know, I hope they do well because Tom, one of their teammates, is got long hair, and they said if they win today, he was going to let them shave their head however he wanted, and they were going to shave a number 5 into the side of his head. So they were talking about giving him a crazy mullet with a number 5 right on the side. Yeah,
I like it.
You know, man, I got to be pulling for those guys too, mainly because I want to see the haircut.
Yeah.
We got that Team Jackhammer Manatee Marine back machine coming down into the next pin.
And that's blasting down that monster mile on the back stretch of the race course here.
That's definitely going to be the fast section of this course. You know, you've got the longest run up, but then they're going into a pretty wicked corner down there by the causeway.
Man, for sure.
Those guys are looking pretty comfortable up front, though, I got to say. They looked great in St. Pete. You got Reese Langheim. He is the driver and the owner of that boat, and you've got Julio Maldonado that is on the throttle. So
you giving those belts a little extra tug every time you get close to that causeway, knowing the Pontchartrain Punisher's coming?
Every race car I've ever been in, it doesn't matter how tight you tighten those
ain't
belts.
Tight enough.
It was not tight enough, but as soon as you start going and moving around, it seems like they loosen up. So, man, those guys are probably wanting to make sure they're playing it well in that seat.
They get through it pretty good.
This is our cross our fingers corner down here into Punisher.
Race leaders.
Hey, they looked like they handled that pretty well. They slid right through it, kept the nose down where it needed to be, and they are off and running.
And we should be getting an idea what this lap was like.
They just clicked off
about
3 laps and are into lap 4.
49,
wow.
5:10.
But you know what? Look at the 151's previous lap. I mean, these guys are so close.
Yeah.
As far as time goes.
And here's 151 Express right here.
When you figure a few seconds difference, and you've got this option on the short lap, that's probably a 20-second variance.
Well, it was a big gap on this last one because 151 just ran a 3:04.994 to that 2:49.510.
Well, like I said, they were right there in the mix, and my guess is they might have been experiencing some type of mechanical, the computer saying, hey, we need you to back off a minute. So.
Here's Sale SMF running in third.
Those guys, I'm happy to see that boat back. Their fiberglass guys had some work for them.
And they ran a 3:12.056 just crossing the line.
Yep.
And here comes Mead Family. Let's see what they do. They ran a 3:16.143.
Everybody's still in the hunt, though.
Yeah. And we're about halfway.
I bet I got Mama Mead over there just holding her breath right now.
Yeah, I would think so.
She's ready for them to go back up to the front.
Everybody on the shore holding their breath
Looks
today.
like Johnny's got that thing trimmed up pretty good, man. It's dancing. He's packing every ounce of air he can in that thing.
Yeah. Jackhammer out front. St. Pete winners looking to go back-to-back first 2 rounds of the IHRA Offshore Powerboat Championship for 2026. We'll see if they can do it here. This Factory 500 continues.
They are wanting every ounce of points they can to start this season.
We will be right back with more from Lake Pontchartrain after these words. here on the shores of Lake Pontchartrain watching the IHRA Offshore Powerboat Series in action. The New Orleans Powerboat Grand Prix. Started on Friday with practice and qualifying, some racing for our Pro Watercraft Series. The racing really picking up for the IHRA Offshore Powerboats yesterday. And a big Sunday here in the afternoon in the Big Easy. Their drone shows you the racers back to the shore and off in the distance, downtown New Orleans. Here's our racers churning up the lake. The sailboat guys going, man, we got nothing on these guys when it comes to speed.
Yeah, that's no joke, man. Those guys have to be envious of these big catamarans out here with 1,000 horsepower just blistering around our course here on Lake Pontchartrain. Looks like after our break, we still have a same run order right now. We've got Team Jackhammer sitting in the first spot. We're going back.
Well, as you can see on the other side of the screen here, our Mod V competitors getting their awards, and let's head over to Tristan.
And your first place finish for Mod V, number 74, the Clouat Cartel, Louisiana.
Well, as you can see on the other side of the screen here, our Mod V competitors getting their awards, and let's head over to there's the top three in that Mod V category getting their awards for a great run here at the New Orleans Powerboat Grand Prix. And Dustin has either got that butterfly Band-Aid or maybe a stitch or two closing up after banging his head on the hatch. So excited getting out of that boat.
I guarantee that's a fresh hat, though. He lost that one when he jumped into water with his kiddo. So
they got a lot of celebrating yet to do over there. They're headed to the restaurants. And the party in the pit's going to be picking up for the Louisiana gang.
We keep talking about trying to get in good places to eat. I guarantee you we're welcome at that table tonight.
Everybody's welcome there.
All right. Here's the Team Jackhammer up front. Like I said, these guys are sponsored by Manatee Marine. We've got Kratuik Motorsports. Those guys even were over at Felix's last night.
Everybody's been hitting Felix's, haven't they?
All right, looks like we've got Ian and Nick. They're back to running hard. So hopefully whatever they had going on there, they got it sorted out in the boat, and they are still trying to dig and throw a rope on Reese and in the jackhammer machine up front.
Don't count out Sail SMF here.
No.
Sitting in third.
Those guys, like I said, during testing, everybody broke something. They had a hatch pop out and did a little bit of glass damage on the bottom. So they sent the boat back to the shop, had it worked over. I think it got back here about midnight last night, being ready for today. So their fiberglass guys were earning their pay this weekend. There we go. We got the Meade family team there. You've got Chad. He's the boat owner and the driver. We got Rusty Williams on the throttle. Man, they're trying to probably find that fine spot in the trim. They're hitting the wind just right. The boat's dancing around a little bit. You know, they're doing everything they can to hang it out there. They've got some great sponsors, you know, backing them up. We've got Liquid Molly. We've got we flipped off them there.
There's Meade family right there. I'm not sure at this point what the 151 gang can do to reel in Jackhammer. Jackhammer just seems to have found the right gear, if you will, to pull on everybody.
They do, but, you know, again, this is a little bit of a struggle as we're working through some of the production stuff. I'm not sure who's taking their short lap yet.
No, I know, but they
do
seem
they have
to
one
have
saved up or not?
They just seem to have the speed and the handling in that boat, don't they?
Yeah.
I mean, they've been so strong right out of the gate. When we rolled into St. Petersburg, they went to the front, and they have just stayed there. I mean, the gang in Lake Wiley were giving them a run early on, obviously, until things went haywire there.
They were in the mix.
They certainly were, and they're going to be again when we get back to Cocoa Beach. There's no doubt those guys are going to be ready to play, and they're going to have their moment here in the sun before the season is over. But, boy, these guys here in this Jackhammer boat, they're tough.
Yeah, they're sliding right around that corner.
They are really, really tough.
all the attitudes of the boat are a little bit more nose down coming out of that corner than what we saw earlier today. So I don't know after that restart if everybody kind of, gave themselves a little check on that or not.
Yeah.
But everybody's looking good out there. We've got our safety team there all in place, ready to go in case we have any further issues. When an incident like that happens, those are the guys that give the A-OK. They go through that training in the dunker. They're communicating with the driver and the throttle to get the OK and send everybody where they need to be at that point. So hats off to those guys in the yellow shirts.
And we can't say enough about what the International Hot Rod Association did in the off-season to make sure that our progressive safety team was the best trained safety crew in all of offshore racing.
Oh, yeah. There's just no doubt about that. You hate to see a diver get wet, but we've had two in the water today. So
we want them dry all weekend long, right? But
Yep.
we also want to know that when we need them, they're there, and boy, have they ever been.
There we got Caleb and Johnny coming out of that same corner over there by the causeway, right out in front of VIP.
There's a good look at that meat boat. That's beautiful, isn't it?
Oh, yeah.
Man.
I love those colors. It's just bright. It's striking. That yellow just really pops, that safety yellow.
Closing the laps down on this one, and Jackhammer is just...
That looks like, is that a short lap that they're taking there?
Let's see. They ran a 3:13.555 last lap.
Let's see if they can better this one.
Jackhammer posted a 3:03.472, 151 even quicker. No, just a tick slower, 3:04. Say Less ran a 2:55.
They were on fire that last lap. Like I said, I made the comment a second ago, Rusty's just really sitting in there on the trims, getting it dialed in.
Mm-hmm.
Got Jackhammer going to that last corner before the start finish so they can click off and be down to 2 laps to go in our Factory 500 here on Lake Pontchartrain. There's our Say Less MF guys. Got to give a little shout out to those guys. They've got Liquid Molly helping them get here. Rosenbach Freight and Road Sail Trucking, sponsors. And they got a great team of people. And you see a lot of red and black jerseys there. They've got a lot of support. And these are some hometown guys, right? They're from down here in this neck of the woods, not but 30 or 40 minutes from here. So they have a huge, huge presence in the pits. And I know those guys really, really want to perform here in front of their local hometown crowd.
You always do, right?
Yep. And right now they're sitting in a podium position, sitting on third, and they're just trying to keep digging and reel in that second place and just see if they can't just keep picking them off one at a time. But they got a couple laps left to do it. Let's see if they can get that done. Yeah, we had Liquid Molly there on the side of the boat. They had a tent set up over in our vendor way over there by the pit party yesterday. So that's some really good exposure over there this weekend here in New Orleans. So.
Long-time involvement in every form of professional motorsports out there. Look at Molly.
Yep.
They've been everywhere around the world.
Man, he's hitting those corners pretty hard, isn't he? Just sliding right around him.
Julian Maldonado working the throttles on that boat.
I'm not sure if either one of them are telling them to slow down. They're both just in sync in that boat right now.
And Reese Langheim behind the wheel.
That is a good-looking MTI, though, isn't it?
Yeah, Caleb Mead there driving that boat with JT on the throttles. Youngest ever to win an offshore race at 16 in Sheboygan, Wisconsin.
They've been digging to get themselves another top podium position.
Yeah.
And I think you're going to see it this year. There's going to be some changes up from race to race. We've got different teams that like different types of water conditions.
Yeah.
You know, different teams have a different book worth of data. So some guys are really going to hit the mark and when they find their stride and they get conditions that really suit how their style is, to go out and attack these race courses.
Well, and we're going to throw it at you, too, when you look at all the venues we're going to. They're
going to get the whole gamut this season.
Meade family ran the quickest lap last time around at a 2:58, 397. Jackhammer was a 3:06, 151, a 3:02, and Say Less a 3:07. Those boys picking up some speed.
This will definitely shake up some of the points going into the season, too, because, how we finished, last or 2 weeks ago in St. Pete, our second place in points, finisher, Lake Wiley, going into this race after this unfortunate incident earlier today, they're out of it now as far as, trying to get high points for today's finish.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be interesting, and they're going to have a lot of work to do.
Yeah.
These guys are going to just wipe it down, put another coat of wax on it, and park in the corner.
I think they probably like their setup, but, these guys, the punishment that these boats receive, from these rough offshore conditions, man, they have to nut and bolt check everything. They have to check wiring looms, make sure something didn't bounce around, broken zip ties, whatever's going on in there. They have to make sure everything is in tip-top shape. But that boat there was going to go back to Manatee Marine. I bet they'll go through it before Cocoa Beach. So, man, you got Chad and Rusty just hanging around that corner. That is such a cool angle. The viewers at home really, really get to see how these boats just skate and skim right across the top of the water. Let's see what that lap looked like for these guys. Got Rosenbach Freight just proudly presented on the side of that boat.
There's our 151 Express holding down second.
I don't know if they're gaining on it, but it looks like from a lap or two ago, it looks like, they are closing the distance a little bit. Those guys are really trying to put it to the wood to get where they need to go. Looking at Meade family here, it looks like they might have slowed down for a second and then kind of hit the throttle. So I don't know if they're experiencing some of this guardian mode, type of situation we were discussing earlier.
Or maybe JT needed another shovel full of coal. Throw back on there.
In some instances, they have to pull all the way down to to idle and pop it into neutral to get it to reset. But I've also received word that depending on the situation of the code, if it's like a water pressure issue, they might be able to just flip the throttle to kind of reset that. I'm not really sure, but we'll find out more information after this race on that situation and what's going on with these Mercury 500s out here today on Pontchartrain. Well,
it's like everything in racing. There's a lot more technology involved now, right? And you got to deal with all the computers and the readings and everything it tells you, which can be a lot.
It's like Jackhammer coming around here. We've got lap 9 of 10 completed here in New Orleans.
JT and I were talking this morning, the drivers' meeting, about our buddy Paul Tracy, famed IndyCar driver, who's loving everything that's going on over here with IHRA Offshore Powerboat Racing. And if you know anything about PT, you know he loves powerboats and powerboat racing, and he's definitely not afraid to get up on the loud pedal and make it go. And he would love to find a way to get over here and come racing with us. And, man, I think that would be fantastic to see. So if anybody's looking for a driver, we got a guy with a lot of credentials.
A big resume there, doesn't it?
Big resume, yes, sir.
It's interesting.
Big right foot.
It's interesting when you talk to a lot of these guys. A lot of these guys have raced other forms of motorsports, and they settle in the water sports. I think they love offshore because everything there's so much unpredictability, right? Like you can't. Every lap's different. Every course is different. every wave it changes it. You can't really get into a super good rhythm with the ever-changing conditions on an offshore course. And I think these true competitors like this, they love that situation.
Yeah.
Man, look at the tunnel airing out on that as they slide around that corner down there by VIP.
You got to drive it, right?
Oh, yeah, no
Everything
doubt about it.
Everything about it. Whether you're the throttle man or the driver, you got to drive it.
And like you said earlier or yesterday, the communication and the level of how important it is to be in sync with one another in that boat. So seat time means a lot to these guys.
10,000 hours, right? Isn't that what they say?
Oh, man.
Working the final lap here.
They go out and run a lot of practice and burn up a lot of fuel, but that is what it takes.
I don't remember which team it was that told us they ran 650 gallons
it was
testing
Cabeza
this year. That's right, with Johnny Tomlinson.
Yeah, with GC Racing and MTI.
We'll see them
team
a little later
Class
today.
1. Yep. Yeah, they had an unfortunate situation yesterday through a prop blade, so that's why we saw them fall off pace. So, but they'll be back. I'm sure there's an extra set of props in that stacker somewhere. That Meade family number 5 is trimmed and ready.
Johnny Tomlinson is like that Super Bowl winning coach, right? When all of a sudden the guy becomes available, every team in the league is calling saying, hey, what do I got to do to get you to come work with me?
Yeah.
Come over here and coach my squad.
We've got Team Jackhammer coming down that short stretch between 1 and 2, going down in by VIP, getting ready to wrap that last Pontchartrain Punisher corner, going into the start-finish gate.
Boy, get it right one more time, right?
Yep.
Can't relax yet.
Nope.
Got to get it right this time, most importantly.
Hold your breath and get it done.
Even the seagull getting out of the way. Or the pelican down there. I don't know, man. That Pontchartrain Punisher.
Yep, that orange boat looks really good swinging by that orange monster buoy right there at the corner.
Sure does. They're through it. Causeway, nothing but in the rearview mirror.
151 was right behind him. They were reeling them in.
They sure did. And there's a checker flag waiting for him. And 151 will hold on for second.
That's a great finish for them, especially with some unfortunate mechanical issues starting out the season in St. Pete. So happy to see those guys are up in the mix. We all knew they would be, and here it is.
And the last lap of 306 for Jackhammer. 305 for 151. 308 for Say Less. Meade Family Racing across the line in 4th. There's a Say Less boat wrapping things up. Here comes Johnny and Caleb. Closing out their run. Meade Family Boat. Jackhammer back, ready to celebrate. Give us that checker flag. I'll tell you what, that's a process there, isn't it, Shane?
Oh man,
throwing that flag over there.
I told him he should give me a curtsy after last time because they got out and did the double bow, but I don't know if Reese is going to give it to me or not.
But I'll tell you what, that checker flag came out of there like it was shot out of a cannon across the water to the boat. Did you see that? Michael's sitting here next to me laughing over that too. Man, that thing came flying out of there.
Yeah, you better be ready to get that one.
Yeah, Reese could be, if somebody's looking for a starting wide receiver, I think we found one for you here. There's the celebration. How's that? Look at that shot.
There we go.
There's your bow.
Good for those guys, man.
We're going to do another one.
Oh, hey, he found another camera. Get it done, boys.
There you go. Well, it was a wild start to Factory 500. But Jackhammer now 2 for 2. Shane,
I'll tell you what, those guys, they're a strong team. But that's the crazy thing about Factory Stock 500, right? All these guys are just uber fast. We saw it in qualifying the other day, which we didn't have the TV coverage of that. But if you looked at all the times, it was so close. It was just like the Superstock qualifying that you did witness at home yesterday.
Let's take a quick look at the highlights. Jackhammer was out front, but keep your eyes on the Lake Wiley boat behind them. They got into, the second or third lap of the race.
Yeah, but I think you see a lot of this surging through the event. I think you're seeing multiple teams having this Guardian mode issue, with shutting the motors down. This was on lap 1 or 2. Man, those guys took a wild ride. But you know what? Right outside of scene, you saw the divers get in the water, get those guys out. They got the thumbs up. They got the A-OK, and they did their job. Those boys were safe, and they're back on dry land in their pit. Pride might be a little bit hurt, but you know what? Knowing those guys, they're humble. They're going to fix it, and they're going to be in Cocoa Beach getting it done.
Yeah, the pride in the pocketbook hurt a little bit, but they'll be okay. They'll be ready to go. Jackhammer's going to come to Cocoa Beach going, we're looking for the three-peat. We went 2 for 2. We want the third one.
I'll tell you what.
151 Express says we're not done yet.
No, with the performance we just saw from the 151 Express guys, Cocoa Beach, they are wanting to be on the top of that podium. They're not going to settle for another second place.
No. That is for sure. While we wrap up things over here in our IHRA not Pro Watercraft, but IHRA Offshore Powerboat competition, our Pro Watercraft racers are in action already as they're out on course. And there's that checkered flag getting rocketed across to the boat.
I'm glad his life jacket on. He might have stuck in him.
Yeah. It's like that Bruce Lee video. You ever see that old Bruce Lee video where he catches the knife?
Oh, yeah.
So quick. Ski GP, Michael, underway.
And I'll tell you what, Camden Powell with a good hole shot there. River Crawford currently sits in second. Jules Hopkins out of Biloxi back there in third. Coy Curtis, who has won every race here in Ski GP in 2026, back there in the fourth spot.
And this is their third and final moto.
Yeah, third and final moto. Coming into this, Curtis, the points leader, with 120 points. Ryder Wildeboer with 106 points. Revan Harris with 96. Those are your top three. Then you got Camden Powell with 86 and Jake Pierce with 78. So those are your top five in points coming into this one. And you see Camden Powell trying to work his way onto the podium, currently sitting in fourth spot. I'm looking for Wildeboer. Wildeboer's all the way back there in ninth, so Wildeboer not getting a good start. Didn't get a good start in the first moto, didn't get a good start here. Had a great start yesterday, actually hole-shotted yesterday in moto number 2.
Coy Curtis has been a star in this category, hasn't he been?
Boy, I'll tell you, he's led almost every lap. I think there's only a couple laps that he didn't lead here in the first 5 motos that we've had. This is their 6th moto, but third for the weekend here. And Curtis has worked his way up into that 4th place position, and I expect him to move through the pack. But he's got Jules Hopkins in front of him. Jules is another young superstar from the Biloxi area. His dad owns Performance ATV and Jet Ski over there in Biloxi, a former racer himself.
You better be on top of your game if you're going to come run Ski GP. These are the expert pro riders. These are the bad boys and gals, aren't they?
Well, I'll tell you, the fastest boats, fastest riders on the boats. We've actually got a couple different countries that are represented out here in this one. Yesterday, we seen in moto number 2, we seen 4 of the top 5 from Lake Havasu. We're not seeing that this time. Got Camden Powell from Syracuse, Indiana, up there in front. Hopkins from Biloxi. But River Crawford is from Lake Havasu, boat number 177. Another really great rider. Of course, Coy Curtis has just got past Jules Hopkins, so he moves into third. We figured he would be on the move, Ralph.
And this is where you can get in and really modify your boat too. You want one of those aftermarket hulls, you can do that here. A variety of brands out there that you can get involved with there. You want to tweak that engine, this is it. And if you want to tweak yourself, you feel like you're the best of the best when it comes to rider skill, this is where you show it off.
Well, I'll tell you what, in this class right here, all these guys, gals are in shape. I mean, they are in stellar shape, and you've got to be in stellar shape to hold on to these boats. I mean, you're looking at 200 horsepower here.
And that's not just physically, that's mentally as well, right? You got to have that mental toughness to do this class.
Yeah, we're almost one third of the way through this. Camden Powell with a third in the first moto, a second in the second moto, but can he catch Curtis? He's going to need some help if he can catch Curtis, because there's a 7-point differential. The way that the points work, you had 60 for first, 53 for second, 48, and then it goes down to 43. So those are your top 4 positions for points. So you can gain 7 points, but 7 points wouldn't be enough right now for Camden Powell to take Curtis, as Curtis currently sits in third.
Well, and what Coy Curtis is thinking about is the overall picture, too. He came into this as the points leader after such a great run in St. Petersburg. And he's looking at this as, hey, I can extend my points lead coming out of here.
Well, the thing that Coy's got to do is he's got to ride smart right now. You know, he don't want to take himself out of the race. If he just stays where he's at right now, he'll still win the overall for the weekend.
Yeah.
And he's definitely stellar with points coming in. 180 points back there in St. Petersburg. So far, 120 today. And he's got a commanding lead here in the Ski GP class.
Yeah, and Revan Harris came into this one second in the points. He's 4th in the race right now. Revan had 159 points, so he's, 21 behind Curtis. And then Quentin Bosch was 3rd in the championship standings. And let's see where Quentin is in the race right now.
Quentin is not here.
He's not here, is he?
Nah, he's not here this weekend. He had some business to do over in Belgium. And taking a look down here, Ryder Wildeboer, another Commander rider. And speaking of Commander, special thanks to Steve Webster and the Commander crew for coming on as one of the IHRA sponsors for the Pro Watercraft Series.
Commander would be one of those aftermarket hulls that we were talking about that you can do.
Commander is the hull that that guy right there is on. Yep. that is your leader.
I think I'd want to buy one of those. I don't know, but my problem is I don't think I could hold on to that.
Yeah, you know, they do have a lot of horsepower. Like I say, you really have to, you have to be hitting the gym. And like you said, Ralph, you know, it's a mental thing, too. You got to be able to hold on to it for 15 minutes. But Camden Powell, again, comes from great stock. His father, Derek Powell, raced for many years in the expert ski division. And Camden not only races here in the ski class, but we'll see him later on today in the Pro 300 Enduro.
You mentioned Quentin Bosch having to be back in Belgium for some business. Hugo Pastorello races with us. He's from France. Taylor caught up with him earlier today.
Hugo Pastorello, one of our top competitors in Ski GP, but not one of our USA ones. You've made your way here all the way from France. What is it like coming down here to compete with the US riders?
I'm very happy to be here with the best pilot in the world, and it's a very good race. Maybe the most popular race in the world, and thank you so much to the organization because it's a perfect race for me and very good training.
Good training. Do you pick lines on the water before, or are you in the moment when you're out there just racing competitors?
Oh, it's in the moment because it's very hard condition in the water, and good pilot too. So I did my best, and we will see what happens.
How do the competitors treat you, or what's the relationship like outside racing here on land?
I like the other pilot because I'm friends with pilots too, and it's a good pilot. I talk with us about the strategy and the ski. And it's the best pilot in the world, so we can talk about the racing and what we do in the race.
Excellent. Thank you, Hugo.
Thank you so much.
You know, we call them riders or drivers over here in Europe, depending on which country you're from. It'd be either pilot or pilote, right?
Pilote, yeah, that's exactly right. Hugo, a really great racer. He actually won the endurance out at the World Grand Prix in Thailand just a couple of months ago. And his father is known as the king of endurance. His father has like 15 endurance champions over there in Europe. And Hugo's showing his ski prowess right now. He's a great
Hugo, he's 12th in the race right now.
Yeah, he's on one of the Kawasaki Hyperions. I was telling you about that new hull yesterday about Kawasaki's making, and it's just for racers. And there's only a couple of them over here in the United States, but they're very prevalent if you go over to Japan.
And Hugo, fourth in the championship standings coming into the Lake Pontchartrain event. Man, that was tight racing that movie, wasn't it?
Well, you really got to trust the guy that's next to you. When you're going 70 mile an hour, you're going deck to deck, look out. You got to trust that they're going to hold their line all the way through the turns. And it's a great drone shot there. As we take a look at
Coy Curtis into the lead. We missed the pass for the lead somewhere, but Coy Curtis is there. And this is him on the 153.
Coy Curtis, again, comes from great stock. His father, Taylor Curtis, former free ride champion, and coaches his son out there in Lake Havasu. These guys ride before school and they ride after school, because most of these Lake Havasu City riders here are under 18, so they're still going to high school. So they'll all meet down at Body Beach. I was talking to them in the pits yesterday. They'll meet down at Body Beach at like 6:30 in the morning. They'll ride till 8. They'll go to school, and then after school they'll come back and ride some more.
Man, that's got to be pretty cool walking the halls as a top competitor in ski GP in high school, right?
Yeah, that's what.
No problem getting a prom date for that guy.
Yeah, no joke.
What do you bring to show and tell? That's what I'm wondering.
Your ski. You bring the whole ski, man.
Bring the whole ski. Field trip to Body Beach. There's a look at Powell, who slipped back to second. If things stay as they are right now, Coy Curtis would be on top of the podium tonight. Camden Powell would be in second. And I'm taking a look. I believe it would be Revan Harris would be in third. River Crawford in third in this race. But Harris back there in fourth. Harley Ritchie, who now makes his home in Lake Havasu, on boat number 115, sits in the fifth spot. And Devin Farding just having a rough week this weekend. And he's got to be tired. Got a rider down, looks like.
See the progressive safety crew getting over there to help them out.
Yeah, special thanks to the progressive safety crew. And great job by our helicopter folks a little earlier.
Michael, you've been talking about Body Beach and all that. Shane and I are never going there.
It's because I don't have a beach body, baby.
Here's the pass for the lead, by the way. You see coming inside, taking it away was Coy Curtis.
And taking it away right after that MasterCard buoy.
But what I wanted to get to about Body Beach, what I was getting at there is, in certain forms of racing, there are certain areas where you go because that's where you get the best training. That's where the epicenter of the sport has moved and is developing. Technology is being shared. Information is being shared about racing strategies and so forth and so on, depending on the form of motorsport you're into, right? Mooresville, North Carolina, where I live, Race City, USA, obviously the hub of the NASCAR world. Everybody is there for that. There's obviously a lot of other forms of motorsport centered there, but it is certainly the hub for NASCAR. Indianapolis, the hub for IndyCar racing. Also a big hub for drag racing. Southern California has always been a hub for drag racing. For the moto guys, it was always Southern California, and then lately it moved to Georgia and to Florida. A lot of guys, the Baker facility down there, right?
Right.
So forth and so on in Florida. It seems like for watercraft, obviously Southern California was always a big part of that, and there was a lot of that in Havasu, but now all of a sudden Havasu has exploded. The second hub would be Georgia with Farthing and his bunch. You've got to be in one or the other if you want to be at the top of this game.
Yeah, I agree 100%. And when you talk about Lake Havasu, it has a storied history. As a matter of fact, this year I believe it's going to be the 45th annual World Finals. And riders from all over the world will come out there, and they'll hang out at Body Beach the week before because they have a permanent course there, and they're racing the best of the best. And a lot of these families aren't really from Lake Havasu, but they moved to Lake Havasu because it is the mecca for personal watercraft
racing.
racing.
They are chasing the competition, right? They know they want to grow, they want to get better, and that's where they're doing it.
Well, we touched on that yesterday. When you ride with the best, you can be the best.
Right.
Birds of a feather.
You got to push yourself, right?
Sure. Well, no lead changes here as we still got Curtis in front.
Yeah, but he's only got a minute 10 and a lap to go. And with Coy Curtis up front, that's almost impossible for anybody else, right?
Yeah, well, I'll tell you, Coy has grown so much in the last year and a half. I mean, he had to be like 4'10", and now he's like
physically grown.
Physically grown. I mean, and he's able to work that boat a lot better than what he was used to. Like I say, he used to be in freestyle, and now he made the crossover to closed course racing. And he's just one of those guys. He's got natural talent.
And you touched on that yesterday when we were talking about Coy. The early stages of his freestyle career gave him some advantages when he shifted over to racing. What do you think those are?
Well, I think the balance and control. I think that has a lot to do with it. Being able to flip the boat or roll the boat, but be able to stay in the boat. I mean, so he's used to doing that kind of stuff right there. And you can see him switching feet right there. He's very busy when he's out there. And, being 16 years old, I mean, heck, but what better thing would you like to do than, to come out here to New Orleans and maybe take that top trophy, that #1 trophy, back to Lake Havasu. You could throw that in show and tell, and it's a lot lighter than the boat.
That's no joke.
Well, and if you've never seen what the freestyle guys can do on one of these machines, just Google it. I promise you it's worth the 5 minutes you're going to spend as the white flag comes out.
Yeah, they used to do just the backflip, and then they did variations with the backflip, and now they're doing double
submarines, right?
They're doing double backflips on the lake water.
Yeah,
they
crazy.
Create their own wake and double backflip, but yeah,
they can do it in a swimming pool too.
Oh yeah,
these guys.
Oh yeah, Mark Gomez and Lee Stone, all those guys. They actually get paid to do that. Mm-hmm. I talked to Mark Gomez the other day, and he actually went to Southern California, and there's a couple of stars from L.A. He's actually been in their pools and backflipped in their pool. So we take a look at Curtis. Time has expired.
It's like Travis Pastrana and Brian Deegan and Stitch and all those guys, what they were able to push the limits in freestyle when it comes to dirt bikes.
Oh, yeah.
Same thing. Just incredible.
Yeah, Travis Pastrana, he was something else. I actually was announcing Gravity Games first time that he ever lost. At the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. As we go back on board with Curtis here, not too much time left to go as you see him working his way through that inside split one final time.
Clocks are zeros. We've given the white flag. This is the last time around for Ski GP. And this is Moto number 3, so this is going to be the end of their weekend for these competitors, unless you're doing double duty.
Yeah, Camden Powell's got to get back here a little bit later today.
There's a checkered flag for Coy Curtis. He will extend his lead at the top of the point standings. He will win it here, not just Moto 3, but he's going to win the overall here at Lake Pontchartrain in New Orleans.
Mike Powell coming through in second on the Speed Racing machine. He's on a Speed Racing Commander. And special thanks to Steve and the group over there at Commander for their support this year. River Crawford rounding out your top 3, sponsored by Rockstar, Blosian, and Jetroom.
Yeah, for Curtis, it's Lake Havasu City, Arizona for the hometown. TC Freeride, Frederico Demolition, Chase Mechanical, Fast Power Sports, Marine One, Jet Pilot, Jet Trim, Night Racing Fuel, 60 Helmets, Silver Turbos, Anderson Toyota, Anderson Power Sports, Top Red Rhino Hub, and FL Visual.
Great race there by Coy Curtis. Again, didn't get the greatest of starts, but just showed you how talented he was, being able to slice and dice his way to the top spot.
Well, that should be wrapping up Ski GP.
Yeah, a couple more riders to come in. And Curtis is going to walk away with a win and the top spot on the podium tonight.
There's your final results. Confirmation. Ski GP Moto 3. We should be getting back into some offshore powerboat racing here next. We will see Ski GP3 the next time with our Pro Watercraft coming up a little later on. So, Michael, we'll see you back here then. We're going to take a quick break here at Lake Pontchartrain. We'll be right back for more on Speed Sport 1.
2020 World Champion.
He's going to destroy those people that doubt him.
When it counts, I'll make it happen. Let's go. Come on.
This is the time to show that I got that dog in me, right? Hey, Deegan wins! The 2025 Monster Energy AMA Supercross Super West. #1 plate.
It's that no holding back feeling.
That it doesn't get any better feeling.
That winning the weekend feeling.
No matter what feeling you're chasing on the water, nothing feels like a Yamaha.
The IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series is making a debut at Capital City Motorsports Park in Montgomery, Alabama, May 7th through 9th. Don't miss Top Fuel, Alcohol, Mountain Motor Pro Stock, Pro Mod, and much more outlaw drag racing all weekend with fun for the whole family. Get tickets now at IHRA.com.
Look at Amy, working hard now so that future Amy can buy her very own boat.
Wait, sorry, the boat's great, but am I wearing culottes?
Oh, you love your culottes.
It's lemonade o'clock. What did I just say? Cheers o'clock. Ew.
Here's to protecting your boat and RV 24/7 as part of your home and auto bundle.
So I, like, hang out with my insurance guy?
Oh, yeah. You two have a podcast and everything.
Awesome.
Back here in Lake Pontchartrain, getting ready for more racing. All of our coverage brought to you by Monster Energy, Unleash the Beast, Progressive, Fast Boats, Smart Coverage, Progressive Insurance, Harvey Gulf International Marine, and Jefferson Parish, brought to you by Councilman Hans Liljeberg, Jefferson Parish Council, District 5, and Jefferson Parish. Well, let's meet the winner of our last PWC race. Here's Taylor Snyder.
Down here on the docks, these guys are all having a good chat, but I'm going to talk to this man who I've been talking to you all weekend. You have done it now 2 rounds in a row, clean sweeps at each one. This is your 3rd win today. What's your secret? What are you doing out there?
I don't know, dude. I'm just pinning it, honestly. But no, the ski is working really good. We got the F-16 working really good. Honestly, so many hours of blood, sweat, and tears into that thing. But, yeah, just keep collecting the wins, and, yeah.
Do you think your Havasu training has anything to do with it?
Yeah, in the summertime, the south wind blows pretty hard. So, yeah, Body Beach definitely plays off.
Body Beach pays off for sure. What advice would you have for anybody looking to get started in jet skis, professionally racing?
Just keep going with it. When you have tough times, just keep pushing, and you'll get there.
Coy Curtis, you've done it. 2 sweeps, 3 wins, 3 wins again here in New Orleans. And Ralph, if you want some advice, he said just pin it.
Yeah, hey, you know what they say, Taylor? Pin it to win it. Pin it or bin it is another one, too, right?
Oh, man.
Here's a look at some of the highlights from that last race where Coy wasn't at the front at the beginning. That guy was. Caleb right there. Camden Powell. But eventually, Coy caught him, got around him, got back out to where familiar territory for him at the front of the field. Rode on to the win. This is the battle of the two hunting each other. Camden still out in front at that point. Coy finally got around him. Here you see him out front. There's the difference between the two, and Coy started to pull away. And just like that, Shane, after Coy takes the checker there on the 155, I hear boats in the background, which tells me we've got another offshore powerboat race.
We've got
up.
Supercat action coming your way real soon. These guys are loud. They're proud. We've got some big catamarans here with big horsepower, and they are getting ready to set this lake on fire.
We're going to stretch them out up to 42 feet in length, 9,500 pounds, twin 750 horsepower engines on the back, putting out 1,500 horsepower, and we are going to churn up the lake.
Man, these guys are going to make some noise. Every single person driving by that long causeway is going to be able to feel it in the boat or in their cars today.
And of course, one of the top teams in this series, Dirty Money Racing, and here's what they are all about.
Bill Pyron, throttled in for Dirty Money and DMR Performance. We came out in Supercat 2.5 years ago and decided, hey, we wanted to step up and also run Class 1. Got a boat last year, won the national championship in that. Had a differing of opinions and had a separation with the team that we were with, and we went and bought our own team, and that's what we're doing now. My wife's from here, so we boat here a lot. So it's a cool run for us because of a lot of family and friends, and so we're looking, to go put a good show on for them. It's really going to come down to who wants to push the boat harder in the conditions that are out there. You always want to get the win. And, I think a race like this weekend with the conditions that we're going to have, one, it's about being consistent. You can't make mistakes. A team like MCON, you can beat them on the water at times, but if you make mistakes, they don't make mistakes. And so it's always critical to do everything else right. The biggest thing you're after is getting the boat where it's consistent. It may not be the fastest everywhere, but it's consistent all the way around the course, and that's what we're looking for right now. I think Tech's the best it's ever been, and for us, we're happy to have Tech the way it is. We've been accused of cheating for the last 2 years, and our stuff's been gone through top to bottom by Motec, and they've flat out said that all the things we were supposed to be doing has never been attempted, and none of the stuff's in our system, so that part's good for us. That boat is the 2-time defending world champion. What we do is we test a lot, we work hard. Most teams are back at the hotel, at the bar. My guys are there grinding. That's the expectation. I spent the last 3 weeks before St. Pete living in my RV. We were working 15, 18-hour days for 3 weeks straight. And we ran the boat hard. There's no doubt we ran the boat really hard that day. I can't say that if it would have been a full-length race that we would have finished. You hate to learn the lesson that missing a buoy cost a disqualification because you had the best boat by far. And so, you move on and you try not to miss a buoy the next time. You got to go out and be smart. The water that's out there today, it doesn't matter if you're starting first or seventh. At the end of the day, everybody's going to have a shot to win that race, just like out racing. It's not how fast you can go down the straightaway. It's how fast you can go around the course. Whether you finish first, second, third, you have to get across the finish line with 12 points. We come into every race thinking that we're going to win it. We don't come here to run second.
No, they did not. They did not come here to be second. That is for sure, Shane.
I'll tell you what, that's the right attitude to have. Everybody wants to have a great time and enjoy their pit family and all that, but you want to show up to win. And these guys have the drive. You saw the deck-to-deck action yesterday in Pro Class 1. This Supercat is on fire. They were second qualifier behind CR Racing. So CRA, this is 2 races in a row where CR Racing's took top qualifier. So they had some mechanical issues in the first race that put them out. I think they got everything sorted out. And I talked to Rob and Casey last night at the pit party, and those boys are here to show up. So I think you're going to see one heck of a day, at least between all of our qualifiers or here in Supercat. They're out there right now looking at their sight lap. They're making sure they got all their buoys plotted in their GPS correctly. Nobody wants to miss a buoy, as you just heard. That puts them in a bad spot, so they're trying to get everything dialed in before the green flag goes.
CR Racing, Dirty Money Racing, Graydell, CJ Grant, EWB, and How to Live Offshore, all ready to go. There's a good look at the causeway, some 24 miles in length.
Man, you just lose it in the distance, don't you?
And it just goes on and on and on. If you have a phobia of bridges, can you imagine not knowing it's 24 miles in length and missing the exit before you got on?
Man, I guess that is the thing, but it is what it is. You just better put the pedal down and get across it. You're going to be on it a while. I just would hate to get halfway out and get gridlocked on an accident or something.
Run out of gas or something. What would you do?
Those guys they're taking their first look at the Pontchartrain Punisher today.
Unfortunately,
it's claimed a victim earlier today. Let's hope for the remainder of the day that everybody is nice and safe through that. And speaking of our safety again, hats off to those guys. They did such a great job. You know, the time that it took to get those guys there was flat out impressive. They had the first guy out at 20 seconds.
20 seconds. Think about that.
20 seconds is all it took to get those divers to that boat that went upside down when they went for a wild ride. At 5 more seconds, at 25 seconds in, we had a head pat, and everybody said, hey, we're A-OK. And, I mean, that's all it took to make sure everybody was safe in an incident. Those guys are fast. There's nobody faster, and they're the best.
They're well-trained.
Yep.
They are the best in the business.
Yes, you're all right.
That I guarantee you, those guys at Lake Wiley Racing are so thrilled. Those were the guys working here as our progressive safety team. Because,
absolutely.
You know, that's when you need them the most, right?
In a bad situation, you're looking for that safety yellow shirt, and boy, those guys delivered, and they did their job. They did it well, and fortunately, those guys popped out and they were safe and everything was good, and they're on to live the tale.
Yep, they will be racing with us at Cocoa Beach in mid-May. We sure hope you can join us there. Come sit on the beach for free, and watch the boat races, right?
Yeah, you got it.
You tell me what you can do in the world today that is at this level of entertainment and high-quality performance as we're seeing out here today, that you can bring a family of 4 to, sit on a beautiful beach in the sunshine, and watch it for free. I can't think of anything. Best offshore powerboat racers in the world, throwing everything at it.
Oh, my gosh. It's Supercat Sunday, baby.
Yes, sir. See the folks out on the pier there watching, getting a great view.
Again, early in the season, you're looking at 5 strong teams out here, but there are some new teams building, new boats, re-rigs, waiting on engines. Cocoa Beach, I think you're going to see another team or 2 potentially this, but by the end of the year, we might have double the number here in Supercat.
Which would be massive. Look, I know there's other forms of motorsport where the Indy 500 is going to have 33 cars in the field, right? But in this form of racing, if you had 10 Supercats out there, Shane, that would be a big deal because, yes, this lake is massive, but you put boats of this size at these speeds, deck to deck like that, it's a big deal. It's a scary deal for those racers.
Yep.
You start putting that many. It doesn't sound like a lot. There's a lot of room out there, but it is a lot.
Yes. Yeah, they've got some rules. They're supposed to stay about one boat width apart. They keep hammering on that in the driver's meeting. Just try to keep these guys safe so they don't take the air off each other. They want you to make
sure you're 2 lengths in front before you cut over on a guy.
You have to be established in order to make a pass. So, and a lot of that has to do with is the bow of your boat past the capsule, on the boat, that you're trying to overtake. So, they have some rules that they have to be, mindful of, and all that's for safety. Nobody wants to get washed down, make an evasive maneuver, roll a boat, something like that.
Yeah, it's a different animal for sure.
Got that? Oh, there we go.
There's a green flag.
There it is.
We're off and racing. All right, Pontchartrain Punisher, here we come.
Let's get it, guys.
Look at the spray off the back of these.
Man, you got CR racing. You got those guys charging to that first set of buoys.
CR, the red canopy there.
Yep, you've got Rob Understall and Casey Boas in that machine charging down to the first buoy. They've got a great set of sponsors and stuff behind them. They've got National Cart, Herring Propellers, Southeast Services, Go Fast Boat Services, and Sterling Engines to help that boat get where it needs to be on the podium finishes, which is what they're hoping for today.
Those boats right now are miles away from us over at the causeway from where we're sitting here in our broadcast booth or tent. And you can hear them off in the distance with our headsets on and everything else, Shane. That's how loud
look at these
massive boats are.
I know, look at top three going through the corner. You've got Dirty Money sitting there right on the inside or on the outside of CR Racing. You've got, Graydale right there. Actually, in that battle, looks like they're trying to swap position there in second and third right now from our camera position. Oh, and we're going to be sliding through the Punisher here in a minute.
Here it comes. CR.
Look at him, three wide.
Coming through the Pontchartrain Punisher, 3 wide.
Oh, my God. You cannot beat racing like this.
That is intense.
Gosh, look at those guys lay those roosters down, and they are grinding.
That's Graydale in third. Is that
Yep, that's
Graydale in third.
Chris Grant, we got
Dirty Money right there in second.
That's going to be Britt Lilly driving and Bill Pybert on the throttles. And again, in first place right there we've got Rob Understall driving and Casey Boaz he's on the throttle.
That's them right there. CR Racing.
Yep.
That's 08.
We've got EWB. They're not far behind. We got How to Live right there in the mix too. Like I said, with these short lap options, this class, guys, for everybody at home, they get 3 short laps versus the 2 that we saw out of Modv and the factory stock team earlier today. So they have 1 extra short lap that they can perform through the race today. Well, it looks like we might be making a little switch
change here. Dirty Money. Gassing it up. Coming around the outside. Well, those guys are tough.
They are. You've got Dirty Money. They're backed by Renfo Mining, Boxo Tools, Okuma, Axum, JL Billet, and Rockford Fosgate, to help get them to every race with the equipment they need to get it done.
24 and 25 world champions in Supercat, 25 Supercat national champions, 2025 Pro Class 1 national champions.
Look at
those guys got some hardware. They've earned every bit of it. You heard them talking about how hard they work, the hours that they've put in, getting the boats and themselves tuned up and ready to go racing.
Yeah, they've had some long nights this season so far.
But it delivers on a day like today, right?
Yep. They had a pretty good showing in St. Pete, of course, but, they had some engine issues, had to do some swapping around. And so their mechanics were working even 2 weeks ago at the races to accomplish what they needed to get done in St. Pete. Still
almost deck to deck here.
Yep. You got Graydale right there, right behind them, sitting there in third. And if I'm Chris Grant and I'm Jay Moeller, I'm sitting there just waiting to see what happens there and see if they can just thread the needle right between them.
Yeah, but boy, don't count them out. The only Supercat team coming out of Canada. It was Dirty Money taking the win down there in St. Petersburg. Graydale was second, and Wicked, who is not with us this weekend, unfortunately, that boat out of New Jersey.
Yep.
They were on the podium.
They got a little bit of damage, in St. Pete, and I talked to Jay Mulder some more at the drivers' meeting. They will be in Cocoa Beach, though.
Yeah, I just hate to see them lose the points here this weekend. They were really off to a great start.
That'll definitely shake things up, because you got CR who's leading the race right now that had a mechanical issue and dropped back.
Yeah, they were fifth,
hurting their points standing going into this race. But as you can see, they were top qualifier 2 weeks ago, top qualifier today, running up front early on in the race. And there's a reason why this team is up front right now.
Absolutely. How to Live was fourth in the points coming in today, and EWB was sixth.
Check this out. Dirty Money just dropped the hammer.
That's what you do, right? They know what they got. When do you use it?
I'm wondering if they took a different commitment buoy. I wonder if they're running a different line right now. I'm not sure what's happening here.
Well, Dirty Money.
That's kind of what it might look like.
Yeah, Dirty Money ran a 4:21.3. CR ran a 4:21.6, and they're taking a short lap now. Graydale ran a 4:26. EWB ran a 4:33, and How to Live ran a 4:39. So let's see what this does here. This is definitely going to change some times.
And I wonder if those guys sitting, further back, if they're saying, "Hey, I'm going to follow this Team CR through that short course to try to put some time back." against Dirty Money.
But on that long lap, Dirty Money and CR were only separated by 0.3 of a second.
Wow.
And that course, folks, is over 5.5 miles in length.
0.3 of a second. I mean, action is packed. You can't get any closer than that.
Graydell looks like they've taken to the short lap this time around, so we'll see how it impacts them. They're running in third. Meanwhile, Dirty Money down the monster mile, flat out, headed towards the causeway.
I'm wondering how that's going to reposition them, because those guys, they got a lot of motor. They're sitting in there. They're in a good position. They're going to be biding their time. Are they going to wait till the last couple laps and just take all the shorts there and just gain all their ground back? What's the thought process here? I wonder what our viewers at home are thinking. I mean, it's an interesting new concept on this short lap deal for these guys, and this is the first race this group has done that.
Yeah, we didn't get a chance to do it in St. Petersburg because the wind was so high. We shifted to storm conditions, and everybody just ran the same lap.
Yep.
There's Graydell right there.
That is a good-looking boat. Man, they did a lot of fiberglass work over the winter. They had some damage at the end of last year, and I think that's new paint even on the boat. So they are really dialed in and looking slick for this season.
Chris Grant out of Toronto, Jay Mueller out of New Jersey. Chris, the owner of this boat. Mike DeLapo, the crew chief.
Yep.
On Graydell.
And that boat is propelled by HRE Racing engines.
And we're going to be right back to Lake Pontchartrain for more with Supercat action. Welcome back to Lake Pontchartrain here in New Orleans, Louisiana. Just outside of downtown New Orleans. And it has been a big week here on Lake Pontchartrain.
There's our Havasu friends from EWB.
And right now, EWB is showing up in 4th, chasing CR Racing, Dirty Money, and Graydell. So to give you an idea on what going that inner loop will do the short course, how about a 2:36.849 for CR, 2:36.1 for Dirty Money, then a 2:51 for Graydell, and a 2:55 for EWB.
Man, these guys are so close, and those short laps are like.
But you can see the time difference there, right? I mean,
yeah, those guys are just super, super tight.
Well, we've got some awards to hand out while we continue to watch our Supercat racing here. So let's go to Tristan.
All right, factory stock racers, are we ready to hear our results? Okay, we are going to get started with our 3rd place finish. Number 21, Say Less MF. And our factory stock 2nd place finish. Number 66, 151 Express. And our 1st place, factory stock 500 team, number 42, Jackhammer.
Nothing like getting those awards and getting on the top step of the podium, right, Shane?
Man, I'll tell you what, it's got to feel pretty good to be able to take that tall step up. But you know what? Look at these guys, man. The camaraderie, and everybody's excited. Everybody's happy to be there. They're all pumped for each other. There's not a hatred bone amongst them there. I mean that's racing. That's good stuff.
And our Supercat race continuing here on the right side of your screen. Factory 500 awards getting handed out. Here's How to Live. Running in 4th, CR, Dirty Money, Graydell. Now How to Live up in front of EWB. CR just ran a 2:36.5, 2:48 for Dirty Money, 2:53 for Graydell. Oh, How to Live looks like it's suddenly off pace a little bit there. Or did no, they've actually caught up to Graydell. That's what was going on there.
Okay.
And Graydell got back by.
Well, we must have missed the pass.
I think Graydell came out of the inner shorter lap.
Yep. We must have missed a pass somewhere because it looks like How to Live popped up from 5th to 4th spot
They
right
did,
now.
yep. And then it looked like they were...
I wonder if it's a short lap deal.
I think that's what they used to get up there.
That's going to make some good changes and stuff throughout the course of the race day. Those guys look pretty comfortable up front.
Boy,
that boat, after the some of the struggles and little mechanical issues and stuff, Michael over there with Go Fast Boat Services got them dialed in. They've got that Sterling power package in there, and everything is gelling right now.
Mm-hmm. And CR was 5th after all the issues they had at St. Pete. And now they're going to really make a climb up in the points heading to Cocoa Beach. They're not going to take over the points lead the way things are going right now. They're definitely going to close the gap. They just ran a 2:49.737.
We have got a lot of racing left. We just hit the halfway point, so they're just hoping to set sail, hit the cruise control, and make sure they make no mistakes. They hit all the buoys correct. They hit all their points, entry points. They come out fast. These guys have a good plan. Are we seeing a pass right here? I think we just did.
Graydell just moved to 2nd.
Looks like they just went inside of the Dirty Money team, and looks like they're pulling into 2nd place here.
Looks like they ran that short course like we thought, because they just turned a 2:34 9.76.
That helped
2:34.
That helped him catch back up, but I don't know how many.
Dirty Money might have one.
Yeah, I don't know how many Bill Piper and Britt have left in the bag, but I think they're sitting there. They still have cards counted.
Yeah, they show a 2:49.5 and How to Live with a 2:57.349.
Well, we got Team Gradell sitting in second now. I think that's where they finished in St. Pete 2 weeks ago. And those guys are definitely wanting to better their position for not only points, but they want that top podium spot.
Yeah, they were just in front of Wicked, weren't they?
Yep.
Yeah, Gradell was second. They have 90 points. They're 10 behind Dirty Money, and Wicked was third with 83.
Oh, here we go. Look at this replay. Oh, my gosh, that was close through the Pontchartrain Punisher.
Kicked back onto the Dirty Money boat.
Yeah, Britt did a really good job there of, trying to make sure he kind of got caught up in that spray. And he maybe not or lost visual of Gradell. He wanted to pull out a little bit to make sure he wasn't getting slid into. That was a really, really good move on Dirty Money's call. Save the equipment, make sure they could, gather everything back up and get back in the race.
Well, Shane, it's 1 o'clock in the afternoon here in the Big Easy. As you were talking about, you were thinking the winds might pick up again later on into the day.
Well, according to the weather app, again, not a meteorologist, that's what they said is as the day went on, we were going to get a little more steady wind with, gusts that would maybe go up to 20, 25 mile an hour, or 24 mile an hour is what I read last night.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I mean, but these guys are handling the water good. I'm not seeing a lot of, crazy white cap action right now.
No sheep on the bay?
Nope. They are eating up the water, and these guys definitely had better predictions than what I had. So they've got the boats set up, and they are eating it alive.
Or they're getting lucky in avoiding that, and we'll see what the Pro Class 1 guys get a little later on, right?
Yep. Yeah, we've got, not only is this an amazing race, we've seen nothing but good races today. We've got 2 amazing classes coming later this afternoon yet.
And that's just on the boat side. We got Pro Watercraft, too.
The Gradell Skater looks pretty good going down the lake. We got Dirty Money trying to pull into the inside. I wonder if that means there might be taking that inside commitment buoy. Maybe this might be the time they take a short lap. I'm not sure. Hopefully we can watch that unfold here.
Well, here's what's going on. CR just ran at 2:49. Gradell just ran at 2:47. And Dirty Money just ran at 2:49. They are laying them down, folks. Everybody on a heater. Problem that Gradell has, though, they're putting in good laps, but I just don't know if they're going to be able to make up the ground to CR. CR has got a comfortable lead.
They do right now, but I'm not sure. Did they take all their 3 short laps in a row?
Know.
Did they just take one on lap 2? And, are they still banking a few?
There's a quick look at How to Live. Pulling down 4th.
It was nice seeing that interview yesterday after Supercat qualifying with old Tijuana Tim, the crew chief down there.
Yeah.
Kelly and Ron, they were just sitting up on the deck, just letting Tim go to town.
Yeah, they were happy to watch.
They were talking about how they've been racing together forever, and, they kind of do it on a volunteer basis. And I told Tim, I said, I know why you're here now, buddy. You like to drive a truck for him.
Yeah.
No, he's the coolest dude. If you get a chance to get over and meet any of those guys, hang out in their tent with them, hang out in the pits. Dude, that is one fun team to kick it with.
Let me tell you something. You pull one of these boats down the highway, you're going to be the most popular guy on the highway all day long.
Oh, yeah. It's just got to be picture after picture. I mean, kids have, these iPhones nowadays. They're back there snapping pictures as Tim's dragging down the highway. Look how close these guys are. right there in that view, you saw, CR coming out of the Punisher, and you saw the second place team just sitting right there on that pin. So they are so close.
One of the things so many of us that are fans of motorsports hated to see it go away was the open trailer. Right?
Yes.
You loved as a kid going down the road, and all of a sudden there was a race car getting pulled by a pickup truck or a rollback.
Yeah, remember the old rollbacks where you had like you just load up the old car on the back?
Snake and the Mongoose funny cars going down the road, right? And now, really, the only place you get to see that is with these guys when it comes to top-tier motorsports. You see the big trailers going down the road and these boats sitting tilted on the trailer.
Yep. It's kind of neat to see a whole caravan.
Yeah.
I saw a video of the Dirty Money team coming into town, and it was kind of neat because they just had, a teacher trailer, they had the stackers, and they had both boats. And it was just like, dude, they're commanding presence as they roll into town.
Do.
We got
There's
Mike
How to
Howell.
Live.
Yep, we got Cade in there. These guys are a newer team this year, but they've experienced their share of some mechanical issues, but they are here to play, and right now they are sitting in fourth place trying to reel in Team Graydale, who's currently sitting in third. Yeah, Mike Howell.
And this boat that How to Live is in, that How to Live boat, they're working around some issues with that boat too, right, Shane? I mean, that's actually a 4-seat boat.
Yeah, so that boat's been a race boat. I mean, before they picked it up, so that is a little bit bigger cockpit in that boat because it was set up as a 4-seater. That boat's got some interesting records and some history to
205 miles an hour to Lake of the Ozarks.
Yeah,
the shootout.
For the shootout. That's a neat boat. But that also changes the CGs a little bit. I think the cockpit in that boat slid a little bit further forward. So they were telling us the other day that they've been kind of fighting some setup gremlins because you'd have to kind of create their own data. The weight's a little different. They can't go to another skater, similar to their build and kind of help get some info. They've really got to start from scratch with it.
Well, not only that, but Cade and Eric are big boys. And I don't mean that in out of shape. They're
tall.
One's
guys,
260 pounds and the other one's 240. Cade and Mike.
Just tall guys. So luckily they have a little bit of room in there to move around.
Yeah. I mean, that also, all that weight impacts that center of gravity in that boat and your ability to move weight around in the boat and get it where you want it. And you see that How to Live bunch on the shoreline watching Mike and Cade go at it right now. Cade Wilson, the driver. Mike Howe, the throttle man. And How to Live offshore.
We got Graydale sliding through a corner there. That boat looks so well planted. Those guys are so comfortable. You got Jay just probably hammered down. Chris is sitting back for this Sunday afternoon ride, and they're focused on getting back up to the front. They're sitting in a really good position right now, sitting third though.
Yeah, they are.
What's crazy about any kind of offshore racing, especially Supercat, one mechanical failure, one small issue could really take some teams out of the contingency and really restack the podiums for the final of the race. Yeah, How to Live. Those guys were trying to go live on Facebook and have some kind of live Facebook feed on inside of the boat. So I'm not sure if they got that working or not, but they've got a lot of fans and a lot of people pushing for them out there in the World Wide Web, and those guys are probably along for a wild ride as well.
Love all the charity work those guys do too with their nonprofit Outdoors Again. Really helping to get folks who are dealing with physical issues, paralyzed individuals, getting them outdoors, getting them active, getting them involved in whatever that gets them going again, whether it's camping, gold panning, going to concerts or sports events. Man, they're a part of it.
You love to see these people. I mean, the people in this community, for these guys at home, these guys are just very, very giving individuals. A lot of them own businesses. They take care of their communities. And that is one of the reasons why offshore race sites love to see an event show up in their town, because they have such good people that come with this convoy from city to city on this national series.
All of these racing tours are big traveling circuses, right?
Oh, yeah, I hear that.
It doesn't matter which tour you're on. It's a big traveling circus going somewhere.
I've never been referred to as a carny, but I feel like one sometimes, man.
You would be more in the clown category.
Yeah,
that's another conversation.
I even got my buddy out in one of the safety boats out there, Scott. He's out there sending me a text right now. So, I think they're enjoying the show out there.
Oh, how could you not?
There's Dirty
Money,
Money's team.
yeah.
We got some fists in the air. Those guys are digging. Looks like we just made some kind of pass here, right?
Well, Dirty Money is now your new leader as it just pops up on timing and scoring with a 246, 541. CR falls back to second. They ran a 249, 407.
Well, that just goes to show you how close things are. I wasn't sure if there was a bobble or, some type of thing happened, but, man, those guys were right there to capitalize on that.
Waiting to see what Graydell ran.
We got 2 laps to go. Who still has a short lap left?
Well, I wish we knew. Graydell ran a 237, 563.
Wow.
So they might have used one up.
They're either on a heater or they hit that short lap, but that looks that looks fast.
They're in third. And How to Live, let's see what they ran. See if we get their time up here. Watching the board, waiting.
It's a nail biter. Sitting here.
Well, it is
because
because
that timing
all we can see is what you folks are seeing at home. Program. And our timing and scoring screen, just staring at it, waiting to see if a number flashes up.
I promise you, those guys that just pulled into first place, they're not going to ease up, man. They're going to give everything they have.
Here comes How to Live. They just pop across the line with a 243.8. No, I take that back. EWB ran 243.8 and moves to fourth. How to Live dropped to fifth with a 254.6.
You got Kelly Kreis and you got Ron Gibbs in the EWB machine, just
not giving up,
trying to get back and get a podium position from the Grade L team. I don't know if they can do it, but it's anybody's game today.
Comes the Punisher.
We're going to get some great shots of those guys sliding around. They've got a good camera angle on that, man. You can see daylight all the way under the tunnel when they slide through it. Check this out, guys.
Look at that light.
Boom. And that is why catamaran racing is so fast.
Yeah.
Those guys are just nothing but a wing.
And they like it. And Dirty Money puts up another one. 247.099.
They are on a rail here, guys. That's lap 11 of 12.
Yeah. Getting down to it.
There's CR. They're back in second place right now. It almost makes me think that there's some type of a mechanical issue that's had them dropped off paces with the kind of lead that they had early on. I don't know what's going on there, but the boat still looks pretty good. But they're just a fuzz off pace.
He just ran a 249, so they were 2.5 seconds off of Dirty Money, and Graydell ran a 249.8, just 0.4 behind CR.
I mean, that just goes to show that other fans at home, like we're talking hundredths of a second, between these guys per lap, as far as the times they can put down. It is any person's game, any time throughout the race course.
Dirty Money looking to extend their points lead here in the Supercat category.
Oh, man. Those guys are hanging it out there. Kelly and Ron are getting after it.
That's EWB. Oh, is that Dirty Money?
I don't know what we got going. What happened here? Let's get a little closer view on that boat.
It's got to be Dirty Money, right? It's Dirty Money. We're confirmed.
I hate to call it if I'm wrong, but man, what?
Helicopter
Well,
right over
I think
it.
it's Dirty Money because that's the other orange boat on the course,
We got
and that's How to
confirmation
Live.
from our truck that it's Dirty Money.
Oh no! I hope that is disheartening for that guy, for that team right there, especially sliding into first with a couple laps left to go. That's what I made the comment earlier.
Yeah.
Any kind of mechanical issue can change this race order at any point in time, and that is a disheartening position to be in right now.
So
for
it's
going to
put CR into the lead right here at the end of this. And the Dirty Money crew can't believe what they're seeing. Nor can we. And CR was 5th at St. Pete and on the verge of winning here at Lake Pontchartrain.
Man, everybody's scratching their heads right now on what's going on here.
That's incredible.
Well, you've got Rob and Casey. They're still digging, coming through the corner right out there in front of VIP.
Rob Understall, Casey Boaz, the throttleman, Rob on the wheel.
Great L's, you can see they're right there on their heels, coming
Yeah.
through that same corner we saw just a second ago.
And there's Dirty Money.
Man, I just wonder what's going on here.
Well, looking into the engines.
There's definitely a concern there.
Yeah. No problems here.
Man, those HRE racing engines in that particular boat are still trucking along. Chris Grant and Jay Moeller are still in the hunt for Rob and Casey, sitting in first position now after Dirty Money's unfortunate situation here. So that's going to change everything. Does that put
Totally.
Does that put EWB potentially back up into
fourth?
a podium?
Well, yeah, probably.
That little skater right
Yeah,
there is looking like they're singing.
They just moved to 3rd. Dirty Money dropped to 4th. So How to Live is going to move up to 5th here eventually, or up to 4th, and Dirty Money is going to go to 5th. And that's going to greatly turn the points upside down because Dirty Money came into this leading the points.
Yeah.
And CR came into the race 5th in points. Graydell came into the race 2nd in points, so they're probably going to be the new points leader here.
Everything's going to change going into Cocoa
Man,
Beach. Plus,
you
like I said,
imagine?
we've got 2 or 3, maybe
More on the
4
way?
new teams, or not new, but teams that are coming back or that weren't ready yet. I mean, when you throw new teams in the mix, it's just going to be a fight for points.
And big ocean water.
Oh, yeah.
And then Atlantic.
We've had nothing but big water, I feel like. I mean, this weekend, it's been crazy. The
Not
wind.
big here, but different, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's just a different wave frequency these guys are having to read.
Not like what we're going to see. You start racing off in the Atlantic, going to be churning. Going to be fun to watch.
You can see that boat dancing around the corner a little bit in that rough water. It's not white capping, but man, it's still blowing out there. Looks like they're rounding out our last lap. Is that right, Ralph?
Should be it.
Lap 12 of 12. Looking at Team Graydell and slid up into 2nd place.
How happy
We've
is that
got our
bunch going to
Havasu
be?
crew sitting at 3rd. How to Live sitting in 4th right now.
Talking to the Graydell folks on Friday, saying they can get up to 5 to 6 races out of their engines before they have to do a rebuild. if everything goes right.
I feel like that's pretty impressive. It just probably goes to a testament of the guys that are working on them, making sure they're
For sure.
running valves and doing the fluid changes and
Checkered flag waves right there for
Boom.
CR Racing. Sorry to cut you off, Shane.
No,
but
you're
Checkers
good.
wave. Somebody's decided. Rob Understall on this. The driver, Casey Boaz, the throttle man, and CR Racing wins here at the New Orleans Powerboat Grand Prix. Congratulations to everybody. The boat 08.
Man, those sponsors have to be happy. National Cart, Herring Propeller, Southeast Services, Go Fast Boat Services, and Sterling Power. Those guys have got to be excited about their boat's finish today.
Mm-hmm. They were strong from the drop of the green, weren't they?
Yeah. Like I said, that's 2 different events in a row they were a top qualifier for. We've got EWB sliding in, coming across the start-finish here soon. That's going to be a third-place podium position for Team EWB.
Yeah, saw those guys in the hotel lobby this morning and said, "You ready to go?" They said, "Oh, yeah, as good as we're going to be." Well, good as you're going to be was pretty darn good.
Absolutely, man. Those
podium finish.
You know, their last year was their first year, and their goal was just make sure they finished races, and that's what they did. You know, they've got good equipment. They kept it together. They've learned a lot. They're gelling as a team in a boat. You know, this is a little bit different than running Baja stuff in the desert between these two.
Sure is.
So they've really got to get comfortable, out here on a race course. And they look like they're doing it.
Yep. And how to live. Living right. This guy's dialing that boat in more and more. They like it rough, too, so I think they're going to be in good shape when they get to Cocoa Beach. I think we could see how to live maybe fighting for a podium spot down there.
Yes.
Here's your confirmation unofficially. Unfortunately, Britt, Lily, and Billy Pyburn having their problems. Dirty money. They'll get it figured out. Now watch this checkered flag come flying over here.
You better put some sun safety glasses on,
man. I'm telling you. I wouldn't take your gloves off just yet. Get some stickum on there. Look at that.
Yeah. Whew. I don't know if Rob's wearing a size 13, but I like those red kicks. I might have to talk him out of a set.
All right.
Look at those guys.
We're coming right back to Lake Pontchartrain for more racing after this.
It's that no holding back feeling.
That it doesn't get any better feeling.
That winning the weekend feeling.
No matter what feeling you're chasing on the water, nothing feels like a Yamaha.
The first exciting leg of the 2026 IHRA Triple Crown starts at Maple Grove Raceway May 21st to the 23rd. This unique three-race drag race featuring Top Fuel, Funny Cars, Pro Mods, Mountain Motor Pro Stocks, and Nitro Harleys, offering over $1 million in bonuses for sweeping all three events. The pressure will be on. The teams will be gunning for the million, and IHRA will be ready. Will you? Get tickets now at IHRA.com.
Narrative that I'm the best in the league. Who you comparing with? That is definitive. Top of the throne in the league. How you moving so on the speed? I just been bringing the heat. I just been bringing the fire.
I think I'm just so passionate and so motivated back to where I belong, and that's on top.
Welcome back, everybody, to New Orleans, the Grand Prix here in the beautiful Jefferson Parish down here in Louisiana. We have got an awesome boat race that just went down. Supercat action. We're waiting for Pro Class 1 next. And let's see some highlights from that Supercat race. Everybody was going wide and staying deck to deck. I mean, this thing was close. It was competitive. You saw him coming through the Punisher right there. Look at this action. This is when we had some passing going back and forth between the Supercat ranks. That was a split between the long and the short, which made up some interesting racing as the stack changed up throughout the race. That was a close one there between Dirty Money and Graydale. Britt had to make a little bit of evasive maneuver to stay out of the wash on that deal.
Could that evasive maneuver stress the boat out in a way that maybe led to the mechanical?
Man, I don't know. I mean, they look like they recovered.
Because it wasn't long after that, was it?
Yeah, they look like they recovered pretty well. I mean, I don't know if it put stress on a drive or something.
You never
I don't know
right?
what broke or what happened or run out of fuel. I doubt that happened.
No,
but, I don't know what the situation was. Hopefully I can get a little bit of feedback from him later. Now, there's Rob Undersell on the deck taking the flag. Those guys were pumped. Second race, top qualifier, so they earned it today. So
they sure did.
Those guys are happy, and we've got some unfortunate situations for some of those other teams. But I think those podium finishes, those guys are going to be excited and celebrating tonight.
Hey, Shane, you like big cats?
Oh, man, I love big cats, guys.
Well, guess what? We're going from Supercat to Pro Class 1. That's coming up next. Now, if you go back to St. Petersburg, Florida, you see that X-Insurance boat over there, the one on the left with the green trim. They had a wild ride in St. Petersburg. Watch this.
All that hard work we did last year, we just lost it in 3 laps.
It's a whole roller coaster of emotions as you go through this.
You know, when I first started racing, I thought that who I was competing against was, other teams, myself. But at the end of the day, if you realize that you're really racing Mother Nature and she's the boss. I mean, I've wrecked a few boats since I started racing, and I've never damaged one that bad.
Towboats were waving at us. Stop, stop, stop. Got out of the boat, had no idea that the back of the boat was pretty much gone.
When we were coming in, I looked over at Nick and I said, this might be our last boat ride together, buddy.
Season was over. It was like we were done. So that's what we just pick up the pieces and go.
My name is JJ Turk. I'm the driver of the number 11 X-Insurance 48-foot MTI Pro Class 1.
My name is Nick Buis, X-Insurance Pro Class 1 Throttleman. Everybody said it's a 7-month, 9-month, we're out the season, whatever it is.
The goal was we were going to come to New Orleans as a team to support the other teams. And next thing you know, here we are, man.
The whole team came together. Hopefully we can finish what we started in St. Pete.
We've proven that we're willing to push it. So I'm looking forward to just getting back in the boat.
You're here, everybody's here. Every one of these races are here to try to win. When the green flag drops, we're back. We're here to be serious.
And we're going to try to go out and crush everybody.
And they got it done. They got it ready. And they are back ready to go racing with us there. That number 11, you can see it sitting out in the water. But, boy, what they had to go through to get that boat here. We were talking to the team, you and I, earlier this weekend. And they got the boat back Wednesday, 7 p.m. at night after having the glass shop do their repairs to the boat. Then they had to re-rig the entire boat.
Yep.
They fired it up Friday morning, 2:30 a.m. Once they got done with that, put it on the trailer, headed up the highway, and got here late Friday afternoon. Got in the water on Saturday.
Yeah, they let them test a little bit on Saturday. They missed practice on Friday, and they missed the qualifying for Pro Class 1 race that was yesterday. But those guys, they got in the race, and I think they ended up finishing, I remember what it was yesterday, 5th or something? So, I mean, you know, they put that boat together. They weren't at the back of the pack. Everything's new. They had to do the shakedown, and these guys are no joke. And they have got some mechanics behind them that absolutely killed it this week, or this last couple of weeks, trying to get this boat here. As you can saw, that was an emotional moment. I mean, you know, it was emotional for us watching that last week. We're happy that everybody was good. We knew there was some carnage, but I'm just super proud of that team and the X Insurance, backed rig there, that they are here, and they're here to get it done.
Let's meet the winners of Supercat now. Here's Tristan.
Hey guys, I'm down here with Casey and Rob, CR Racing, our Supercat first place finishers today. How was your race, Casey?
It was awesome. It was awesome. The whole race. It was just, we couldn't have gave it any more.
Rob?
It was awesome. Strategy worked out well. I mean, obviously we were disappointed when Dirty Money was ahead of us after they finished their short laps and we had our short laps, so all we could do was just give it all we could and hung them behind them, just hoping for them to make a mistake or have a mechanical error. So luck wasn't with them today, and we were able to keep it together. So we're really jazzed up. Can't say enough for our crew. Just awesome.
Thank you. Thank you to our crew.
Congratulations, guys.
Thank you.
Congrats to them as we get ready now for the big Pro Class 1 machines. As impressive as they are, weighing in over 12,000 pounds, 2,200 horsepower powering these machines. This is their parade lap, but I'll tell you what, Shane, they are nothing like the boats that you see being used by our friends and our great sponsors over at Harvey Gulf International Marine. They have some of the biggest, greenest operating machines on the open oceans. They do deep water marine transportation. They are big sponsors of our event here at the New Orleans Powerboat Grand Prix, and we can't thank our friends at Harvey Gulf International Marine enough for being a part of this fantastic weekend here on Lake Pontchartrain.
We are so excited for their partnership. I mean, this, you know, it's people, it's companies, it's folks like that, the good culture. That's what makes this happen.
Absolutely. All right, so this is our sighting lap here for Pro Class 1.
Yep.
As we said, these boats weighing in over 12,000 pounds.
Got some in-camera footage there. We got Myrick on the wheel and Tyler on the sticks there.
That's MCon Monster Energy.
Yep. I was joking around with Myrick yesterday because that race was super rough. I said, I just imagine like a little kid sitting on a park bench, you know, with his legs just swinging because Myrick's a little shorter, you know. And so I told him, I said, I'm going to give you a little bad time about that.
Well, he has no problem standing on the top step of the podium, does he?
Oh, no, he doesn't, man. And he's grown pretty comfortable there. So you know what? They're there to do it again today. But it's anybody's race. The level of professionalism and the experience that's in the ranks right now is just unbelievable.
While they take care of their sighting lap, we're going to squeeze in a quick bit of business, but we will be right back for the green to go racing here with Pro Class 1. Stay tuned on Speed Sport 1.
Retribution! Oh yeah, we want retribution! Oh yeah, we want retribution! Yeah, we ran out of patience. Boil up with the cold hard hatred. I can feel the vibration. Feet in the streets, it's a new sensation. I wanna break faces on the pavement. I wanna make greatness look complacent. Adrenaline away.
I think I'm just so passionate and so motivated back to where I belong, and that's on top.
People that doubt
him. When it counts, I'll make it happen. Let's go. Come on. This is the time to show that I got that dog in me, right?
Hey, dig and win! The 2025 Monster Energy AMA Supercross Super US #1 plate. The first exciting leg of the 2026 IHRA Triple Crown starts at Maple Grove Raceway May 21st to the 23rd. This unique 3-race drag race featuring Top Fuel, Funny Cars, Pro Mods, Mountain Motor Pro Stocks, and Nitro Harleys, offering over $1 million in bonuses for sweeping all 3 events. The pressure will be on. The teams will be gunning for the million, and IHRA will be ready. Will you? Get tickets now at IHRA.com.
Welcome back to the New Orleans Powerboat Grand Prix here on Lake Pontchartrain, just outside of downtown New Orleans. Our coverage brought to you by Monster Energy, Unleash the Beast, Progressive, Fast Boats, Smart Coverage, Progressive Insurance, Harvey Gulf International Marine, and we want to welcome the president of Harvey Gulf International Marine to our event here at the New Orleans Powerboat Grand Prix. Great to have you with us. Thanks for your involvement with the IHRA Offshore Powerboat Grand Prix. And Jefferson Parish, brought to you by Councilman Hans Liljeberg, Jefferson Parish Council District 5 and Jefferson Parish. We can't do any of this without those great supporters, Shane.
Yeah, and he was here this morning, too, which is great. So, I mean, it's great to have these folks here with us.
Pro Class 1, getting ready.
So yesterday's race is going to sort out the starting order for today's race. So how they finished yesterday is how they'll start today.
Feeling those gusts kicking up, buddy.
Yep. I keep talking about weather, but, man, it just is changing. Every 10, 15 minutes it feels like. We're sunny, we're overcast, the wind picks up, it dies down.
Waiting, watching for the green. Okay, everybody looks lined up. Getting close. Now, WHM has been great at the starts of these races. You see Billy right there.
Yeah, I talked to Jay a little bit this morning. You know, I think that boat, I mean, physically is a little bit smaller than some of these other boats that are in the ranks here. And I don't know if it just, picks air up quickly or something. I mean, they're all, similar in weight as far as the minimum is concerned. But he has had some amazing starts so far this season. Looks like they're getting them lined up real good.
All right, this should give us a pretty good look to see that green wave. Once it comes up, we'll be underway. It's going to come out on that Monster Mile backstretch, so they should have, another corner to get them out there?
Yep. If you're sitting in the DMR boat right now, what are you thinking? You just got off that Supercat race. They were on a high.
Thinking that lake owes me one.
Man, those guys, they're coming for blood, man.
Yeah.
But, they've just ran a race. Might have a little fatigue in them. I mean, the mental game they've got to be going through right now has got to be intense. I can't imagine how that conversation was. Let's put this to bed. We have another one. Let's get in the boat, and let's get out here and do it again.
It's like an NFL quarterback that throws an interception, right? You got to forget about it. You got another play coming right up.
Yep.
But at the same time, too, Shane, they've got an advantage in the fact that they've been through the Pontchartrain Punisher.
Yeah, they know
at
what to
speed.
expect.
They know what's coming.
Yep. Looks like they're
There's
trying
the
to
yellow.
Get these guys all lined up.
As we're close.
Justin Martin's in the pace boat there, trying to get these guys pulled up and lined up and going. That's a good angle, seeing that, seeing them getting lined up there and pull into place. This class, much like Supercat, they have 3 short lap options on their race today. So it's gonna be interesting. And some of these guys that have run this before, you know, they probably sat down last night and had to recalculate how they were going to take those.
Yep.
You know, is it a position thing? Is it a timing thing? It depends on who in front of them. I mean, there's a lot of factors here.
That conversation might have ruined a couple of dinners. Might have gotten heated.
My best friend at home that I race with, I don't even know if he's watching, but there was one race we were in the car together because I navigate in these open road races that we do. We got out of the car and he said, we're not friends for at least 37 minutes. And I said, okay, I'll catch you here in a little bit. So sometimes that stuff happens. You know, you just gotta...
Green, we're racing.
All right.
Pro Class 1 is underway here on Lake Pontchartrain. Look at them get up and go.
Oh, my gosh, they're hard charging.
MCon Monster Energy with WHM right to their outside. Man, Billy and those guys have been so quick on the trigger in that WHM boat.
Got DMR right there. Kind of, you can see them through the spray. They are in the hunt, in the mix. I mean, it's still anybody's game. Everybody's still pretty much all lined up going down into that first pin.
Yeah, Billy and Jay getting lost in the spray there, but they're right on the outside there, just off the deck of Monster Energy MCon. And this discreet at the back end.
I actually think they were out. That fire situation they had yesterday.
Oh, that's right. So it might be MTIGC.
Yeah. I'm not sure who's, until they get across our start-finish line, where they're at. But I don't believe they started the race today. I talked to Reese this morning. He said I thought they were a scratch. So, and that's unfortunate for, you know, Adam Carpenter and Reese Langheim in the Pro Class 1 race.
Here comes the Punisher.
As a new team. Look at these guys sliding around this corner.
MTIGC is right on the outside of this group.
Man.
Looks like they're taking a long way around, bringing a lot of speed with the throttles. You're on board now with the Monster Energy MCon boat.
Look at the intensity. Look at the conversation.
The hand signals.
Man, Myrick's eyes look like laser beams, man. You see that?
It's the right level of intensity to have.
Yeah, these guys are a mile or so away, but we can feel the feel the desk shake a little bit throughout the wind with all the vibration coming off those boats. Man, they are thundering out there.
Myrick Coyle pointing that boat with the wheel.
There's JJ Turk and Nick Buis. Extremely happy to be here. Without the testing time, you know, some of this racing for them is going to be some shakedowns for Cocoa Beach as we go forward. They had a great performance yesterday for showing up after that long week they had. So, you know what? They still have a lot of time left in this race today to get back up in the hunt for the front.
Down that monster mile. So that thing can really stretch out, can it?
Yep. And everybody on the first lap, they have to take the standard course. They can't take any of the short laps on lap 1.
Here they come right at you. Close to 160 plus miles an hour. Man, that's moving on water.
They're going into that pin just as fast. Look at that. They're just turning the boat at speed. We had some crazy deck-to-deck action yesterday, and I'm sure we're going to see some more of that today as everybody sorts this out. about ready to see our VIP tent here in the background. Oh, man, look at him.
Look through those tunnels.
Bill, Pyburn, and Britt, they are right there on the tail.
Running in second place. So the Monster Energy M-Con just ran a 354.577. Billy Pyburn Racing, 359.679. Out of pocket with a 405.663. MTI GC a 408.985. WHM 416.101. And X Insurance sits in 6th.
There's Marine Technology, 32. GC Racing, we've got Willie Cabeza and Johnny Tomlinson in that boat. They had a little situation yesterday. I think what happened is they threw a prop blade or something, is what I gathered last night in the pits. So that's what put them out of yesterday's race.
Monster Energy M-Con taking the short lap here.
They're taking it early. They want to try to stretch that lead out as far as they can.
I'm not against that. I think that, get a fast one in on the long way around and then
I know a lot of guys want clean water. They say they'll take that to get it, but you know what? I would like to stretch as much lead out as I possibly could on anybody. I think my philosophy, I'd probably take all of them, lap 2, 3, and 4.
Yeah, you got 3 to play with.
Yeah. That way, you've taken your short lap. If there's any kind of situation where they can't start it again or they can't complete it, you've got your short laps out of the way.
When you make that turn out onto the Monster Mile, that causeway looks like it's a long ways away, right?
Oh, yeah.
And you get flat out in one of these things at 160 miles an hour, and boom, you're on it.
Yeah, the interview we just saw with J.J. Turk and Nick Buis here in the X Insurance boat, the number 11. They were 2024 national world champions in Mod V. These guys, stepped up, last year. They're running both classes, and now they're solely focused on Pro Class 1 and taking it to the top. That's kind of a neat little footage there. We got some in-cam overlay. You see those guys working the wheel. There's our out-of-pocket guys. We got Kevin Burrell and Billy Moore with the X Insurance number 10. It's a good picture there.
Mm-hmm.
Billy Moff, WHM, the plumber. Sitting in that big skater.
18 world championships.
He's been doing it for a while. The guy is a legend.
18. One of the New York
Yankees. There's Kevin Burrell.
27 World Series titles. Billy with 18 world championships.
He's raced about everything you can that floats in the offshore powerboat world, I think.
And it's just rarefied air. Or rarefied water in this case.
Yep. There's our DMR performance. Those guys are backed by Okuma, Axum, JL Billet, Boxo Tools, and Rockford Fosgate.
And they're looking to make up some ground because they went short lap.
I love all their golf carts. When all the fans get to come out and check those guys out in the pits, that Rockford Fosgate audio stuff they have in their golf carts, dude, they just crank it. I mean, they have a party going every time.
That X Insurance boat, just getting on the water is a win for them. They just ran a 240.468.
Yep. Well, after yesterday's performance, though, I still wouldn't rule them out.
No, and don't forget, M-Con, Monster Energy M-Con took the short lap. They went 226.822.
Look at that boat. That thing, that from what you saw earlier with that rollover accident 2 weeks ago to come back and look this good, you can't beat the guys that are back in the shop getting it done.
No.
Hats off to those guys.
Some talented people working on that boat.
Yep.
There's MTI GC Racing running along in 4th. Pink, purplish black.
Marine Technologies Inc. backed boat.
And your race leader.
Good Lord.
It's a lot of mass moving at 160 miles an hour,
The
isn't
amount
it?
of G's that those guys are feeling in the seat in that boat, and they're feeling every little wave crest as they just dance right across the top of it. Fastest I've been in a boat's 140, and it's an open canopy cat. You can't see anything. All you could do is feel everything. So at least they have a canopy around them. Keep them safe. Keep the wind off of them. Because I'll tell you, it's fast. You get anything over 100 mile an hour on water, it's like just blistering.
Oh, yeah.
That's a good shot of Kevin Burrell and Billy Moore there in the out-of-pocket team, backed by X Insurance. LCS Site Services, LLC are their sponsors, getting them to the race.
And MTI right here. MTI GC Racing. Out onto the Monster Mile. This race scheduled for 14 laps, the longest race of the day, right?
Yep. The run order right now is a little reminiscent of yesterday, but like I said, with all these short lap options these guys have with 3 of them, it's really going to shake stuff up, depending on how strategically they insert that short lap into their game plan.
Yeah. You had 3 of those short laps to utilize here in the 14.
Yep.
So when you go with it, totally up to you.
So far, the buzz in the pit this year is the racers really, really like this short lap option. It just changes things up. It makes it exciting, and tracking it is we're getting better on going to do some overlays to where all of our fans at home can see some cool stuff that's going on out there on the race course and get dialed in with it.
A lot of different forms of motorsports use something like this. Some call it a joker lap or joker lane. In the offshore powerboat world, it kind of started over in Europe, brought over here for the first time this year, and it's working great so far. We're going to take a quick break, but Speed Sport 1's coming back live to Lake Pontchartrain. Back here at the New Orleans Powerboat Grand Prix, the IHRA, the International Hot Rod Association, in town here in New Orleans at the Big Easy, out on Lake Pontchartrain, racing right now, Pro Class 1. Their second race of the weekend.
We're almost halfway through this. We're sitting at lap 6 of 14, so we've got a lot of time left here for these guys to make some position changes. You know, it almost makes me wonder with the short lap deal if some of these guys are just sitting back biding a little bit of time trying to save some equipment.
I think Monster Energy MCon just took another one because they just ran a 2:24.975.
Wow.
Billy Pyburn just ran a 2:37.210.
Yeah, that's DMR Performance right now, sitting in second place.
Out of Pocket just ran a 2:29.392, so I'm betting they ran a short lap.
That's what it appears to be. They probably saw the leaders do it and said, hey, we're going to follow suit.
Too.
Yeah, absolutely.
Can't get
well,
too far
those guys
behind.
are doing everything they can to catch Dirty Money right now.
Yeah.
Or DMR Performance, rather. You can see those look like that DMR is on the inside right there, so they just took a short lap. They were on the inside commitment buoy, so they are running a short lap. That's a great vantage point for our viewers at home to see what that looks like.
Yeah, when they come out.
The Plumber in the Punisher.
WHM. Billy Moth.
And J.A. Muller. A couple of greats. I'm excited to see, when they get their new Pro Class 1 boat's going to debut. I'm not sure when that's coming, but I know it's coming down the pipeline right now.
Big skater. Well, you just don't walk down to your local boat dealer and buy one of those. It can take up to 2 years before one gets ready, and that's not because the waiting list is necessarily so long. It's just that the craftsmanship that goes into building these boats of this size takes a while.
It does. I'll tell you, but I bet the waiting line is super deep as well.
It is too, yeah.
I mean, everybody's trying to get a hold of some of these custom boat manufacturers. And to build a race boat, it's a little different than a pleasure boat.
Yeah, but Billy, he knows a guy, right?
Billy always knows a guy.
Billy makes a phone call. He knows a guy. He goes right to the front.
He always knows a guy. And there's another skater right there sitting in front. That's a 438. If I'm Tyler Miller, I know he's got a brand new boat that Myrick's rigging right now.
Yeah.
Man, it's like you got a new boat. You're excited about it, but you got to be happy with the performance that you still have.
Look at that thing.
Oh, my God.
Look at it.
Dude.
That is just getting it on every level. Not that the gang behind him are running any slower. Look at these guys, all of them.
That tells you right there, though, just like they said in their interview yesterday, the racing is so close. You can't give up. You can't lift. Man, you have to always do it. They know there's guys knocking on their door every single lap.
Monster Energy MCon 236.8. We know they went the long way around that time. Billy Pyburn went in short. 225.202.
Well, that dropped
out of Pocket went short too. 229.392.
So those guys, second place is under 10 seconds. Is how close they are right now. And if I had to guess, I think they probably still have another short lap in the bag.
Yeah, I take that back. Out of Pocket just changed. They went a long way around. They ran a 239.718.
Okay, on the
so
last
it was
lap,
Billy Pyburn that went with the short lap.
Yes.
225.202, the only one.
That was a good opportunity for him to make up some ground because he did it.
MTI 242.698. Let's see what Billy did here. And for WHM to cross the line. 235.068 for WHM.
Kevin looks like he's doing a really, really good job of steering through that corner. He is holding tight to the pins. We sit here and look at this overview. The conditions are definitely a lot more favorable as far as, it's not as big a water out there today as it was yesterday.
Not at all.
On qualifying.
Not at all.
That will probably slow down parts breakage and make sure everybody's going to try to finish this race. And a lot of times that's the name of the game.
Oh, yeah. We've seen that all weekend long, haven't we?
Unfortunately, and whatever happened in our Supercat race just moments ago, I mean, same thing.
Yeah.
Something happens. Takes you out of contingency. Yeah, these Mercury Racing 1100s they're amazing power plants.
Yeah. Battle tested for sure. It's just amazing when you get a good look underneath these big cats as they come through a corner like that. You see that air working underneath there.
Yep.
Packing it all up in there.
There's a lot of lift going on right there. See Tyler Miller in there on the throttles.
And that just, when you see a shot like that, it really gives you an appreciation of what that throttle man is doing to maximize all that air.
Yeah, he's feeling everything out, and he has to make adjustments on the fly just at the precise moment.
And it's not like we're talking about massive adjustments.
No, just, little blips of the throttle, just enough to make sure that the boat's settled where it needs to be, especially going through corners. There's that fine line, and these guys are right on the edge all the time of it.
Problems here.
Oh, I hate to see that.
The guys that had big trouble at St. Pete having more trouble here with X Insurance at Lake Pontchartrain.
Tell you, I'm happy that those guys are here, though.
Yeah.
We got Marine Technologies, Willie Cabiza, Johnny Tomlinson going through the corner here.
Running in fourth.
Looks like DMR Performance still sitting there pretty comfortably in second place, and they are doing whatever they can to reel in that Monster Energy MCON machine. That boat looks really good flat out right now with MTI.
WHM just ran a 249.397. There they are right there. One of the most famous liveries in offshore powerboat racing, wouldn't you say? I mean, it's been around for a long time. It's been at the front of the field forever. You know, as soon as you see that big yellow boat, what it is. And you need to see the WHM. You can spot it a mile away, and you know.
That big American flag on the deck.
That's Billy. And that's all you got to say, too, right? That's Billy, and everybody knows exactly what you're talking about. And that's a respect thing when you've reached that point in your career of racing.
Yep. It's like JJ and Nick, something's going on there. I don't know if they have a motor out or a motor down, if they're still trying to plug around there for points. Yeah, a minute ago when we had the in-camera footage, you saw, Tyler Miller with his hand on the throttle. So he's just always there, ready to make an adjustment as needed. He's got his left hand over on the side gunnel there. He's going to be adjusting trims and everything, just trying to get that boat to settle in. And sometimes those guys are just always on and off the switches, just trying to find that sweet spot. But every direction they turn, it's a little bit different with wind gusts that we've been fighting all this weekend. So those guys are constantly making adjustments.
Oh, problems here. Dirty Money, Billy Pyburn, DMR Performance.
This is a tough break for these guys, sitting there running in second and have some kind of mechanical or something going on there. This is reminiscent of that Supercat race. Man, I'll tell you what, TJ over the pits, Bobby Adams, the whole crew, these guys are going to have their work cut out for them. I'm not sure what happened. Hopefully it was something minor. They can get tweaked and fixed and back going, but they are... They're going to have some work to do. That is unfortunate. I hate to see that from competitors like that who are always here and
working
always in the
hard.
game. Yeah. That's going to change up our top three right now, though, as everybody makes their way around the start-finish here and going in through the corner back into the Monster Mile.
Boy, that's going to make for a long trip home, isn't it?
Oh, I hate to see that for those guys. That's a disappointment, especially coming off the Supercat situation. But you know what? Those guys will persevere. Those guys are strong. They have an amazing team behind them. And I promise you, when they show up at Cocoa Beach, it's going to be like this never happened.
They're going to be angry.
Little shout out to our Towboat USA guys, making sure that if we have any situations on course, they're keeping our boaters and our racers safe and getting those guys back to the pits.
But hey, that's racing. You got to shake it off. Get ready for the next one.
It's hard to believe these boats can go that fast. For RV or home, I mean, when you're talking 150, 60 mile an hour and you're sliding through corners at, 120, 130 mile an hour like that, you can see there's a very minimal amount of that boat that's in the water.
Yeah.
And it is just dialed in and on the edge.
Yeah, you're talking an absolutely massive piece of machinery at up to 47 feet in length, just sliding across the top of the water like that, weighing in at 12,000 pounds. I mean, it's just...
That changes our run order with DMR Performance's unfortunate mechanical situation they had, but that slides Kevin Burrell and Billy Moore up into second place. I'm not sure what the deficit quite is behind Monster, but, they're probably saying, hey, we just moved up a spot. We've got one more to do it, and we've got a few laps left to get it done.
Yeah. I mean, think about it. If you met... So the aliens fly down from Mars, right? And you happen to run into the guy at your local bar, and you're sitting down there, and you're talking to him, and he's like, what are you into? You go, I like Pro Class 1 offshore powerboat race. Oh, really? What's that all about? Well, we take this thing, weighs over 12,000 pounds. It's got 2,200 horsepower, and we slide it across the water. And, oh, yeah, only about less than a foot or two of it is actually touching the water when you do that.
I'm telling you.
How do you get a visual of that if you haven't seen it, right? Just it makes no sense on paper.
Have to throw out a great plug to the IHRA production team that's getting it done, because the camera angles are amazing.
Capturing
We've had some good shots, great footage. And all of our fans at home have to be really, really pumped. I've been getting texts all day, all weekend, ever since St. Pete too. I feel like the production of what everybody at home is getting to see is amazing. And I just hope that's taking our fans at home and they're booking some flights for the next race.
Yeah, come on out.
We want you here. We want you to experience this in person. There's not a better place. I can give you the best thing in the world to watch, but until you experience it for yourself, you have to come to a race. You have to come check out the pits and get some signatures of your favorite drivers and throttlemen. And you've got to go sit out there in VIP, because it's always on point. The food's good, the drink is good, and you've got the best views in the house.
No doubt about it. And that's our good friends at Defy Productions, bringing you the pictures that you're seeing here live and free on Speed Sport 1. Here's our next race. Cocoa Beach, Florida. We'll all roll in on Thursday about the 14th. Practice and qualifying Friday the 15th. We'll go racing on Saturday and Sunday the 16th and 17th of May. Perfect treat for Mom for Mother's Day in May, right?
Oh, yeah.
Tell her you're taking her to the boat races in Cocoa Beach.
I'm going to let my wife know that's where I'm taking her.
She's going anyway.
She's going to be excited. I promise you. We got, what do we got coming around here in the corner? Well, we still have, that's a great shot of both of our X-Insurance boats. We've got number 10. We've got number 11. You got JJ and Nick. They're still out there getting their points with whatever's going on with those guys. And you've got the X-Insurance machine. This number 10 is pulled up into second place. Here's our third place view right now with MTI and Willie Cabiza and Johnny Thompson.
I'm wondering what they've got left as far as
I know we've got 3 laps left to go.
To play.
These guys are pretty smart. They're pretty strategic on how they run races.
A couple of wily veterans in there, aren't they?
Yep. It's hard to know exactly when they're going to decide to take that inside commitment buoy and take a shortcut.
They're in a 241.556 last time around, but Punch Energy MCon ran a 236.657, so they obviously were both on the longer lap. Out of Pocket ran a 238.887.
If I'm Kevin Burrell and I'm driving that boat sitting in second place right now, I'm pretty pumped. But all I'm going to do is want to try to put my sights on that Black Monster Energy MCOM machine that's up front right now and try to drive that thing to the front.
Like somebody on the inside there. Is that Billy going inside?
That one's coming out of the Punisher there.
Oh, yeah.
Heading toward the old start finish. He had a great performance yesterday. Finished third, I believe, is what Billy and Jay finished yesterday. So.
Yeah, he just was quickest on that lap, ran a 2:34.907.
Good for those guys. They're still in the hunt. They're running.
Yeah, 18 championships will do that to you.
There's a ton of drive with those guys, man. They've seen everything.
$11 of 14. All right, Monster Energy MCON, 225, 240, so I'm guessing they went short.
That's what it looks like. I think they've got to be out of their short laps now.
I would think so.
That's what I was saying earlier. See Tyler's left hand there. It's up on the gunnel. I mean, that's where they've got all their trim switches and a lot of the control and everything. They're watching the monitors. Got Myrick on the wheel, just getting it after it. There's our second place right now. Out of Pocket Racing X Insurance.
They ran a 237.901, so they went long way.
Yep. LCS Site Services LLC is helping those guys get from race to race.
Waiting to see what JT and Willie did. The big MTI. I like this shot. They went long. They went 238.418. I like this shot from this angle. The other one. Watching the boats go along the shoreline there really gives you an indication of the speed. Like that. Going into the corners here. Not only are they working the trims and the throttles and all that, but both the driver and the throttle man are watching multiple pages on multiple screens of digital information.
Yeah, they're monitoring all the different systems in the boat. I mean, temperatures, water pressures. There's a lot of stuff going on right now to make sure they keep all of the the engines intact and put together and keep everything together so they have less work to do before next race. There's a lot of systems going on in there.
Yeah. And Billy just went long. He ran a 248.020.
Could you imagine if you're wanting to get into Pro Class 1 racing and when Billy Moff gets his new Pro Class 1 and you're able to buy that 40 skater that he's sitting in there right now?
Man.
Talk about a piece of history.
Tell you what, there's going to be a few collectors around the world going, I want to just have that in my collection, right?
Yeah.
I mean, that is a massive piece of marine history.
I'd have trouble buying it and putting it on display. I think I'd get in it. Maybe you and I could get in it and go.
You'd have to have quite the display room for it, too, right? Not putting it in your man cave.
Out of Pocket still in the hunt for that Monster Energy machine. X Insurance is getting after it. They've got a big presence here this weekend. A lot of teams. I think they're pretty well represented in about every class, which is a really, really good marketing philosophy for those guys.
Yeah, in this form of racing, that WHM livery is about as well known as Petty Blue in NASCAR or Jeff Gordon's Rainbow Skiing, Big E's Black Goodwrench, or
the old Rainbow Warrior.
Yeah, I mean it's along those lines, right?
Yep. Lap 13 of 14.
Getting down
coming down to the wire. Yep.
We still got one more offshore race to go today.
That one's going to be a nail biter.
Be a little different.
15 or 16 super stocks. We don't even have a complete full field yet, but we have a full field here today that's going to put on one heck of a bang-up show.
And what a way to close out the day for the boats.
I'm telling you.
And we got more watercraft to come.
There might be a reason we saved those guys for last,
yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is definitely going to change the points up going into Cocoa Beach. With failures, breakages, DNFs, people at the back going to the front.
Billy just ran a 2:46.261. One thing that hasn't changed is Monster Energy MCon at the front.
Those guys have had a great weekend. I hate to even tip my hat to old Craig Antmeyer in the pits back there, you know, but he gives me so much crap. I got to tip my hat to all those guys.
They went the long way too, 2:41.760.
Maybe since I mentioned Craig's name, this next week we have a Mexican joint back home that they eat at, I think, I don't know, 6 days a week probably. Any day about 12 or 1 o'clock, I feel like you can find those guys there. So as long as they're not traveling, I'm going to show up and give them my bill and leave. That's
there
what I'm
you
doing.
Go.
Make Craig buy my lunch. He's not giving up yet, is he?
Oh, no.
He is flying around that corner. Putting on a show for VIP over there. I'd like to be ponied up right now to the with the lawn furniture they have sitting right there on the seawall or on the riprap.
Speaking of your home, we're going to be racing on the Lake of the Ozarks here in a few weeks, aren't we?
In June, yeah, after a Cocoa Beach race. We're followed up after Cocoa Beach. Mikey said we're going to be doing personal watercraft up there too, so that's going to be a great one. That's a town I might be able to get a reservation in. So
you think
that one we might be able to make it happen.
St. Clair, Michigan will be up there. Sheboygan, Wisconsin, going that way.
I'm excited to go up north as the summer sets in and the heat skid up here. We'll be able to head up north and have a little bit cooler conditions. I think the racers like it, the boats like it.
Everybody in the truck just chimed in and said, you're buying when we get to Lake of the Ozarks.
That's fine. I'm good with that. I'll take everybody out. I just need to borrow the credit card.
Oh, boy. Monster Energy MCon making their way to the causeway for the final time. One more trip to the Pontchartrain Punisher. Here they come. They got through it smoothly.
Charging towards start finish right now. I wonder if they're celebrating
There's
in the boat.
There's a checkered flag. They've won it again.
I wonder what the inside of that boat looks like right now after the intensity that we saw the whole time. Look at these guys. Yeah, check that out. Now that is a team right there. They are happy. And you know what? I bet their wives are sitting over there in VIP just as ecstatic as they can be as well.
Oh, yeah. They ran
probably jumping up and down.
2:41.663 on their last lap.
Oh, man.
Victorious here again on Lake Pontchartrain at the New Orleans Powerboat Grand Prix.
Yeah, baby. Did you see the number one Myrick tossed us?
Yeah. No, they are. Not just today, but at the top of the points.
Let's see who jumps out to get the flag. Who's it going to be?
Somebody with good hands. That thing is tricky to catch. I didn't know you could spiral a flag, but seeing it done.
I don't have enough coordination. I'd definitely miss that. They'd have to have an extra flag for me.
There's our victorious crew popping up out of the hatch.
We just saw Willie Cabiza fly by there.
Yeah.
Heading to start finish.
They should be finishing in third, behind Out of Pocket.
You know, Out of Pocket's got to be pretty happy with their performance today, too. I mean, they had some issues in St. Pete, some mechanical gremlins, a crank sensor, and some other stuff. Even here this weekend, they broke a prop shaft and lost a prop. So, you know, they've had a lot of repairs, and they've got to be pretty happy with a second-place finish today. Great points going into the rest of the National Series.
There's a look at those unofficial results. Pro Class 1. So a lot more action yet to go. We are not done here on Speed Sport 1. Coming back to New Orleans for some more. Here comes that checker flag. Let's see that toss. And
man, that camera here was going to make them look tall. They were just so pumped, I guarantee it.
Look at that.
Great toss.
I'll tell you what, Tom Brady never threw a ball that pretty. All right, guys.
Give me a bow, Eric.
We'll be right back.
Retribution! Oh yeah, we want retribution! Oh yeah, we want retribution! Yeah, we ran out of patience for your love with the cold hard hatred. I can feel the vibration beat in the streets. It's a new sensation. I wanna break faces on the pavement. I wanna make greatness look complacent. Adrenaline away.
I think I'm just so passionate and so motivated back to where I belong, and that's on top.
The first exciting leg of the 2026 IHRA Triple Crown starts at Maple Grove Raceway May 21st to the 23rd. This unique three-race drag race featuring Top Fuel, Funny Cars, Pro Mods, Mountain Motor Pro Stocks, and Nitro Harleys, offering over $1 million in bonuses for sweeping all three events. The pressure will be on. The teams will be gunning for the million, and IHRA will be ready. Will you? Get tickets now at IHRA.com.
Hey, it's the SMX 250 World Champion.
He's going to destroy those people that doubt him.
When it counts, I'll make it happen. Let's go. Come on. This is the time to show that I got that dog in me, right? Hey, Deegan wins! The 2025 Monster Energy AMA Supercross Super US #1 plate.
The New Orleans Powerboat Grand Prix is brought to you by Monster Energy. Unleash the Beast. Progressive, fast boat, smart coverage, Progressive Insurance. Harvey Golf International Marine, and Jefferson Parish. Brought to you by Councilman Hans Liljeberg, Jefferson Parish Council, District 5, and Jefferson Parish. Monster Energy MCon coming back into the dock area. And the cranes. Here's a look at the highlights of the Pro Class 1. And these guys are pretty dominant in this one, Shane.
Yeah, there's some good in-camera footage. I'll tell you what, the celebration at the end was great. But those guys were in there just on fire, consistent, and they run a really, really good race. Everything stayed together. The start was amazing. Sliding through the Punisher. I mean, they were 4 wide at one point. I mean, it was a pretty wild ride. That gives our viewers at home a really, really good view of what it's like to be inside one of the cockpits of these machines. Kevin Burrell and Billy Moore pulled up into second. That was a really unfortunate situation we saw a little bit ago with DMR Performance.
It wasn't smooth for everybody, right?
Yeah, it's heartbreaking for those guys because they put in a lot of effort and a lot of time. And, I don't know what took them out, but, it's probably something minor because it seems like that's how racing goes, right? It's always the little things that get you. And there was the MCON machine pulling across the start finish to take that checkered flag. Celebrations were good. The energy is really, really high over there, and those guys are going to have a heck of a party tonight.
Great shot from above as our drone catches them. Beautiful looking boat. Almost right down into the cockpit.
Yeah, that's a great drone shot.
Shut that air off, would you?
There's a look inside the cockpit with our onboard camera. And Michael Young joins us again as we get ready for Pro Watercraft.
Yeah, that's right. We got the Ski GP3. That'll be coming up next. Some great battles going on in that. Lucas Cervera with 108 points. Cash with 103. That is Cash Crawford. Cervera riding for TC Free Ride. Crawford riding for Jet Trim and Blosian, Scott Wheeler and Company. And then you've got Emmy Garcia back there in third, who also she rides for Rick Roy Products and Pros, Fast Power Sports, and Cometic. And there is your complete lineup there. Gary Holbein not here yesterday, so that's why his name isn't up in the points. But he did gain some much-needed points today. Again, missed a flight yesterday, and here we are as he'll be second on the grid right here.
Well, let's see if he can go 2 for 2 now that he's here, right?
Yeah, he's the one with the Herbie. It was funny. I talked to him during the break, and I talked to his dad, Gary Sr., and they said they're actually going to put the same stripes that Herbie had on his car.
That's the blue and the red,
yes,
right?
they'll have that for the next
Dude,
race.
That's awesome.
Some other info that I got in the pits, that was Jay Edworthy's backup boat this morning that Nathan Dolly was on.
Feel better about that, don't we?
Oh, yeah. They're like, don't worry, Mike. Our boat's good. It's strong. It's ready to go. So it looks like they're corralling them, bringing them out here. A rolling start, which is very unusual for a closed course event. But we've got a very
we have no beach.
Rocky sideline here, yeah.
No beach, nowhere for the holders to be.
So what they do is they take them up and they'll let them loose and they'll head toward the MasterCard buoy. And they're already assigned who's going inside and who's going outside by their finishes on that last race.
Ski GP3 is the category.
And speaking of how they finished last race, Lucas Cervera, the winner, again coming in the points leader. Cash Crawford took a second. Emmy Garcia took third. Britton Reinhardt took fourth. And Knox Ritchie took fifth. Those were your top 5 in Moto number 2 here of Ski GP3.
This is the entry-level stand-up category.
Yep, you're looking at 1050cc 4-stroke and 2-stroke Yamahas. Or,
Superjets?
Yep, and then 850cc Kawasaki's.
Yeah, it's the 800 SXR, right?
The SXR, or you could ride the SXI or the SI Pro.
These guys have their work cut out for them, I'm telling you.
Yeah, for sure, you know, and you can see them all getting in the gate right now, and as soon as they all get in the gate, they get even, they're going to drop that green flag as quickly as possible.
There it is.
I have never ridden a stand-up machine. I don't even know that I could balance it correctly.
Yeah, you know, all you got to do is you got to goose the throttle. You know what I mean?
Keep some momentum. I'm guessing.
You're right, exactly. You don't want to slow down and try to go through anything as you see them going through the splits here as we are green flag racing.
So can some of that, you know, going into a corner or diving into one and losing that momentum, can that create an issue and upset the balance of that boat?
Oh yeah, for sure. You want to carry as much speed as you can and keep that pump hooked up, just on the back of the boat, and that's why you see their legs positioned all the way on the back of the boat. They're keeping that pump hooked up. They don't want to get out of the water because they're not going anywhere if they get out of the water.
Sure.
Lucas Cervera right where he left off before at the front of the field, right?
Yeah, Cervera looking for a win here. He came in with a 5-point lead over Cash Crawford. So if Cash wants this win, he needs to get in front of, excuse me, Lucas Cervera. Great outline of the course right there.
Looks like Britton Reinhardt got a good start. And she has put herself up to second between Cervera and Crawford.
Yeah,
Demi Garcia right there in fourth, and Herbie with Gary Holbein in the tray back in fifth.
I think that's a good nickname for him. We'll call him Herbie Holbein.
There you go. I like it.
So that's the way they stand. You can see our standings up there on the left-hand side. You can see the gaps right there. Still got 13:35 plus a lap. But we're looking at Lucas right there. And once again, Lucas got a lot of sponsors. TC Free Ride, Fast Power Sports, Bradley Chevrolet, Chase Plumbing, 6D Helmets, Jetrim, Marine One, ODI Grips, Tasco Gloves, and I Need Another Sponsor.com.
Yeah.
Cervera negotiating his way through the split section. And only 7 seconds, or 8 seconds rather, between him and fifth place. So everybody's staying pretty tight here in this one. Last time Cervera kind of walked away with it. I think he won with by like 25 seconds. So he did really good on that second moto. Took a third in the first moto, but a win here, we give him the overall. Reinhardt about 4 seconds off the pace, sponsored by Taylor Curtis over at TC Free Ride and Dustin Montzuris at Fast Power Sports. Our good friend Frank over at Jetrim. You can see just how low in the tray he gets there on those left-hand turns. A lot of people used to use leg drag turn, but these boats, they have enough power that if you just get down in the tray, you don't have to worry about using your leg as a rudder.
Yeah.
So I believe after the Ski GP3, we've got some more offshore boat racing coming up, and then we're going to end the day with some endurance. Mm-hmm. Well, and thanks, guys. I know that you guys have put in a long day. I kind of feel like a part-timer up here. But
you're just buying afterwards.
Okay.
You're working. You're running back and forth, too.
Yeah. Well, I'll buy. That's a deal.
Yeah, going back to your Cerveza comment just a little bit ago, I know that time is coming.
Well, that's what I was calling Lucas Cerveza instead of Cervera.
Yeah.
He got me thinking. Britton Reinhardt still holding on to second. And Cash Crawford. Cash, again, sponsored by Jetrim and Blosian, two great sponsors. And it's crazy to see him sponsored by those sponsors because they're more freestyle sponsors, you know.
Yeah.
Blosian makes a lot of the aftermarket freestyle parts in our industry.
Boy, we were talking about guys looking over their shoulder. Lucas was just about turned all the way around in the tray there, checking out where the competition was at.
Lucas, he's only 17 years old, one of our younger riders out there.
Yeah. Well, he doesn't have a massive lead. He's got a comfortable lead, but not a massive lead.
Well, with Britton right behind him, she's on the move. She's
fierce.
Yeah. I'd be probably checking out where she was at myself if I'm sitting up front.
Yeah, she had a great weekend back in St. Pete.
Yep.
And I believe she hit the podium with the women's class on Friday. So, again, top 4, all from Lake Havasu, as we talked about. They brought the whole army out here. Knox Ritchie from Saudi Daisy in the 5th spot, and then Gary Holbein Jr., Herbie. He's from Fairhope, Alabama. Caden Webster, I believe, is also from out west in Havasu. And Ryan Stevens, short stroke, is from the neck of the woods I grew up, out in Mansfield, Ohio.
Yeah, Britain was 3rd in the ski GP category, the women's, at St. Petersburg.
Yeah, already a couple podium spots as you take a look. And this is just a viewing area for pretty much the boat racers.
And she's sitting 2nd right now in Ski GP3. Stay with us. We're coming back. The IHRA Pro Watercraft Tour is racing here on Lake Pontchartrain, and you're seeing it live right here on Speed Sport 1. Watching the third moto in Ski GP3, where Lucas Cervera has dominated this weekend.
Yeah, Cervera right now with about a 5-second lead over Britton Reinhardt. We were talking about Gary Holbein taking a second in that last moto, currently running in 6th. Interesting tidbit about Gary is he's a trumpet player, and he actually, at our last event, he actually did the national anthem for us. Very talented young man.
Well, Britton is charging. Lucas ran in 140.4. Britton ran a 139.5. Cash in third ran a 141. And then Emmy Garcia dropped a 138.8 in everybody's laps.
You know, it's amazing. And Britton's only 14 years old. I think she's got a great future ahead of her. Already picking up a couple of podiums this year on the Monster Energy IHRA Tour.
Well, just before this race went green, we wrapped up our Pro Class 1 race, and Tristan is standing by with our winners.
Yeah, I'm down here with the Monster Energy IMCON racing team, Myrick and Tyler. You took home a checkered flag for your second race of the weekend. How does it feel?
I don't know. It hasn't set in yet. I'm sitting over here just trying to come from the adrenaline high down, but, you know, I'm more proud of this team, and, you know, Tyler and I's fans, our wives, are here by our side, so I'm excited for all of our fans. I'm excited for the team. I'm just happy to put this boat up here on the top.
Tyler?
Yeah, you know, echo Myrick's sentiments, and to go out against the best in the world, put on 2 days, back-to-back first, pole position, unbelievable. You know, I talked to our Monster Energy Motorsports manager, Casey Van Kuren, on Wednesday, and she said, man, let's get to New Orleans and run it back, just like we did in St. Pete. So cheers, Casey, Monster, Dave, Mitch, everybody. Awesome weekend. Thanks, IHRA. Fans, amazing.
You guys made it look easy 2 days in a row. Congratulations.
Not easy.
It certainly is not easy, but I'll tell you what, those guys were after it, and they got a great team behind them.
Yeah, it was great to have Dave Gowan here and Mitch Covington from Monster all here this weekend, taking in all the great racing action.
And that makes it 2 in a row for the IMCON Monster team, correct?
Yes, it does. They are at the top of the points in Pro Class 1. Looking forward to Cocoa Beach.
All right, no changes right there. Lucas still your race leader, and he is also sponsored by Cavera Consulting, his company, as well as Works Racing. And making all of his sponsors proud right now. A 3-1-1, that's a pretty good weekend at the beach. Or I should say the lake here.
Yeah.
So no changes. It's still Cervera, Reinhardt, Crawford, Garcia, and Ritchie. Nice shot of the background, the pit areas, and the VIP areas, as we've got a large footprint here in New Orleans. We're spread out over 3 different parks.
I think one of the things Lucas does so well, he's just so smooth.
Yeah.
And that really helps him gain a lot of speed on everybody. He just ran a 137.237. His fastest was a 137.236. So smooth, fast, consistent.
Yeah, that consistency is really helping him out. You know, a lot of the riders here, as we get in the latter stages, you know, they tend to slack off just a little bit. Not that they want to slack off, but, you know, hey, you get tired, especially with these stand-up boats. I know that they're only 1050s, and they're not the GP1 boats that we've seen a little bit earlier. But I'll tell you, it is still, you know, a little bit rough out there. You really can't tell here from the shoreline. But I was talking to a couple folks over there in the pits earlier, and they're like, you know, it doesn't look rough out there, but it is. I guess the endurance racers, they all said that they are ready for it. And the endurance racers going to have a little easier time than these guys right here. You know, you get to sit down a little bit, but here you're standing up. I mean, the whole time you can't get down in the tray. That's actually a rule. If you're on your knees and you hit buoy to buoy, then you're docked a lap. So you don't want to go down on your knees. No place to rest. It's 15 minutes plus a lap to glory.
Even though recreationally, that's one of the ways you would ride one of these, is on your knees. A lot of people start out that way.
Yeah, exactly. That's how, you know, a lot of folks learn. You know, you try to pull yourself up, put your knees in the tray, and you ride on your knees. And then once you feel comfortable, you pop up and get up on your feet. And obviously, our GP3 class here, we're not going to see any knee riders.
Can we put a lazy boy on the tray of one of these? That'd be good for Shane to get started.
Yeah, I definitely need that. I think I'm more of a sit-down guy. These guys, that looks like that's extra punishing on your body.
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I'd be a little top-heavy, I think.
Some sort of couch.
Well, again, as we were talking about earlier, what they're trying to do while they're, especially during the straightaways, is get their weight displacement on the back of that boat, because that is where your scoop rate takes it up through your pump, and that's what propels you. So you want to stay on the back. If you're up on the front, you're spending a lot of time in the air. You're not going anywhere. The other thing is that you want to stay out of somebody's pump wash. If you've got somebody in front of you, you don't want to ride through the aerated water because that slows you down.
Yeah.
And time's starting to tick away here. He may get the white flag this time around as you see him working his way through that inside split.
I think he's gonna just make it to the line as the clock goes 0, which is right now.
So we should see the white flag.
There it is. One to go for Lucas.
One to go. And, he's a great rider out of Havasu. Again, only 17 years old. And I look at all these riders from Havasu, and we talked a little bit earlier how they go and they practice before school, and then they come back and they ride after school. You got Severa, that's 17. You got Cash Crawford, who's 14. Then you got Emmy Garcia, who just turned 18, and then Britton Reinhardt, who's 14. So a lot of the younger riders, as you were pointing out, that it's kind of an entry-level class here with personal watercraft racing.
And we list the sponsors on it, but the two that we forget always, but are probably the two biggest sponsors of everybody for these guys, Mom and Dad.
Yep, that's what I was thinking myself.
And then Grandma and Grandpa, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was also thinking you could take any of the combination of names you just added and then combine their birthdays, and we're still older than that.
Older than the whole field.
Older than the whole field. Yes, I was thinking about that. Let me see here. 32 and 42, 46, 56. Oh, we're close. 63. So Severo will be coming around for the checkered flag, running that inside split one final time. Nice ride for him. Unfortunately for us, though, he turned it into a snoozer, guys.
Sure did.
He's checking out, wasn't he?
Oh, yeah, like me tomorrow. Checking out of this one.
How are you getting out of here so early?
There's that checkered flag right there.
I'm taking my ankle bracelet off.
We're putting it back on.
So congratulations to Lucas.
How'd you get by with that? Did you hook that to your dog at home?
Yeah, shock collar.
So that's it for the sprint races today, Michael. We've just got 2 endurance races left to go, right?
Yeah,
for
we
our
got
pro watercraft.
You guys are going to do a couple powerboat races, and we're going to come back with the pro enduro, and then the final race of the day will be the amateur 200 and 300. And then I believe you guys are going one way, I'm going the other way, and we're both going to give out some awards.
Yeah. Well, actually, all of our boat awards have been being given out throughout the course of the day.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
we try to change up a little bit so we can get those guys and have some good footage of that.
There you go.
To show
There's
everybody
our
at home.
Unofficial results: Lucas Cervera, Britton Reinhardt, Cash Crawford, Emmy Garcia, and Knox Ritchie. With Herbie Holbein rounding out 6th. Last boat race of the day should be Super Stock.
This is going to be crazy.
And they are milling about, getting ready to go. We're going to have that for you live on Speed Sport 1 when we return.
It's that no holding back feeling.
That it doesn't get any better feeling.
That winning the weekend feeling.
No matter what feeling you're chasing on the water, nothing feels like a Yamaha.
Intensity doesn't ask for permission.
In the fit, it's presence. On the turf, it's power. In the gym, that's discipline. In the shadows, under pressure, off the clock. There's no on or off. It's just who I am.
Back here in New Orleans, and our coverage brought to you by Monster Energy, Unleash the Beast. Progressive, Fast Boat, Smart Coverage, Progressive Insurance. Harvey Golf International Marine. And by Jefferson Parish, brought to you by Councilman Hans Liljeberg, Jefferson Parish Council District 5, and Jefferson Parish. Doing our sighting lap right now.
Yeah, these guys are out there. They're wanting to make sure they got everything plotted correctly in their computers on the screens, so that way when things get crazy, the spray gets high and they're having difficulty seeing. They've got some computers or some screens there to kind of rely on to make sure they're not going to miss buoys or miss a corner or get too close to somebody. So They're trying to get everything lined out right now.
Taylor Lucas is absolutely dominated today.
He sure did. Lucas, they're just saying that you dominated. That seemed to be your race. You got out in front, and it was just running your own race out there. How was it?
Yeah, it felt good. And again, it's really nice to get the start, and a lot smoother water than the past couple days. Just ran out in front, and I made it happen.
You made it look easy, and I know for a fact that it's not. Tell the fans at home what it feels like to be out there running for 15 minutes on your feet.
Yeah, it's definitely a lot different than the GP class. A lot easier, but the ski's a lot harder to ride handling-wise. I haven't raced that ski in about 2 years, so it was definitely different than what I'm used to.
Looking forward into the next rounds. What are you taking with you to find more success?
I just need to take the momentum. A lot of learnings happening at this race for me, and I'm stoked for it.
Congratulations. You had a great day today.
Yeah, thank you.
Lucas Cervera taking home that win.
All right, Taylor, thank you. And Shane, we just had a major shakeup in factory stock, and that's after post-race tech.
I'll tell you what, from what the wording that I just got is there might have been a weight penalty. Somebody came in a little bit light in the factory stock ranks, and that changed up where the podiums are going to be set.
And that was jackhammer.
Yes, that's what we're looking at right now. This is the information I just got fed to the booth. Looks like that's going to put 151 Express to the top. Sayless MF sitting second, and Jackhammer, after a penalty, is still sitting on the podium that they went from first to third. That's also going to change up some points going into Cocoa Beach next month.
Yes. And that's a time penalty of 1 minute for being underweight at the end of the race.
Correct. Yeah, I believe the way the rules are stated is it's a 1 minute penalty per 100 pounds. So those guys were probably just cutting it really, really close. I bet you if I had to guess, it was a minimal amount of weight. But, those guys play by the rules just like everybody else does, unfortunately. So I don't know if it was a half a gallon too light or what the situation looked like, but that's what we were being told.
Well, and in factory stock, it's 6,750 pounds, I believe?
Yes.
The weight?
We're getting ready to move to another set of outboard cats, a little bit smaller, a little bit less horsepower, a little bit lighter weight, but they're still going to see the same rough water conditions and the high winds that the Pontchartrain Punisher is going to put them through as they all slide through that last turn going into the start-finish gate. So It's going to be super crazy. I would say sit tight, pull up a chair, and get ready to watch this action. It's going to be lit.
Well, we wanted to give you a little look behind the scenes on one of the top teams in this category. Here's a look.
Greg Reichman, I'm the owner and throttleman of the X Insurance, the Jones Soda Wright Trailer Superstock 88 racing team. First race was in 1992, actually in Marina Del Rey, California. I raced a class, at that time they referred to it as A class. 2025 for me, and we have a high level team. So we have a lot of haulers, we have a lot of equipment. I had to go buy all this stuff. Our pit is very detailed. It takes a lot to put it all together. So I threw it all together really fast. And then I had to get a crew that was capable of keeping up with us. I don't think there's any slow boats. Look at the guys at the front, right? The guys at the front are professional. If he's not racing his super stock boat, he's racing Formula One boats in Dubai. He's doing this, he's doing that. He's on the water every weekend. Tough guy to beat just because time in the boat is what matters, right? Experience matters. They're not going to make mistakes. I think it's the most difficult class to win. They're not focused necessarily on being your buddy. They're focused on kicking your ass. I expect by the end of the year I'll be running with them, maybe sooner. In our class, there's so many boats. There's actually a lot of passing. Like if I had had 2 more laps, I'd been fighting with the guys at the front that I probably don't have the skill set to fight with yet, but I've been fighting with them anyway. I don't take anybody lightly. It's possible that you could be in 5th place and 4 guys break on the last lap. I've seen it. I like it when people underestimate me. I got pitched out of a boat in Dana Point, California. We tripped and stuffed in an open cockpit A boat, 28 foot. I got sucked out. And I actually got back in my boat, bleeding and halfway dead, and finished the race, which you're not allowed to do anymore. If you're pitched out of your boat, your race is over. So I call it the Greg Reichman rule because they created the rule because of me. I would never say there's no way you're going to win this weekend to anybody because I don't believe that. I'm showing up here to win. I'm showing up here to beat all of these guys. And if you're in front of me, I'm going to try to run you down. So,
wild story inside that boat 88, isn't it?
I tell you, those guys, and they said it. I mean, if you looked at the top qualifiers, the top 5, and they're sitting number 6 in the qualifying ranks right now, getting ready to start this super stock race. They nailed they nailed it right on the head. Within, 1 second between the top 5 qualifiers?
Yep.
It's pretty awesome.
Here's a look at the lineup, and what a lineup it is. Team Bermuda, Allied STR, Ray Marine, Nuff Said, Wozencraft, X Insurance Moxie, Mom Ain't Happy, Digging Deep, Valvoline Celsius, Say Less MF, Team Allen Lawn Care, HBS Motorsports, X Insurance Bad Decisions, and oh yeah, Team in Bikini. Can't forget them. Atlas Offshore and STR Club Car Wash. I'm telling you, that is a stacked field of 16.
Oh man, this is going to be absolutely crazy. These boats, like I said, are a little bit lighter weight. They've got to be really, really careful and cautious not to get too close to one another because they don't want to take the air off of each other. Which can create some blowovers and some crazy situations. So
here's the race course, including the Monster Mile. You can see how that course runs.
Yep, there's going to be our short course. This is another race that's going to be allowed to have 2 short laps out of their total. And so we're going to see with a field this big how that strategy plays out as this race unfolds.
Super Stock up next. There they are. You get all kinds of special deliveries, don't you?
Absolutely. You know what? I have a great team that I help out, and they take really, really good care of me. I got to give a little shout-out to that Ashley Landis and Janelle over there in VIP. So they brought me a little special delivery from my favorite orange food truck over there. So I'm pretty excited. After this race is over, I'm going to let Mikey come back in, and you might not hear me for a second or two because I'm going to take care of this special delivery I just got.
I hope you got a lot of napkins over there.
Let's go.
Oh, boy.
She pointed to you. There might be some stuff in there for you.
Let's hold it up, Shane. Let's see what you got. Come on. We're coming on camera. We want to see. What did we get from VIP? No, open it up. Show us what's in there.
Let's see what we got. I
see sauces.
Man, we got sauces. I'm going to let you handle that.
All right, here we are. He's got his sauces in here.
All right, man. We got fried shrimp.
Oh, okay.
And if I had to guess, we got, and you even got, hey, guys, fresh fried oysters. Check that out.
Look at that. Okay. All right.
And there's a double set, and I think she took care of you as well.
Double set.
Well, that way you can have some as well.
I don't know if I'm going to have a chance to get to it. I got a feeling you're going to get through all of it.
That's
and
perfect.
A receipt so you can write it off.
Yeah, I don't know what I got going on here, who I need to owe money to, but I'm happy to pay. Oh, yeah, that's the Cayenne Seafood Specialties, guys. That's guys I mentioned yesterday.
The orange truck over there.
If you see that orange truck or orange trailer, that old boy catches all his own stuff. It's fresh as it gets. And
don't lose your sauces there.
Oh, man.
And don't miss the green over here.
Oh, I'm going to put this away because I can't even handle eating right now with this race getting ready to happen.
I got to do fried shrimp, though, later just because. Oh, yeah, racing in the Big Easy.
It's not going to be that easy today. I'm telling you.
It has not been at all.
Look at all these competitors and how close they were in qualifying. We had an amazing qualifying session yesterday. I think everybody's pretty happy with that. But you've got some guys up top. I mean, look at the top qualifier. We've got Team Bermuda in the GL construction machine. They won 2 weeks ago in St. Pete. Top qualifier again to start New Orleans. And they're getting ready to see what the old Pontchartrain Punisher is going to put them through.
You know who's handled the Pontchartrain Punisher smoothly? That big Nortec out front.
That bent marine machine is putting in some good work for those guys.
Has.
As rough it is, I promise you, I got some texts there that said, man, you can't believe how good this big Nortec rides out here. Everybody's kind of doing a little check and see what the acceleration is going to feel like. They're all ready to roll. With this many people, I think you're going to start seeing people take short laps immediately. I mean, as soon as they get through lap 2.
You got to get some gap, right?
Yeah, you got to find some clean water somewhere with a field like this because there's going to be somebody on course everywhere at all times.
Man, if you got the whole shot on this and you get the lead coming out of the Punisher, I'm thinking – as soon as I can dive in, I'm taking one lap right then.
As long as you don't bobble, make a mistake, get the nose too high, or you have some kind of mechanical breakdown or guardian issue with these Mercuries, you might be able to set sail up there. But you're going to run into some lap traffic, but that's going to create some issues for you.
Yeah, but if I can gap it on that first lap or so, just get a bit of a hole there, right?
Yep. I'm
and
anxious
I'll figure out the rest.
Yeah, this is the first time that everybody but Pro Class 1 has run the short lap option, so I can't wait to get a hold of these guys afterwards and just really get their feeling on it. It's like I said earlier, I don't know the right thought process, but I think I'd take all my short laps early. But
I don't know if I'd take all of them. I might take 1 or 2 and then hold one just in my back pocket for later, depending on how I might need it.
Yeah.
But if I can get the course position.
That's going to be key. Staying out of the spray, staying out of the fray.
There she is, big Lake Pontchartrain. 630 square miles of lake water. Man. It's a gigantic estuary made up of fresh water and salt water coming in off of the Gulf of America.
That's why we have sharks and gators.
Sharks, gators, and snakes.
I'm out on all of them.
And fried oysters and fried shrimp.
Now that
if you're in the booth.
You got to get those guys out there to hook it up, I'm telling you.
I'm just wondering as we get ready to go with this one, how deep Dustin is already.
Oh, dude, no. I wonder if he put the boat back in the water and headed to the bar.
Cool, it's on his way.
Well, we've got Sail SMF in this stack, too, and that's another Louisiana native.
Yeah.
So they've got a lot of people here rooting for them. They had a pretty good showing in factory stock earlier today, and Chad and Rusty, they're hoping to take that Sail SMF rig right to the front as well here in Superstock.
And you just look along that lineup of boats, and you go, oh, that's a good one. Oh, there's a strong boat. Oh, that's a tough group.
You know
I
what?
mean, it's just no weakling in this bunch.
No, it's how do the fans at home even pick a favorite? You know what I'm saying? That's why I tell everybody, you've got to come to a race. You need to meet these guys because the family and stuff that is created out of in this race environment is it's just undescribable. But to be a fan, it's just so hard to even pick a favorite. Like, how do you do that?
Yep. This is how you bridge production-based racing with the top level of the premier competitors in offshore powerboat racing. You put together a category known as Super Stock, up to 32 feet in length, weighing in at 4,900 pounds. Twin Mercury racing 300R engines out back, pumping out 600 horsepower into the water. And you go racing.
Yeah, this is like, compared to these bigger cats earlier, I feel like this is like a shifter cart or something. You know what I mean? Like lightweight, super fast, a lot of horsepower for the size. And, you're going to see these guys going in through the corners at over 100 mile an hour. I hate to even say it, but the wind feels like it's kicked up a little bit, Ralph.
I know. I was thinking you can see it.
Earlier today, it said, or last night when I looked, it said 2 to 3 o'clock is when the wind was going to be at the highest. But luckily, we're not seeing any whitecaps out there yet, so it must not be that bad.
No sheep on the bay, but it is 3 o'clock.
I'd like to take that pace boat home with me to Lake of the Ozarks.
Only if you pry it out of my hands, headed to Lake Norman. I got an open weekend coming up in 2 weeks. I got a plan.
You're going to be too busy learning how to ride that.
Kate and I are getting together.
Yeah, you got some learning to do.
That wave runner, going to be firing that thing up real soon again. All right, here we go.
We got Justin getting those guys lined up. They were floating pretty good. It's going to bring them all in and have conversations with them and get them ready to go.
Looking for the yellow to come down, the green to go up, and we're gone.
Everybody better be on the edge of your chairs or go ahead and stand up now because it's going to get crazy real quick. Look at that fleet of boats. I think of the fleet of the experience. There's hundreds of years of experience in all those boats right now.
Sure is.
And everybody wants that top podium position. Look how close those guys are.
Bunch of gunslingers.
Oof. We've had some boxing matches earlier today, but this is going to be a back street alley brawl is what it's going to be.
Mm-hmm. A couple of guys creeping forward. Got to back out of it a little bit, get back in line. Not ready just yet, say our officials.
That is their call 100%. They have to call that as they see it.
Looking a little better now.
Our camera angle, sometimes that might play a little bit of funky angle on it, but it does look pretty good from where we're sitting right now.
There it is.
Ooh, there we go.
Pull the trigger, drop the hammer, here we go.
Looks like
Wozencraft.
Yeah, it looks like Jeremy Cheetah and Julian, they got a nice little hole shot. We got Valvoline on the other side of them, Chris Hopgood.
Yep, Valvoline Celsius. They're pulling some power.
Now, with as many boats as we have going on here, see this extra buoy? See this extra buoy there? They're splitting that. The first 8 lanes can go on the inside of that, and the outside lanes have to hold their position through that extra buoy that they have set out there, so that way
you can see them starting to move across, picking a different lane if they want. There's Ray Marine right up into second.
They do that for safety. That's been a group decision amongst these guys because they don't want everybody barreling into the first buoy, causing accidents. So if you qualified on the bottom half, you got to take that outside buoy on the start. Makes it a little bit longer way around, but again, with only a second or two that separated all these guys from qualifying, you're going to see guys in the back go to the front and vice versa. Here we go through the corner down to VIP through our Pontchartrain Punisher. Look at these guys shooting through here. Looking at Team Wozencraft, followed by Ray Marine right there behind him. I'm not sure if that's any kind of official order, but everybody's sliding around, picking their lane, picking their style of driving through that corner as they go into the start-finish to start their first lap.
Looking like a good start for Allied as well.
Yeah. And again, they have to run
Is that
one.
Say
Yeah,
Less
that's
coming
Say
up
Less
on the
pulling
bottom
up.
here?
Is that Demon Bikini in there on the inside, or is
Yeah,
that
on the
Nuff
pink.
Set? I can't tell which pink boat I'm looking at. That looks like Nuff Set.
Yeah,
believe.
I think it is.
I've got Atlas. I've got those guys right in there behind them. There's the STR Allied machine. Looks like they're out in front of Ray Marine, which is Cole Eibel and Gary LeBrew. There's Team Bad Decisions, X Insurance. The young guns back there. Look at all this. How do you navigate that if you're not sitting in the front? Man, is that
Battle for second
who's sitting
is
out there
really
at second, third? I mean, is that Team Allied and
It's
Ray Marine?
Yes. Cole Leibel and Gary Ballou.
Is that I'm trying to see through the spray? Is that Andy Miller right there and Billy Moore? Yep, looks like they're right in the mix. Team Valvoline's right there. Chris Hopgood.
Here they come up on the inside.
Jay Muller.
Valvoline right there.
It's good to see the Valvoline guys back in boat racing.
Yeah, sure is. And that's just an indicator of what's happening over here.
Yep.
Big corporations like Valvoline involved in so many different forms of motorsport around the world. See what's happening with the IHRA and all of our different divisions. What Daryl Cuddle's vision is. What our president, Leah Martin, is helping to make happen with Daryl. Making that vision reality, and these big corporations and all these racers turning out to be a part of it.
Yep. You can't ask for anything better. I mean, we've got a lot of people showing up, and they're here to stay. We got a good little lead stretched out from the Wozencraft team.
Look at how close everybody gets to that big buoy.
Yep, that boat's owned and driven by Jeremy Sheeta, and throttle is Julian Maldonado. They've got Wozencraft Insurance, Manatee Marine, Lively Machine, and Krytuik Motorsports as their sponsors, helping them get them from race to race. That boat looks pretty good. It's bright. Those are the new motors, too. I think those are the new 300 RS motors. They have a shorter midsection. Kind of keeps their weight down a little bit. I think some of the theory and some of the racers I've talked to said that they were hoping that newer, shorter midsection will allow them to carry a little bit more corner speed, especially if it gets rougher, by dropping that weight down. The boat sure looks good, and it looks pretty happy right now.
Sure does. Looking back to St. Petersburg, it was Team Bermuda that took the win.
They also took the pole here this weekend, though.
Yep. They're back in 8th right now. And then it was Allied second, and Allied's running third here. Wozencraft, who's leading, was on the podium there with Ray Marine 4th and Mommy and Happy in 5th. So
there's our Ray Marine.
Yep.
Flying the Canadian flag.
Gary and Cole running in 2nd.
That would be a pair of victories up front then. Looks like you got enough set out there trying to make a pass on the X Insurance boat.
Yeah, there's
that would be Team Moxie.
6th in points.
And keep in mind, everybody, we've got 2 short laps as an option with this group.
Yeah.
So if you're Jeremy and you're Julian, you're up front. Do you stay out there since you've got a gap? You stay taking that long lap and just hold on to him? What do you do, Ralph? I mean, what's the thought process here? You've already got a little bit of a gap.
Yeah,
Anything can happen.
I might really want to twist you up a little bit and take that inside lap now, one of them.
Just to put it to him right now? Gain a little more?
To force your hand a little bit, right?
Yeah.
I'm going to put some more distance on you. I'm already gapping you, showing you that I'm quick.
Somebody took a short lap. I saw some water slick through the short lap area, but I wasn't sure who that was yet. So maybe when they get back to the start finish, we'll be able to get some more data on that and try to see who that was, or take a look at some lap times.
Yeah, we don't have any timing and scoring right now because I was looking, not seeing any lap times at all. So, having some internet issues here.
Yep, looks like I think it might have been Chad and Rusty in the Say Less MF. The only reason I think that is because now they got they're up into I think maybe second or third place or somewhere in there.
Here we
They're
go.
in front of the Allied machine of Sean Torrente and Matt Jabinski.
Looks like we finally got some internet. So I'm seeing Wozencraft running a 4:39.6, Allied a 4:44.3, Ray Marine a 4:49.1.
Well, and we won't have any data on that until they come back to the start-finish line, and it kind of sets that order back up, what that time looked like. But if they're the first one to take a short lap, I'm interested to see what that time differential is with this group.
Right.
These guys are pretty comfortable over there. Jeremy's son Tyler's in the pits. I guarantee he is just having the time of his life right now. He's wanting Dad to pull down the podium and take that first position home.
How about this? Wozencraft, 3:02.186.
Wow.
Let's see. Ray Marine, second place, 3:03.181.
1 second different on lap time. Just
Say Less, 2:59.391.
I think they hit that short lap. I think that was the team that we saw sneak through there.
Allied, 3:19.233. Atlas, 3:05.227. Team Bermuda, 3:16. And Valvoline Celsius, 3:20.
There's our buddies, Mom Ain't Happy. We got Scott in there. We got Mr. Hollywood on the wheel.
Mom's got to be a little frustrated in ninth right now.
That's all right. You know what? These guys, like I said, it's anybody's race. We got Billy Allen right on the other side. Those guys are both practice at Lake of the Ozarks and kind of call that home team water for them. And those guys do a lot of stuff together. They're even pitted together over there this weekend.
Well, let's introduce you to the gang behind Mom Ain't Happy.
Here, I'm going to hold it, and you do the take.
Yep.
All right.
Take one. Tom Kennedy, S55, Mom Ain't Happy, Superstock class, and I'm the driver.
I'm Scott Bloomberg. I'm the throttleman and the partial owner of the boat with my wife. The first one was actually named Mom Don't Know, and that was based off my mom. We bought the boat, my dad and I, and built it, and she had no clue. We've had fun with it. My mom comes out, sells T-shirts, and has a good time with it. I'm going to leave this one to my driver.
If we had camera footage off the start-finish boat, everyone would see, but from the footage that's out there, it does look like we got into them, but we did have witnesses behind us that totally saw.
We've all talked, and everything's good, so... No, we're racing hard to the finish. Every point is a point. Every place is a place. With this much competition in our class, every position is going to make or break for your national championship. Yeah, we're out for blood. It's much, I think, rougher here than it is in St. Pete, so it's going to make for a fun weekend. We had one 2 weeks ago in St. Pete where we hit really, really hard, and I think it was probably a good 30 seconds to a minute that there was no talking. It was just trying to catch your breath. Ended up having 8 ribs out of place after St. Pete, so it hurts. Actually, I think I still have some bruises from St. Pete. Take a speed bump, put 1,000 of them out, and go 110 miles an hour and hit every single one of them and see what it feels like.
You got to drink a lot of water and ibuprofen. That's what we love about this sport. There's never a lap that's the same.
There's nothing like it. You're going to pick what you're going to hit, and he's going to pick how hard you're going to hit it. And testing and qualifying today in classes, there's 2 boats that's already gone down. You just got to be focused and looking, because this course is a little tricky, and it's going to be a war of attrition this weekend. I don't care if you're 16th or 1st. Everybody's good. I mean, this class is insane. You fight for every position, every lap. We have a good group of teams, so we all have fun, hang out after and outside of the race. It's time to race. Good luck, because I'm telling you what, we're coming. Good luck.
Well, we said it before. You better bring your A game in this class, right?
Yep, he said good luck, and good luck is what everybody's going to need out there to finish this race. It is a battle. I tried to ask them what their short lap theory was, but they wouldn't give me any insight. And I don't know if that's because they didn't want to tell me, if they hadn't figured it out yet. But I guarantee you that there will be some adjustment in positions amongst all these boats. But they had a little bit of damage, some carnage coming out of St. Pete, and they got it all fixed and dialed in, and they are here ready to go. There's our local guys. That's Chad Rudsell. He is from Hammond, Louisiana, and he's got Rusty Williams, who is his throttleman out of Lake of the Ozarks, Missouri.
Well, right now, Mom Ain't Happy, by the way, sitting in 10th.
Yep.
And we have Wozencraft last lap at a 3.393. Ray Marina 302.0. Allied a 301.4. Top three.
There's some of our young guns right there. That is that's the team HBS. We've got a younger driver, a new team, but a very experienced throttleman in there. We've got Ryan Beckley on the sticks there, taking our young fellow around the racetrack.
Yeah, they're in 14th. There's Valvoline Celsius up in 7th, now back in 8th. This ran a 320.
What's crazy with Superstock is you can jump 3-4 positions in one
Pretty
lap,
quick.
depending on what happens. Is there a bobble? This new short lap thing is going to be really, really crazy to see how it ends up. We're sitting at lap 4 of 11 right now. Jeremy and Julian, they're looking pretty comfortable sitting up there right now. Let's see him come down the causeway and slide around that corner right out in front of VIP.
And they were third after St. Pete. Allied was second, and Allied's running in third here. And the Team Bermuda, the winners at St. Pete, are in fourth. So this could definitely shake up the points a little bit, couldn't it?
Yes, it could. But you know what? Like I said, your top qualifier, Team Bermuda, is sitting in fourth right now. It's Stephen Bridges and David Selly. You just can't count them out.
No.
I mean, with two solid qualifiers and a heck of a race 2 weeks ago, dude, they're still in this. They're still in this match. This is still anybody's game.
Boats coming at you and going away. There's that Allied boat and that grabber blue that you like.
Oh, I love that color. Takes me back to my petty fan days in the 80s when I was a pup.
Yeah. You know how they came up with that color, right? Petties?
How's that?
They didn't have enough blue, didn't have enough white to paint the car one way or the other, so they mixed the cans together and got petty blue.
No joke.
That's no joke.
True story, huh?
True story.
Wow, that's awesome.
And that's what they did from there on.
Later in life, they threw a little bit of red in there, and that was it.
It was different. A little STP orange. All right. Well, we're going to come right back with more great action here with Superstock. Back here in New Orleans, our coverage brought to you by Monster Energy, Unleash the Beast. Progressive, fast boats, smart coverage, Progressive Insurance. Harvey Gulf International Marine. And Jefferson Parish, brought to you by Councilman Hans Liljeberg, Jefferson Parish Council District 5, and Jefferson Parish. Superstock past the halfway point here. Things moving around a little bit. We got Wozencraft leading, Team Bermuda in second.
Back to second.
Yep. Allied third, Ray Marine fourth, Valvoline Celsius in fifth.
There's going to be the X-Insurance Bad Decisions team. Got Turk and Buis in there.
Yeah, they're a little bit further back. They are running back in 14th right now behind Atlas.
There's one of our newer teams, like I said, HBS. There is Sloan Langston and Ryan Beckley.
Yeah, they're right behind Bad Decisions in 15th.
Yep. Look at these guys getting air. They just hang it out there. You can tell these boats are a little bit smaller, a little bit lighter weight as you watch them navigate the course.
Which makes the Pontchartrain Punisher a little bit more intense.
Yes, it does. And he's Jeremy Chia and Julian Maldonado. They're getting ready to run right down in the middle of it. That's a good new wrap, or good looking new wrap. That boat has a little different look than it did in St. Pete.
Yeah, I like it. I like how everybody carries the colors and the wraps onto the engine covers.
Yep.
Really looks sharp.
Yeah, look at those guys just dancing down there.
Man, you think rush hour traffic's crazy in your town?
Oh, man, look at all the wash and the spray these guys have to do.
Look at that.
Fight from the front. You're gonna get wet. That race right there looks pretty dang close.
Yeah, it sure does. That's Team Bermuda coming on strong in second.
And we don't know exactly if Jeremy Sheeta with the Wozencraft machine, has taken a short lap yet. But if he hasn't, this might be a good time to do it.
He just ran a 3:15.258, and Team Bermuda just ran a 3:12.690.
They only have a 6-second deficit there, which is super, super close.
Yeah, and then Allied ran a 3:19.101. Ray Marine a 3:19. That's your top four. And laps, I mean, we're past halfway here. So if you've got one in your bag,
you better
be thinking about it.
Mom ain't happy coming through a little bit of wash. There's Billy Allen and Sabrina. That's the patient killer right there.
Yeah.
He will pounce on you when you least expect it. That team is always in the mix.
And that's why the folks at Allen Roloff, Carl Chevrolet, Hot Bob Racing, US Erectors, Academy Roofing, Go Fast Boat Service, 275 Trucking, The Concrete Company, JAS Construction, Brady Truck Equipment, and Great Caterers of Iowa are all helping out. Billy Allen and Sabrina Kowalik.
Well, they know they've got a champion there that they're behind.
Yeah.
So. There's Mom ain't happy again.
Well, she's been dancing around the top 10. You think she's feeling all right?
You know what? I don't know. There's, like I said, it's still any person's race. I can't say any man's race because we have two female drivers in the ranks in Superstock.
Yeah, Sabrina being one of them, right?
Yep, in the Billy Allen machine, and then we've got Leanna Shadlow in the Team Demon Bikini. Right now, those her and Chad are sitting around 12th position, it looks like. Yeah, the bad insurance or the bad decision team there with X Insurance, they've got Hamilton Marine Finance, CJ Electric, and Yacht Armor also helping those guys get from track to track along the National Series race for the championship that's going to end later this year. That race right there is a little further back, but you've got Mom Ain't Happy, Billy Allen Lawn Care, Atlas, and those guys are really, really fighting for position. You're seeing a lot of changing going on here in the left-hand side of our screen here. So everybody needs to stay tuned. Pick your favorite driver and stick with them. I know one little girl that's over there in VIP, probably. She's a little redhead. She's pretty fiery. Every time Demon Bikini goes by, she just starts screaming and hand pumping. Go, Demon Bikini. It's my little friend Sarah Beth.
That is definitely a crowd favorite, a fan favorite everywhere we go.
Man, look at him sliding around that corner. That right there, Sean Clemente. We just saw him leave the left to the side of the screen. There's Ray Marine. They're sticking a little bit tighter to the pins. They're running a little bit different line. You've got Chris Hopgood up there in the Valvoline machine.
Yeah, with Jay Muller.
Kind of running through the middle.
They won
it
in
looks
St.
like they
Pete
slid
last year.
Yeah, and it looks like they slid back up into third place, coming through the Pontchartrain Punisher.
They did. Right behind Team Bermuda.
Looks like Sean and Matt, they took a wider angle through that, and I don't know if that just gave just enough room for the Valvoline machine to sneak up into third or not, but
so Ray Marine here.
They're sitting
trying
in the
to
top
catch
five.
up to Allied right in front of him there. That's the fight for fourth. Allied's got it for now. Ray Marine charging.
Yeah, he's ducking in pretty. He's trying to close the gap right there in the corner. He's running it in a little bit harder. But as we saw in qualifying, the Allied machine, that thing was turning hard, and it was one of our top, it was in the top, 2 or 3, I think is where he started.
Yeah.
He came out on fire and set 3 consistent laps probably within a half a second of one another.
Yeah.
3 laps on a 6-mile course.
That was the
for
thing,
qualifying.
Speed and the consistency. There's Team Bermuda, and I'm wondering what's more comfortable, riding in that boat, pounding around Lake Pontchartrain, or sleeping on the floor at the Charlotte Douglas International Airport, because that's what those guys had to do coming over from Bermuda this trip. Got stuck over there. Flights got in late into Charlotte. Things got delayed, canceled. You know how it goes. They ended up spending the night on the floor. Couldn't go take care of the hotel voucher because they were told, look, if you do that, flight might leave early. You might not make it through, check-in and everything in time. So they just spent the night on the floor there.
That's rough travels to get here, but I'll tell you what, it paid off. They're here, top qualifier, sitting in second currently, just sitting there biding a little time to see if we've got the Wozencraft Jeremy Tashida driven machine is going to make any kind of mistake.
They won in St. Pete in the past. Bunch of top 3s, Sheboygan, Marathon, St. Pete twice. Big part of the race around the island in Bermuda event. Another race we need to get on. You got to make that happen too.
Oh, I know it. I'm in on that. I think those guys need to help us with that. Lap 9 completed here. We're getting down to the wire.
Scheduled.
If somebody's going to make a move or if they haven't taken those short laps yet, now is the time.
Well, Wozencraft ran a 3:14.6. Team Bermuda 3:14.6. The difference there of 1/100th of a second on that lap between the two.
His mom ain't happy. Atlas coming around the corner. Yeah, that gap right there is not very far. That's still a battle for first position right there. Jeremy and Julian, they need to hold on tight, not look back like we talked earlier with the pro watercraft. There's no time to look over your shoulder. Those guys just have to look forward at some open water and find out what the next pin is and what their move's going to be.
Yep. This is the last offshore powerboat race of the weekend here at the New Orleans Powerboat Grand Prix.
What a show it's been.
Been fantastic. And we'll have more of the IHRA Pro Watercraft to go before we're done here on Speed Sport 1 today. Bad decisions, Bo.
Yeah, right now you're looking at towards the rear of the pack. Those guys are sitting back there kind of shaking things out, getting it lined up. Again, this is a newer team, but they're sitting right around 14th position right now. Super close coming out of that corner, sliding in, ready to head towards the old start-finish line.
Wozencraft a 3:16, 3:23. Team Bermuda 3:15. Man, I don't
they're
know
closing the gap.
I don't know if anybody has anything left card-wise to play.
I don't know,
because you would think they would have done it by now. Look at that gap right there.
The last two laps, Team Bermuda has closed the gap on Wozencraft running up front.
Valvoline Celsius ran a 3:15.3.
The consistency of these guys' laps is just wild to watch.
That 3:15.3 is the quickest lap of the top three competitors.
Lap 10 of 11. If anybody's got it, they better make a move.
You got to play it now, right?
I don't know if anybody has a short lap left, but like I said, they started this race with two of them.
And you know, it's easy sometimes to forget where you are and that you have something left to play.
Yeah, looking at these faster laps on the top three teams, it looks like Wozencraft running up in first. They took their fastest lap of the course was lap 3. So was Team Bermuda's, and then the Valvoline Celsius team running in third. Their fastest lap was on lap 7 of the event. So that's kind of when they made some moves. You saw them jump some positions later in the race or about midway point. So I think again that was probably a good strategy on their part. Sit back, bide a little time, figure out what the water looked like, and jump on the opportunity when they saw fit, and they did just that.
Yep. There's bad decisions. X Insurance. Different look to that X Insurance livery, and I like it. Maybe just because it's different from the others, right?
Yeah, I like the black. More dominating, just a little bit of green. It's got a little different flair to it.
Yeah.
You're sitting in that Wozencraft machine right now running up front, you've got to be pretty happy with the performance you've had today thus far.
Oh, yeah.
sitting there lap 10 of 11, running up front. That's a good spot to be to try to finish up this race. We'll see if they can hold on to it. They got those guys right on their tail, though. Yeah, every single lap they've been knocking that differential down by about a second or two a lap. I don't know if they have enough time.
Third at St. Pete, and Wozencraft just ran a 3:16.6. Team Bermuda 3:16.9.
3 seconds is all it separates.
White flag is out. Not 3 seconds, 3/10 of a second on that lap.
Well, I meant the difference behind it. Yeah, the overall behind it, they're about 3 seconds behind. But.
And Valvoline Celsius at 3:19. Man.
That's flying.
These guys have been in traffic all day, haven't they?
Yeah. In this class, all you run is in the traffic hardly.
It's like driving in L.A.
Yeah. It's a constant gridlock for these guys. Coming down to the wire, Ralph.
That we are, working that final lap. Again, Wozencraft, third at St. Pete to open up the season. Third in the points. Looking for the first win of 2026 right here in New Orleans. And there's Demon Bikini up to ninth.
They've dug their way up from the back of the pack.
I think they got to feel pretty good about a top 10 here today.
Yeah, they've got a great merch trailer over there in the pits. If you're in the pits today, check it out before you leave. They've also got a really interesting thing that just dropped a couple days ago on Amazon. If you love racing, you ought to watch this new show that they just come out with. It's called Offshore Velocity is what you need to check into. It's going to be a really, really cool thing that they've got going on, and I'm pretty pumped to watch it when I get home myself.
They were 14th coming out of St. Pete in the points, and now a top 10 finish here. New Orleans going to move them up some.
We've got a lot of races left and a lot of points to change as the season unfolds on our national series.
And more announcements about the season ahead too, right?
Yep.
Looking forward to that. Stay tuned to IHRA on the social media channels and IHRA.com.
That wind's kicking up now. You can hear it in our mics.
Right on schedule.
I bet these guys are glad this boat race is about over. But the Pro Watercraft Series is going to have a ride.
Yeah, because you said right around 4 o'clock, and it's a quarter till.
Oh, man,
here
those
comes
guys are close.
And here comes Team Bermuda.
Is this going to come down to the wire?
Hot on their heels. There's
What's
the
it look
checkered
like?
flag. It's not by much. Look at you can see the other boat in the spray. A 3:15.736 to a 3:14.
Wow.
383 on the last lap.
You can tell those guys were digging.
Gave them everything they could handle on that final lap.
The lap before there, 3.7 seconds separating them. They dropped that to 2.5 seconds. That's how close that was. I mean, they were chipping away every single lap. And I think those guys running up front were probably just trying to be a little conservative, but they had to have the hammer down the whole time, knowing that those guys were right on their heels.
And Valvoline Celsius will take third. So think about that too for Team Bermuda. A win in St. Pete, a second here in New Orleans. They're going to be sitting right there on the top of the points, rolling in Cocoa Beach.
Well, and I think the Sheeta Family Racing, I think they took third, was it, in St. Pete?
Yeah, they were third.
Yeah, so, I mean, that's going to help their points. That's going to be an interesting average to see where they come out after this weekend's event.
They could move up to second here. Because second in St. Pete was Allied, and Allied's going to finish fourth. So that might be just enough for Wozencraft to move up into second.
We got Nuff Said sitting in 5th. The Ray Marine team sitting 6th, Digging Deep in 7th. That was a good run for the Digging Deep crew. They really jumped up a few from their starting position.
Sure did.
Demon Bikini looks like they came all the way up to 10th.
Well, all the big boats are going to get towed back to their shops around the country. Crews are going to go to work, and we're going to get ready for the final IHRA Pro watercraft races of the day.
Yeah. We still have a lot of action yet to come.
Yeah, we do.
On Lake Pontchartrain.
Yeah, we're not done.
Jeremy's ready for that flag. He better hold on tight because it's going to come to him like a rocket.
Yeah, get ready. Watch this. Well, you don't want to fumble it, do you?
Oh, definitely not. You want that flag and you don't want to go swimming for it.
I'd almost be afraid to win thinking I got to catch this thing now.
I'd say meet me in the pits.
That's the most intense part of the run.
Oh, yeah. Look at these guys. Now, that is some happy campers right there.
Deservedly so.
What a great run they had today.
Well, the racing is going to continue here at Lake Pontchartrain. Don't you go anywhere. We got it all live for you right here on Speed Sport 1. Coming back after this.
The IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series is making a debut at Capital City Motorsports Park in Montgomery, Alabama, May 7th through 9th. Don't miss Top Fuel, Alcohol, Mountain Motor Pro Stock, Pro Mod, and much more outlaw drag racing all weekend with fun for the whole family. Get tickets now at IHRA.com.
GSMX 250 World Champion.
He's going to destroy those people that doubt him.
When it counts, I'll make it happen. Let's go. Come on.
This is the time to show that I got that dog here, right?
Hey, dig and win. The 2025 Monster Energy AMA Supercross Good US. #1 plate.
It's that no holding back feeling.
That it doesn't get any better feeling.
That winning the weekend feeling.
No matter what feeling you're chasing on the water, nothing feels like a Yamaha.
Look at Amy, working hard now so that future Amy can buy her very own boat.
Wait, sorry, the boat's great, but am I wearing culottes?
Oh, you love your culottes.
It's lemonade o'clock. What did I just say? Cheers o'clock. Ew.
Here's to protecting your boat and RV 24/7 as part of your home and auto bundle.
So I, like, hang out with my insurance guy?
Oh, yeah. You two have a podcast and everything.
Awesome.
Welcome back to the New Orleans Grand Prix. We just finished up one heck of a race with the Superstock category. There was a lot of boats, a lot of action, and a lot of lead changes and position changes throughout the course of this afternoon's race. We're going to check out some highlights here. We'll have them coming back at you real quick. I've got my buddy Mr. Young in here to help me with the next personal or the watercraft race. Let's take a look at that start. Man, they were wide going into that first pin. A lot of action, a lot of spray, a lot of sliding. These things are super fast. They handle amazingly. And they are all running for the finish.
And all the race fans were loving it, Shane.
Oh, man, everybody was pumped up. There was fists in the air, screaming, hooting, and hollering. I mean, that's what it's all about.
Yeah, for sure. Like they say, I was down in the watercraft pits. They've got a pier out there at Secret Beach, and the pier was absolutely packed. Everybody had their phones out. You know, back in the day, we used to have cameras. Now it's a phone.
Now we got computers in our pocket, right?
Right. Yeah.
This was an awesome race. I'll tell you what, the Wozencraft group, you know, Jeremy Cheetah and Julia Demaldando, they jumped out to an early lead and really held it. You had, you know, David Selly and Steve Bridges in the Team Bermuda GL Construction boat, and those guys were gaining on them. When we were sitting here watching, that was a nail biter for us because every single lap they would just, you know, narrow that margin, you know, by about a second and a half each lap. I just think they run out of time to reel them in and get it done. So they ended up finishing second. Here's to take a look at our unofficial results for Superstock for the race here today in New Orleans.
Well, we got another Enduro coming up here for our Pro Watercraft, so let's head down to Taylor for that.
That's good. Can you hear me? All right. Thank goodness we're down here at Secret Beach, and I must have been relaxing too hard, but we got our mic working now, and this is the race that I'm looking forward to. This is our Pro 300, guys. And let me remind you, Camden Powell and Jay Edworthy, each one has a first place and a second place. So this race is going to decide who really takes it in the overall. But there's guys behind them that are just as hungry. I'm talking about Farthing. I'm talking about Jay Finlinson. We've got Snyder in there. Vanjie Ramji. Honestly, the field is stacked, and these guys are hungry. Farthing's word before he left was, I live for this. So it's really going to be a battle out there. I cannot wait to see how it shakes out, guys.
Well, and to add to that, I know it was his backup boat, but Edworthy saw mechanical issues earlier today on his backup boat. So you hope the primary doesn't have the same problem the backup does, right?
Yeah, I spoke with Ryan Dolly, who does all the wrenching and helps Jay out there from the JetX team, and he was telling me that this boat is ready to go. It's locked, cocked, ready to rock and roll. I also talked to Camden. Camden says, man, I am hungry. I really want this, and I'm going to steal it away from him.
Here's your course map for our Enduro.
You can see the start-finish line. You have a dog leg that takes you up to the top right, another dog leg along the back section. Then you come in, hit the MasterCard buoy, got a split track, blues on the outside, greens on the inside, and then you go to the Monster Energy start-finish.
This is Pro Endurance 300, their third moto of the weekend.
Yeah, final moto. They got to run 2 yesterday. They got to sleep in a little bit today, Ralph. So, you know, I'm sure a lot of them were tired from 2 motos yesterday. But their final moto here in New Orleans. Yeah, Camden and Jay knotted up right now at 45 points. Jay Finlinson about 14 points behind with 31 points. And then VJ with 30 points. So really going to be a good battle between them two. And then Noah is also with 29 points.
And we're racing on our OEM stock 4-stroke watercraft producing up to 325 horsepower. And they're getting all of that as they scream across here on Lake Pontchartrain.
Well, they were just about 3 wide. We got somebody that has goosed that throttle and is out in front. And as soon as we get a number on that, we'll go ahead and let you know who that was. But a nice start for that rider. Looks like, is that the Edworthy?
Yep, sure is.
Yep.
477.
Jay Edworthy on the JetX Sea-Doo.
No surprise the way things have gone.
Mr. Hole Shot.
Yeah, I'll tell you, he is something else.
Boy, look at that thing turn.
Wow.
Holy cow.
He was really riding on the rails there.
He is giving it everything he's got. He wants to get out front, disappear on these guys, and do nothing but lead every lap for 30 minutes and one lap.
So you're going to wonder, Powell probably started on the inside. We'll see how they come out as they merge here through the split.
Yeah, he looked over the shoulder. He knows he's coming. He's getting everything he can out of the throttle. They're going to meet up here. And Edworthy out front.
So a nice start there for Edworthy.
That could not have gone better on that lap for him, Michael.
No, I'll tell you. And you can see the water's kind of calmed down. And as we spoke about all weekend long, calm water, it really favors the Sea-Doo. And we've had Sea-Doos out in front with Edworthy and Camden Powell.
Camden knows what he's got to do. Man, he's going to have to push hard, Shane, if he wants to catch Edworthy.
I'll tell you what, he's got his work cut out for him. But as we saw throughout this weekend and even the previous race, St. Pete, one little bobble, one off rig, it can really change up the standings as we try to conclude this race.
Yeah. I'm taking a look, and again, Edworthy, Powell knotted up. Finlayson back there in third, but that's the way that they stand in the points right now. BJ is currently fourth in points, sits fifth on the board right now. Anthony Redetich snuck in there, also on a Sea-Doo, on the Double Deuce Sea-Doo. Former military combat pilot. And Anthony represents the United States all over the world in endurance racing.
Well, definitely no stranger to flying, and that's what these guys are doing.
Oh, for sure. And look at Edworthy. Almost looked like a bobblehead there. Man. He's got so many G's that he's taken on. Absolutely amazing. Great riding skill from that man. Again, Jay Edworthy out of Cambridge, Ontario, Canada. And he is sponsored by Riva Racing, as well as Ryan Dolly and the crew over at JetX.
That's up around Toronto?
Yes, sir.
And our producer growing up near there, as he tells us.
Yeah, beautiful town up there. Love Toronto. We used to do shows at the Sky Dome all the time.
Oh, yeah. Done a lot of races in there.
It's only about 6.5 seconds between first and third right now. And then three trying to pull away. Redetich about 10 seconds off the pace. Vanjie Ramjeet still running in fifth place. Sponsored by BR Racing, his business back there in Georgia.
And we will be right back for more racing with Pro Endurance 300 after these words. Back here at Lake Pontchartrain, you can see downtown New Orleans in the backdrop and the Mercedes-Benz Superdome. And over there somewhere is Bourbon Street. get down there at all this weekend, Shane?
Nope, I did not have any time. I barely had time to get to McDonald's.
Michael, he had plenty of time to get to that orange truck.
Well, that is why I was so excited that my team brought us a little bit of food so we can have something good to eat today.
So much flavor here in New Orleans. I always enjoy coming here because it's just such a diverse culture and community that they have here.
Absolutely. We've enjoyed our time in the Big Easy. Look forward to coming back.
Oh, it's been great.
Jay Edworthy still your race leader out there, followed by Powell Finlayson. Then Anthony Radetich has moved up into that fourth place position. Anthony, one of the only factory Sea-Doo riders. Sea-Doo don't have too many people in their arsenal this year, but he actually gets support from them as he does, like I said, travel around the world and represent the brand.
Abbeville, Alabama, his home. Riva.
Well, he's definitely a good advocate for them.
Oh, yeah.
For sure. He's also sponsored by XPS Trailers as well as Riva, Jet Trim, Moto Wrap, Fly Racing, and Jet Zone. Great shot of the course as they exit the split and come down that front straightaway.
Speaking of Anthony Reddick, Taylor met up with him earlier today.
Class. Tell me a little bit about what goes into your weekend and what it takes to be out there with those guys.
Well, the weekend is kind of easy compared to the preparation to the weekend. That's like the really hard part. But yesterday was a good day for us. We had it was a little bit of rough water out there in the first moto, but second moto we were out there crushing it. And today for the last day, we're all ready for it.
Definitely ready for it. And let's talk about this location because we went from St. Petersburg, Florida to New Orleans. What is it like racing in the different waters?
So here the water's a little bit more brackish, so it's not as clear and clean as in Florida, but it is a nice area. Food is amazing here and the people are super, super nice. So yeah, it's awesome being here.
And looking forward into the season, what do you think you're most looking forward to, whether it be location, whether it be different competitors? What do you look forward to?
So I'm looking forward to running in the Ozarks because that's never rode out there, and it seems like it's going to be a great, great venue out there.
Well, thank you.
Somebody needs to tell Anthony the party's at Shane's house when we get to the Ozarks.
Hey, that's all right. We'll throw everybody out on the back deck. We can hit the pool.
There we go.
Hey, people got a pickleball court right there. So make sure you bring your racket, Ralph.
It's a paddle, and yes, I'll bring it with me.
Bring that bad boy with me.
Got a pool and a pond, right?
Tells you how much I know about that. I go volley with the kids, but...
Was that just a reference to Caddyshack?
No, absolutely.
You could swim in the pond.
The only guy in the same generation noticed it.
You had me at hello.
Yeah, exactly.
I seen Radetich. It says that he moved up, but they keep putting Finlayson back into that third place. So I'm not quite sure what's going on with the timing scoring because they put Finlayson back into 8th and then they put him back into 3rd. So Anthony Radetich, who we were just talking about, has that boat color that you like. That beige, tan colored boat.
It's the one that you wouldn't think would look great, but when you see it, you go, man, you know what? That really works.
Well, it pops because nobody else has that color.
Yeah, it does. Stands out. You're right. And that's the whole key, right? Be different than everybody else.
Looks like Finlayson has now got ahead of Powell. So they said that he's about 5 seconds behind Edworthy right now.
And that's not what Powell needs because, as Taylor pointed out at the beginning here, Camden wants any shot at taking the overall. He has got to be in front of Edworthy.
Well, I know he was super excited being tied with Edworthy coming into this one.
Should be.
And having a chance, to get his first podium here in the Pro 300 class.
So you're saying there's a chance.
Dumb and Dumber?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're kings of useless trivia.
We're hitting them all, yeah. We got a few more where that came from.
That's right. Jay Edworthy, again, making his sponsors proud. Works at a chicken farm, believe it or not, up in Cambridge. And his nickname in the pits, the Chicken Man. And right now, he's barking out.
Tristan, I know the Wozencraft guys have to be awful happy over there in our offshore powerboat pits.
Yeah, I'm here with our super stock first place finish. Jeremy and Julian, Team Wozencraft. How was your guys' race?
Awesome. Unbelievable. Awesome. Julian nailed the start.
we hit the marks, and it was awesome. The boat was perfect.
Julian?
It was my second one of the day, so I knew what the course asked for, and we, like he said, we crushed the start, and we nailed every single corner. Team Bermuda had a little bit of speed on us. I could see them coming, but we just protected our inside and worked our way through all the way to the checkered flag.
You guys made it look good. Congratulations.
Thank you.
And Shane, that's one thing. As we watch Jay Edworthy here with 8 inside of 19 minutes and a lap to go, we don't talk about this part of what the throttle man does enough. Jay Maldonado talking about it there. Your extra set of eyes as well as working the throttles and the trim. And that's a big help to what's going on for the driver because they can't see everything from where they're sitting in the boat.
Yeah, there's definitely visibility issues in those boats. I mean, and they're really designed to be looked forward. You have limited visibility even off to the side. So they really have to feel and listen, to what's going on when they get a competitor that's close to them. Most of these guys, I think, will have a spotter with somebody in their ear, but not all teams do, But I think that's definitely crucial in a position like they were in.
And sometimes it's that split second, and the spotter's not on it. Your throttle man is. That can be all the difference you need.
Well, like Julian said, he saw the course earlier today. He was on the same water, same situation. He was in the factory stock jackhammer. So, for those guys for him to come out of that race performing at a high level and being able to go back into super stock, that not only says a lot about him as a throttle person, but, his ability to, read the water and understand the conditions in which he's going to be performing in later the day for the other class. So hats off to those guys.
You see how close to the shoreline they get here, Michael.
Yeah, very close. And the problem is, at least the marshals, they have them going out in Lake Pontchartrain. They don't really have them going all the way parallel. They actually have it's like a little bit of, headed toward the, I guess you could say, the east side.
We talked about how shallow this lake can be, averaging between 12 and 14 feet deep. When you start getting close to the shoreline.
Yeah, a lot more shallow. And that's why they were saying yesterday on the outside of the track, where that slalom section is on the outside, that's why it was a little bit rougher. There was a lot more holes out there. The inside a lot more cleaner, and that water's dissipating as it hits all those rocks.
Yeah, you got riprap, which definitely is going to make a difference compared to the seawalls and the piers and everything we sat on in St. Pete.
It's like Jay Finlinson again back into that second place position. Him and his teammate Camden Powell both race for Speed Racing and Ignite Racing Fuels out of Syracuse, Indiana. And you can see Edworthy with a 15-second lead right now. Wow.
Yeah.
And Edworthy just got faster. He just put his fastest lap in, at 1:39.624. So Edworthy getting faster as the race goes on, and Powell with a 1:42.180. Ramjeet looks like he is possibly moving up in the pack here, too.
And there's nobody surprised to see that, right?
Nah, not at all. VR Racing, very tough team out of Georgia. And Vanjie's been racing for a long time, has a couple Cayman titles, and actually won a world championship last year at Lake Havasu in the pro stock division. As we take a look at Edworthy again, and you can see Edworthy looks like he's coming up on the back of the pack, and we'll see if this lap traffic affects him at all. Again, this is where you got to be smart. Know where you want to pass them. Don't try to pass them in a turn where you could, get crushed.
And for those that are maybe watching boat racing for the first time, the riprap that Shane was talking about, all those rocks lined up along the shoreline there, Shane, that is used there to help protect the coastline.
Yeah, we have, I call it riprap. That's what we call it at Lake of the Ozarks. You either have a seawall or a riprap. It depends on what they'll let you put in.
Sometimes rock, sometimes concrete. Can be a variety of different things.
Yeah, you get a lot of reverberation off of a seawall or a bluff wall like that. Like what Mikey was saying is that will definitely bounce back into the race course. Those rocks are designed to dissipate that and protect the shoreline.
Taking a look there at 361, that is the outlaw, Eric Lagopoulos out of Sarasota, Florida, who took a win a little earlier this week in the Runabout GP3 class on Friday.
Inside of 15 minutes and a lap to go.
And that is Finlinson right there. Finlinson on a charge right now as his teammate Powell was able to get back around him. So Finlinson back into third, but Vanjie Ramjeet smells the blood in the water. Ready to shark him down.
Like Ramjeet got around Finlayson.
Yeah, that's what the scoreboard just says here. Ramjeet able to get past Finlayson, so Finlayson going back, and Finlayson about, wow.
He's dropping. All the way down to 7th.
Down to 7th. Farthing able to get past Finlayson now, too. Farthing in 6th right now. Took a 6th in moto number 1. About 41 seconds, though, behind our leader.
Actually, Finlayson going further down. So, no, now he's back to 2nd.
We're
So
a little transponder issue.
I was just going to say, could be a transponder issue.
It looked like something was happening there.
Yeah, so Edworthy, Finlayson, Powell is what we got now with Ramjeet right there in the 4th place position. But if it stays like it is tonight, it would be it would be Edworthy, Camden, and Jay Finlayson, 1, 2, and 3. That's if things stay as they are. Still a lot of time left to go with this one, with 13:30 left on the ticker. Farthing on the move right now. Looks like Farthing had just moved up into that 5th place position. Still 42 seconds behind Jay. But you never know what's going to happen. These boats are wound tighter than a squirrel on Prozac, man, and they could blow up at any point.
Well, our Taylor Snyder met up with Tori Snyder earlier today.
Pro 300 rider Tori Snyder. Tori, I follow you on social media, and apart from the racing, you guys seem like you have a ton of fun getting out here to the races and doing all that prep work.
I mean, that's why we're here. We're here to have fun and have a good time, and I want to put on a little bit of a show for the spectators and the Instagram fans and whatnot. So, yeah, we try to have a blast, and why not document on the way.
You live in Florida. You're a Florida native out there. What is it like waking up? How much time do you spend on the water preparing?
I live on the water. My family's building a new house on the water right now, and if we're not jet skiing, we're on the boats. And I love being on the water. And as a Florida boy, you're either on the lake or on the water, or you're chasing alligators on land. So yeah, I'm always on the water.
Well, I know you're not an alligator hunter, but I know that we have our chicken man Edworthy. We've got our lumberjack Noah Skips. Tell me about your career outside of racing.
Yeah, I own a Siteworks company in Florida. I do a lot of dumpster rentals. I got 28 dumpsters, and I do anything from land clearing to demo work and whatnot, and hauling. And so got CDL commercial driver's license. So I might not be a fancy job, but hey, I can haul big rigs. So that's what I do back home.
And that's what you guys have here. You brought out quite the rig this weekend. What is it like driving out to each event?
Yeah, I mean, no, it's like any day. This truck gets unhooked and parked in the driveway, and the semi goes right back to the trash trailer and the demo hauling trailer. So it's a multi-use truck, and being able to drive it on the interstate. I don't often drive it on the interstate because it's usually on the side roads going to the landfill. So it's nice to open its legs and see what it's about.
Apart from all of the outside, what are you looking forward to this weekend here on the water?
I'm just looking to try to get some good starts and just try to work my way back up to the front. It's a new series, and I wasn't going to do it, and everyone was begging me to come do it. So why not come and give it a shot and see what it's all about? So it's a whole new learning curve, and just trying to figure it all out.
Thank you so much, Tori.
Thank you.
Tori hails from Bradenton, Florida, over on the Gulf Coast.
Yeah, him and his father run Snyder Built Construction down there. Built some really nice houses down there in the Sarasota area, Bradenton, Sarasota. Tori been riding for a long time. His dad was a former world champion and national champion in personal watercraft racing for several years. Now sitting on the sidelines cheering on his son. That's Ramjeet right there on 116. Vanjie moving to Georgia from the Cayman Islands just a couple of years ago as he hits the MasterCard buoy, and looks like he's going to opt to go to that outside. Currently running in 4th spot, but he's got Devin Farthing hot on his tail as well. Yeah, Tori's a good kid. Been on tour with us for a while. And at the beginning, when he was a younger kid, it was like he kind of shied away from jet skis. And then in the last 7-8 years, he has really gone full bore, and he's all in.
Well, it's kind of tough when Dad was a national and world champion, right, to live up to those expectations or those shadows, right? They can cast a pretty big one.
Well, exactly. And I mean, his dad wasn't just a champion one year, wasn't a fluke thing, but his dad was a champion for many, many years, and was a staple in our sport.
And needless to say, Shane, not a problem my son Lucas is going to have.
Nor Hudson at home for me. He's if he's not watching this right now, I guarantee he's probably playing a little Minecraft or something.
Probably. All right, we're going to be right back for more of the Pro Endurance 300 after this. Our coverage of IHRA Pro Watercraft from New Orleans is brought to you by Monster. Monster Energy, unleash the beast. Progressive, fast boats, smart coverage, Progressive Insurance. Harvey Gulf International Marine. Jefferson Parish, brought to you by Councilman Hans Liljeburg, Jefferson Parish Council District 5, and Jefferson Parish. Yamaha Wave Runners, built for power, performance, and the water ahead. And by VP Racing Fuels. VP Racing Fuels, powering champions on land and water. Jay Edworthy continues to lead here with 5.5 minutes inside of that and a lap to go in Pro Endurance Moto 3. Jay Finlinson, Camden Powell, Vanjie Ramgeet, Devin Farthing, your top 5.
And only 2 of the riders have been able to break the 1 minute 40-second mark, and that was Jay Edworthy, 1:39.404, his fastest lap time. But Jay Finlinson with a 1:38.520 has the fastest lap time. So Jay Finlinson is definitely on the move. He's only 6.5 seconds behind Edworthy.
Those fast laps were on the same lap count too as well.
You got to wonder if the water was just maybe a little bit smoother that lap around, you know.
Or maybe Edworthy knew that Finlinson was right there. They were both just pushing like crazy.
Yeah, very similar to what we've seen Camden and Edworthy get into yesterday during Moto number 1, where Powell was just pushing him. And then Powell taking a win on the second Moto, sitting in third currently right here. So I don't think that Finlayson's going to need some help from Ramjeet and Farthing to put Powell a little further back if he wants to take second on the podium if things stay as they are. So Edworthy right now in a solid first place, 6.5 second lead, 4 minutes to go. And there is the Chicken Man in the attack position. Notice the elbows up. Into the MasterCard buoy. He's going to opt to go to the outside. And that's been his favorite here so far. I believe he had to take the inside because he on the first lap and has been going to the outside pretty much every time since. Last lap around for Edworthy, and he can feel it. You can see he's getting pushed. Was a 143.971, and Finlayson with a 146.294. This time around, Edworthy with a 144.066, and there is Finlayson with a 143.694. So Finlayson getting faster here as we get to the latter stages of this one. Maybe Shane, he could be baiting him right here.
I don't know. I don't know if I would play with fire like that.
Well, these guys are adrenaline junkies and extreme athletes, so, and they're always trying to get in each other's head, You go back there to the pits, and there's always some trash talking going on, but it's all in good fun.
Yeah. That makes the best kind of racing. It really, really does.
It sure does, All the families and everything that got together all weekend long back there. It's nice to run into some old friends from all over the United States as this series here, the IHRA, really attracting a lot of people here in 2026.
Oh, the fan base is growing by the hundreds every race. It's just crazy to see the outcropping and outpouring of people come to the sport now that they can watch this, and it's coming to a city near them.
I was talking to Alex Baxley, who is doing some of our social media stuff, and he was telling me that we had over 500,000 hits on the St. Pete race.
Oh, wow.
That's fantastic.
On Instagram, yep.
Yeah, I've heard some of the other analytics. It's pretty impressive. To be very honest, when you start looking at that, I've even had a lot of teams on the offshore side saying, man, after we did what we did in in St. Pete, the hundreds or thousands of followers that they grew, was just mind blowing, and they were just so happy to have that, and then be here in New Orleans to continue to build their fan base. Everybody's hero is someone else's villain. You know what I mean in the sport, in motorsports in general. So there's going to be a lot of ribbon going on as the season unwinds.
And we'll be taking the IHRA Offshore Powerboat Championship to Cocoa Beach, Florida, May 15th through the 17th. And then in June, we'll be bringing the offshore powerboats and pro watercraft to Lake of the Ozarks.
And we're all staying at Shane's.
I got some blow-up mattresses. I'll make room for you.
There we go. Edworthy, with just over a minute left to go, has been pretty much unstoppable here in this third moto. Got the whole shot and has led every lap since. And boy, and he's getting, he's getting faster. He's getting slower. Last lap, minute 40, 6:54. Again, his fastest lap, only a 1:39.404. And he's got to be getting a little bit tired, Ralph.
Yeah, you would think, but man, I haven't seen anything slow him down. He's still carving a hard corner. He's not just floating it on in there and easing back into the throttle, is he? He's ripping through there.
After having some issues in St. Pete Beach, I think he came into town here with a chip on his shoulder.
Yeah.
And he wants the large hardware here at the Big Easy.
And it's going to be interesting to see what the mindset is for so many of these guys when they get to Lake of the Ozarks. Because a lot of them haven't seen that massive body of water before in race conditions. What can these guys expect with that, Shane, when they get up there?
Well, I'll tell you what, Lake of the Ozarks, if you look at it from aero view, they call it the Dragon because that's what it looks like. There's a lot of tributaries that run in that make the lake. We've got more shoreline than the state of California does, Lake of the Ozarks. 100 miles of boatable, 110 miles of boatable water, lots of condos, complexes, homes, restaurants, bars, a lot of activity, and tons and tons of boats. On holiday weekends, you're talking tens of thousands of boats on our body of water. And since it is a river tributary type of a lake, it's pretty skinny. Lots of bluffs, You know, we are in the Ozarks, so there's a lot of that reverberation of water, so we can get some really, really rough conditions. And if you get the wind sailing right down the channel just right, it can be as big a water, if not bigger, than we've seen here this weekend.
Very interesting. Never been to Lake of the Ozarks. Used to do some F1 racing over there in Branson for several years with the Powerboat Nationals, but never made it over there. Looking forward to it. That's
yeah, the F1 Tunnel Boat Series is a pretty awesome series as well. We started out our season with IHRA and Bradenton earlier this season. So
yeah, I'll be voicing that this coming week.
Oh, will you?
Yeah.
Awesome.
Me and Tim Siebold.
Yeah, Tim's an awesome guy. He was here this weekend with us, so brought his crew over.
Nice. Yeah, his cousin Rush used to be in watercraft racing, used to build some of the best motors.
Yeah. Legendary family on the water.
Mm-hmm. So Jay Edworthy can almost put it in cruise control, and I say almost because Finland's still right there. He's not all the way done yet. Once again, Finlandson out of Syracuse, New York, sponsored by Night Racing Fuels and Anthony Raddick Technical Services.
It's Syracuse, Indiana, though.
Yeah, I'm sorry. What did I say? Syracuse, New York?
Yeah, there's a white flag. Well, every time you say Syracuse, being originally from upstate New York, I always think he's going to say New York.
Man,
when you said it, I was like, what?
We got a kite up now.
Yeah.
That's something new. I think our flagman's trying to just sit it just right to where he can be in the shade. He's probably tired of being out there on that boom.
I don't know. He could see where the television coverage is and wants to get his kite on TV.
Yeah.
Maybe he's flying it.
Yeah, he could be. It could be off of his heavy equipment right there. So again, white flag racing conditions. And that man right there, Jet X, helping him out, coming to us from north of the border up in Cambridge, Ontario, Canada. Also sponsored by Hamburg Flooring Company, which is a company that Todd Sarsinski, who runs in the amateur class, owns. All those Canadians that hang together. And I know that Salvador Mango, who used to race in the pro class, is now doing all the wrenching and helping out Jay, along with Ryan Dolly. So Jay Edworthy looking to take a win here over Camden Powell and Jay Finlandson.
And we're going to have one more race to go after this. It will be another enduro. It'll be the amateur 200s and 300s to close out the weekend here. But right now, it's all about Jay Edworthy finishing these last couple of buoys, last couple of corners. One more hammer on the throttle and a run to the checkered flag. And a win here in Moto 3. There it is. Along with the overall victory, as Camden Powell will come across the line back in third. And Edworthy will take the overall, with Finlandson finishing second here in Moto 3.
That's good. Ramjeet and Farthing fourth and fifth. And with that being said, it's going to be Jay Edworthy, your winner, Camden Powell, and Finlandson on top of the podium tonight.
Well, there's everybody gathering up, talking it over.
And you can see the camaraderie amongst the guys there. A little high five and some knuckles between Edworthy and Finlandson.
These guys will get off the water, and the next group will get on, and we'll be running to the finish here in the weekend.
Been a fun weekend, been a long weekend. But I'm sure our families will be ready to see us tomorrow.
I don't know. My wife's been at the beach all weekend. She might be thinking, "Is having a better time without you."
Maybe you want to visit her then.
Yeah.
You know, my wife and I are doing this together, right? Because she's over there in VIP and helped set up some of the offshore side of stuff. But I'll tell you what, I don't think I see her any more than you see your wife at this point in time.
There's a look at our unofficial results. As we talked about, Edworthy, Finlandson, and Powell, your top three. As we close out the New Orleans Grand Prix presented by Harvey Golf and Jefferson Parish for our IHRA Pro Watercraft. Well, while we have one more race to go here with Pro Watercraft, let's go over to the Offshore Powerboat pits. We got some awards to handle over there with Tristan.
Ready for some results for today's Supercat racing. We're going to start with our third place finish for Supercat, number 77, EWB Racing. Your second place for Supercat, number 54, Graydell CJ Grant Racing. And your first place for Supercat, number 8, CR Racing. Congratulations, Supercat race teams. Moving on to our Pro Class 1. Third place for your Pro Class 1 racers, number 3, DMR Performance. Your second place finishers for Pro Class 1, number 10, Out of Pocket Racing X Insurance. And your first place finishers for Pro Class 1, number 6, Monster Energy MCon Racing. Congratulations, Pro Class 1 racers.
All right, the hardware getting handed out over there by the VIP 10 area. And we've got one more race to go. But we got to meet first with Jay Edworthy, so we'll go check in with Taylor.
Jay Edworthy, what an incredible sweep that was. You can see he's pouring water over himself right now for a job well done. Get a little cool off there. When I talked to you before the race, you said, I made it this far. I'm not giving up now. And you sure as heck did not give up that race. Congratulations.
Thank you. Just a little out of breath. Being, 25 or 30 years older and the young guys out there just trying to track me down. It's fun, but yeah, we've been working at this system and this program for 3 to 4 years now, and going to the gym and working with all the crew that we have, JetX and Riva and all the other friends I've made through racing. It's really paying off this year, and it's just so much fun this year.
It really has paid off, because towards the end, usually you see in these endurance races, sometimes you guys can slow down a little bit. You actually got faster. Maybe you sensed those guys coming behind you and you sped up. You hit the gas.
It seemed to in the middle of the race almost swell up, but backstretch got a little more rough, and Then one of the buoys came loose there for, I think it was one lap, and the course marshals got it back. But, yeah, I've always tried to work on my endurance so I can go 30 minutes. And usually when we used to race, when I was starting out, I got faster at the end because of I get used to the track and I can get used to setting up for the corners and all that. Just it takes me a few minutes to get acclimated in each race.
Well, you certainly held it off there and you made it all the way to the end. Congratulations. I believe you've taken the overall as well. So what a great way to finish the weekend.
Yeah, like I said at the beginning of the year, I hope I get to talk to you a lot more this year, and it's working out pretty good so far. So as long as we keep going on this pace, like I said, I want to chase the championship this year, and I think that puts us maybe 5 to 8 points out of first place. So we're right there.
Wonderful. Congratulations, Jay.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
That's the way to do it. You keep winning like that, you're going to keep talking to Taylor. No doubt about it.
You know, you either see Jay with a helmet on, or he's always got that toque on that you seen him put on right there before the interview.
Yeah.
He needs to get that branded.
Exactly. Here's our lineup for the Amateur Endurance 200, which will be paired up with a two-class race here with the Amateur Endurance 300 for the bigger, more powerful boats. About 325 horsepower or so with these.
Yeah, with your 300 boats at Sea-Doos. Lofton comes in with the points lead, followed by Cooper Caldwell, who took a win in Moto number 2, and Caden Baldwin with 37 points. Those are your top three in points as we come into this one. Cooper Caldwell, again, getting a win that last race, but Garrett Lofton, he really looks fast on the VR racing machine.
If you want to go runabout racing on a sit-down, the 200 category is where you begin. You can move up to the 300s, and then you just start picking your way through it from there.
Yeah, only 4 riders this weekend, or 5 riders rather, in our Amateur Endurance 200. Baron Marinick coming in with the points lead with 50 points. Andy Martinez out of Fort Lauderdale with 40 points. And Kevin Sullivan from Orange Beach with 34 points.
Here we go.
There we go, the start.
Underway.
Will it be Sarsinski, who's had 4 out of 5 hole shots so far?
Half hour plus 1 lap, 30 minutes.
Looking like that could be a Lofton there on the inside. And you can see they're going to be 3-4 wide as they come down that turn for the hole shot. We started with 26 riders yesterday. I think we're down to 22 today. That's Baldwin, your early race leader right there. Yep.
Giving it a run.
Your future Facebook friend.
There you go.
Caden Baldwin again out of Sherrills Ford, sponsored by Champion Power Sports. Father-son combination right there.
Doing it for the Lake Norman gang.
You know, we actually used to race up there in Lake Norman at Ramsey Creek State Park.
Yep. Need to do that again. We need to get that on the IHRA schedule.
That would be a good time. Very fun town. So Baldwin, he's right there with Lofton, looks like. Garrett Lofton out of Georgia, sponsored by VR Racing. Cooper Caldwell back there in third. The usual suspects up there, 1, 2, and 3. Noah Dolly in the 4th spot. Bryce Ford, who took a 4th in the second moto, currently sitting in 5th.
Boy, the Dollies have had some challenges, haven't they?
Yeah, it looks like Nathan's back out there again. They got that backup boat running for Nathan. He's back on 477. So the boat that broke earlier is back out there, currently sitting in 8th place.
And then we saw Noah looking like he had it all wrapped up. And then it quickly became unwrapped in a hurry.
I think I've seen that show, When Good Times Go Bad. Yeah, he had a tough break, but still managed to stay up there in the top 5, even after the get-off.
Now, Caden has a very aggressive attack position that he rides in.
Yeah, he's got the elbows up. You know, he rides, like you say, all the time down there in Lake Norman, training hard every week in, week out. And plays.
Oh, one rider off here.
Plays high school football as well. As you see Baldwin having to negotiate around those yellow flags as well as the yard sale out there. Kevin Sullivan, your early race leader in the amateur 200 class, followed by Ian Newski from just down the street in Gulfport, and Baron Mernick from Fort Worth, Texas, currently sitting in the third spot. So it was the brothers that took the win last race. Now they're running 3 and 3 right now with Cooper Caldwell and Baron Mernick. Sponsored by Caldwell Racing, John Caldwell over there. Got to say hello to him in the pits earlier this week. Very proud of his kids.
Coming right back to Lake Pontchartrain.
It's that no holding back feeling.
That it doesn't get any better feeling.
That winning the weekend feeling.
No matter what feeling you're chasing on the water, nothing feels like a Yamaha.
The first exciting leg of the 2026 IHRA Triple Crown starts at Maple Grove Raceway May 21st to the 23rd. This unique 3-race drag race featuring Top Fuel, Funny Cars, Pro Mods, Mountain Motor Pro Stocks, and Nitro Harleys, offering over $1 million in bonuses for sweeping all 3 events. The pressure will be on. The teams will be gunning for the million, and IHRA will be ready. Will you? Get tickets now at IHRA.com.
I know I got what it takes, and I'm not pumping the brakes, and I'm not pumping the brakes. I'm too competitive, I like the narrative, that I'm the best in the league. Who you comparing with, that is definitive, top of the throne in the league. How you moving slow on the speed? I just been bringing the heat, I just been bringing the fire.
I think I'm just so passionate and so motivated back to where I belong, and that's on top.
Back here at the Big Easy, New Orleans. It's all part of our IHRA Racing round number 2 for IHRA Pro Watercraft here on Speed Sport 1 today. Hope you've enjoyed all the coverage. IHRA Pro Watercraft, IHRA Offshore Powerboats. We will be on to Cocoa Beach. Next up, May 15th to the 17th. We'll have it all for you here on Speed Sport 1, so make sure you tune in and watch.
Well, in the 300 class, looks like we've had a lead change here. VR Racing's Garrett Lofton has moved in front. And Garrett also sponsored by Jet Ski Castro Trading Company, as well as T-Crane Grading. So he's able to get past Baldwin, but Baldwin's still right there in the hunt, only about 3.5 seconds back. Got 193, Cooper Caldwell, that is still in the mix, about 10 seconds back. So those are your top 3 with just over halfway to go.
Well, something happened to Caden. Let's find out. Taylor's got the story for us.
Nothing happened to Caden just yet in this race, but I was sitting with him before the race, and he has made a change to his boat. So it looked like he was having some problems with his last one. So now he's in the GP instead of the FX. This boat's a little bit lighter and a little bit faster, so I know he'll be excited on some of this flatter water. When I asked him how he was feeling with the change, he said, "Oh, I am confident." So don't count him out just yet. Lofton is looking strong, but I know Lofton also had some issues earlier. He lost a back seat of his ski. That made him work a lot harder. Obviously, with the skis behind you, if that's not there, you're doing a lot of work. You can't sit down and rest your back. So I spoke to Lofton earlier. He said, "I took a little nap. I'm feeling a little bit better." So those two, Caden Baldwin, Garrett Lofton, it's truly anyone's game right now. Keep an eye out, both of them.
Okay, Taylor. Lofton on the Sea-Doo, Baldwin on the Yamaha, switching from one version of the Yamaha to the other, going to the GP 1800.
Yeah, the GP 1800 is a lot lighter than the other boat that he was using. But Lofton on that Sea-Doo right now, trying to extend that lead, and it looks like he has been extending it just a little bit every lap. But don't count Baldwin out. As Taylor pointed out, you know, he had some issues with that boat a little bit earlier. Lofton, your race leader, and anything could happen. And if something happens between those two, Cooper Caldwell is right there to take advantage. So
anything can happen, and has all weekend long.
And you got Noah Dolly, and hold on, Noah. We're rooting for you here in the booth. Bryce Ford back there in the 5th place.
Down to 16 minutes and a lap to go.
Bryce out of Springtown, Texas, and he's sponsored by Ford Brothers Racing, as well as Dean's Team and SSI Decals. Noah Dolly really turning in a good performance. You know, even though he may have come off his boat in that second moto, really staying consistent. You know, took a 3rd in the first moto, 5th in the second, still up there in the 4th spot, and looking for an overall spot on the podium. Coming into this one, we had Garrett with 45 points, Cooper with 40 points, Caden with 37.
Another rider off here. Can't see the boat.
Yeah, I can't see the
number.
Yeah, looks like is that 04?
Yeah, the 04. That's Greg Gaddis.
Tough break for the Green Hulk rider. His father started greenhulk.net, which sells aftermarket parts, and became one of the largest aftermarket parts sales folks in the United States. And they're located just over in Louisiana, right here, Morgantown, or Morgan City.
Problems for the 103 as well, it looks like. That was Snyder, Troy Snyder.
Troy Snyder, yeah, I told you, I talked about him a little bit yesterday. He used to race our series about 25 years ago, and sponsored by Troy's Bail Bonds. And I can see him owning a bail bond company because he was a wild child.
You might want to get that phone number there, Shane.
Yeah, in case we go out and enjoy New Orleans after this, right?
Watch out, Bourbon Street. So she's got Lofton, Baldwin, Caldwell, 1, 2, 3.
The pronunciator is coming.
Montel moving up into 6. He's been on the move, started in 9th, and has worked his way up to 6. Benjamin out of Southeast Florida in the Miami area. Races a lot down in the Cayman Islands with us as well. Hit the podium down there once this year, a couple times last year. And he spins all his own wrenches. One of the privateers that we got out there. Gavin Russo, whose father owns Russo Marine, has really came a long way in a short time. Currently sitting in 7th place, but just started racing about a year ago. Goes out there to by Beer Can Island on the north side of Longboat Key, and that's where they train out there. See, Jason Seeley has moved up into the top 10 as well on the remarkable racing Sea-Doo.
Inside of 13 minutes and a lap to go.
Tell you, Lofton's kind of unstoppable when he gets out there in front. Came into this one with a 5-point lead. So Caldwell needs to get ahead of both Baldwin and Lofton if he wants the overall tonight.
It's a lofty task.
No pun intended. So your leader's 6.5 seconds ahead of second place Baldwin right now. Again, Baldwin sponsored by Champion Power Sports. Dolly brothers running 4th and 8th right now.
Man.
Against both snow cross riders. And, you know, they're trying to get used to the snow when it melts right now.
Yeah.
This is what you do when it melts. But I don't think they have that problem too much up in Canada.
Well, you can come snowmobile racing with the IHRA and our friends over at the Snow Outlaws. That's how we kicked off the year with 2 races up in Wisconsin. That was something I had never seen live before, and unbelievable. This guy's running 160 miles an hour.
On a sled.
On a sled. 500-foot course of packed and groomed snow on a frozen lake at 3 seconds from a standing start.
Wow.
Just incredible. Producing massive horsepower, sleds up to 14 feet in length, you know, massive spikes digging into that snow and ice and just ripping across the lake.
Well, I'll tell you, they're doing a lot with the snowcross series and the freestyle snowcross. I love that. That's
yeah.
Freestyle's always been a favorite of mine, you know, coming from the moto industry.
Yeah, the snowcross, a whole different animal, right?
Oh, it sure is. Sure is. Andy Martinez has now moved into the lead in our 200 class. And
well, Noah Dolly's been running in 4th, and Taylor had a chance to chat with him.
Dolly is one of the rising stars in our amateur 300 class, and what an incredible performance you had. When I spoke to you before the race, we were talking about the split lanes, and you told me inside was the one that you preferred. How did that work out for you yesterday?
It honestly worked out pretty well. I was came out the start. I had a pretty bad start, and then ducked down the inside, came out 4th, and then trying to work my way through the loppers, caught up to Todd, passed him down the inside, which worked out pretty well, and then just kept riding my race, trying to catch Caden, was slowly catching him, but just didn't have enough time left in the moto. But see if we can get it done today, and that's about it. Keep taking that inside because it was working well yesterday.
It definitely was working well. What else goes into your strategy for today when you think about first starting off that race?
I just want to try and get a good start because, honestly, I saw what Lofton did yesterday, and he had a pretty good strategy. Got out front, got that clean water, and just rode that PX very well and pulled on everybody. So that's what I'm going to try and do, is get a start and go. That's pretty much it.
Excellent. Best of luck.
Well, Todd he was talking about was Todd Starzinski, who is a little beaten and battered coming into the weekend here, and he didn't take the green here in this last race of the weekend. He's sitting this one out. But you know what? That inside-outside lane conversation there, whether it truly is faster or not, doesn't always matter. Sometimes it's just whatever you feel better with, right? You just might, in your mind for some reason, think, I feel better on the inside, I think it's quicker. Okay, go with that, because you'll probably ride better.
Well, guys, this is how they're built. The outside split is built for speed. You know, they're a little bit more wider, a little bit more sweeping turns, a little bit longer to get around the track. The inside's a lot more technical, a lot more tighter. And it all depends on, you know, what kind of boat you got, whether it corners really good. Like you've seen Edworthy in that last race, those Sea-Doos made for that inside split right there. And Edworthy, you know, made it work for him. But a lot of the bigger Yamahas, you're going to see them going to the outside.
Inside 8 minutes and 30 seconds and a lap to go. Garrett Lofton.
Riding a smooth race. Pro motocross rider. Making the changeover to personal watercraft racing with his friend VJ, we call him, Vanji Ramjeet. I know he's got a bunch of fans watching in down there in the Cayman Islands. His Uncle Vane, Dad Vincent, and everybody cheering on the VR racing team.
Well, the racing is winding down as we're inside of 8 minutes and a lap to go. Don't go anywhere. We're going to come right back here to New Orleans and close up the day. Final checker flag coming your way.
Look at Amy, working hard now so that future Amy can buy her very own boat.
Wait, sorry, the boat's great, but am I wearing culottes?
Oh, you love your culottes.
It's lemonade o'clock. What did I just say? Cheers o'clock. Ew.
Here's to protecting your boat and RV 24/7 as part of your home and auto bundle.
So I, like, hang out with my insurance guy?
Oh, yeah. You two have a podcast and everything.
Awesome.
I think I'm just so passionate and so motivated back to where I belong, and that's on top.
Back here in New Orleans, getting close to the finish of our final race of what has been an outstanding weekend of competition on the water. IHRA Pro Watercraft wrapping things up, already closed up the day for our IHRA Offshore Powerboat Championship Series as well. Andy Martinez continuing to lead in the 200 category with 5 minutes and a lap to go. And out front, Garrett Lofton overall and leading the amateur endurance 300 category here as we dip inside that 5-minute mark.
You know, it looks like as this race has gone on, the course has actually gotten a little bit slower because I'm taking a look at some of Lofton's lap times. You know, he started off at a 1:42.981. His last lap, a 1:53.049. Same thing with Caden Baldwin. His first lap, a 1:44.085. And then now his last lap, a 1:54.183. So things picking up a little bit. Maybe the conditions, that wind you were talking about early today, Shane, our resident meteorologist. It's now starting to pick up, it looks like. But we might get out of here just in time.
Well, as we get ready for the final checkered flag here, they're already handing out the last few awards over on the offshore powerboat side. So let's go see some more with Tristan.
All right, Super Stock Racers, let's get started with the awards. For your third place finish, number 43, Team Valvoline Celsius. Your second place finish for Super Stock, team number 25, Team Bermuda. And your first place Super Stock team, number 8, Wozencraft. Congratulations, Super Stock Racers.
Well, the party getting going over there, and we're about to start one over here as well. Over here by Secret Beach is the Pro Watercraft Round 2 action begins to wrap up as we're down to 2 minutes and 30 seconds and 1 lap to go.
Yeah, Garrett Lofton with a 16-second lead. Once he was able to get past Baldwin, he has really started to run away with it on that Sea-Doo XP 325. Working really good for him, and it's crazy for me to see these guys on Sea-Doos out there because Vanjie was riding the Yamaha for many, many years, and they've made the switch over to Sea-Doos here in the amateur class. I believe, I'm pretty sure VJ's still running a Yamaha in the pro class.
You know, and that's one of the things about this form of motorsport, IHRA Pro Watercraft. This is truly a win on Sunday, sell on Monday category. You will see people heading to their local power sports dealership Monday to get whatever was winning on Sunday, whether it was Sea-Doo, Yamaha, Cowie, whatever it might be, because they want to go be the big dog at the local pull-up spot.
Exactly, the local
on their
watering
lake,
hole.
river, ocean, wherever it is they might be.
Oh, yeah. Everybody always wants the fastest boat, you know. I mean, especially I live in Central Florida where it's kind of the land of lakes, you know, and so everybody's always trying to outdo everybody. You probably have encountered the same thing, Shane.
Oh, absolutely. We've got some major power sports dealers in our neck of the woods, and I'll tell you what, they're high-volume dealers, and there's a lot of them on the lake.
Oh, yeah. Same thing for me in North Carolina. Lake Norman, same deal. And back home in Sacramento and Folsom Lake, same thing. No matter where you go, that's the lifestyle, right?
That is, and I believe Garrett Lofton, he probably trains on either Lake Lanier or Lake Altoona just outside of Atlanta there.
Yeah.
Where he makes his home.
Got quite a few to choose from there. Well, Garrett's going to help sell some Sea-Doos here in the next few days.
Time getting ready to expire. Bryce Ford has moved up, I believe, into that third place position. So Bryce has been on the move, started in fifth, moved up to third. Again, out of Texas, Springtown, Texas. And he's also on a Sea-Doo. So again, Baldwin on the GP 1800. If you're looking for the battle of the manufacturers, you got Sea-Doo, Yamaha Sea-Doo 1, 2, and 3. Fourth is, I believe, a Sea-Doo as well with Noah Dolly.
Clock has gone to zeros. Final lap of the weekend.
Boy, what a great weekend it has been here on Lake Pontchartrain. We've had ups, downs. We've seen a little bit of everything, Ralph.
Sure have.
Great stuff here. And Garrett Lofton turning in a fine performance. Great job by that young man and the VR racing team. I know that they spend a lot of time wrenching. And like we were talking about, there's wrenching and they're not practicing. So
yeah.
At least they're turning the wrenches the right way. And they're getting some seat time out here.
Should be seeing Lofton soon coming around the last few buoys. There he is.
Mm-hmm. Headed to that outside split. And I'm sure there's a lot of excited people back there in Bulldog territory.
Oh, yeah. Lofton still carving his way through there pretty aggressively. Going to grab a handful of throttle, and he's looking for a checker. Oh.
He's going to get a white, though.
That was the white.
So one more lap to go.
Yeah, I was off. It's been a long weekend, folks.
Yeah, the heck with the 7th inning stretch. We're in a 20th inning stretch. Baron Marinick, still your race leader in the 200 class. He's going to get the white flag. Andy Martinez back into second. So Marinick
pulled up to first, it looks like.
Pulled up to first, yeah. He was in third, so this will make him, 6 for 6 here in 2026.
That's a good place to be to start the season.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you know, with only 3 more events to go, 5 wins. So great job there by Barron, who's sponsored by Caldwell Racing.
Well, you got to run them all now, don't you? You got to keep that streak going.
Well, yeah, we did have one rider, Jay Finlinson, a couple of years ago in the Amateur 300, who actually, he came in on the second race and he won every race that he raced after that in the Amateur 300. You don't see that too often.
No, you don't.
Another look at the marina over there by Secret Beach. That's Benjamin Montel right there on the 724.
There's your race leader, Lofton, taking the green lane this time. Maybe somebody took the blues on him and...
Yeah, you don't want to follow any lap traffic.
Just take it easy. Smart move. All right, now you can gas it up, Garrett. There's your checkered flag. He's used to seeing that.
Yeah, been a good weekend.
Sure has. He's going to win Moto number 3 and the overall here in our Amateur Endurance 300 category.
That makes for a really good tow home, though.
But he does it ever.
Yeah, 1-2-1. Great finish for the weekend.
And Baron Marinick, he too will win Moto 3, Amateur Endurance 200. And he'll grab the overall there as well with the perfect sweep of the weekend. You do that, you can stop at both Buc-ee's on the way home.
You get lost in there. It'd take you too long to get home.
Yeah.
I've never been to one, but I heard it's the Walmart of gas stations.
I'll be honest with you, I haven't been to one either.
Well,
it's a little intimidating. I'm afraid I will get lost in there.
I have, and I will just tell you, culturally, it's something you just have to do once, at least. You won't believe it till you've done it.
Nice.
Something everybody needs to experience. Just like IHRA Offshore and Pro Watercraft Racing. You need to experience it. Well, that's about it for the checkered flag. Just about everybody's across the line. A couple more out here. Wrapping up.
Another great racing weekend. No major incidents, and as a promoter, that's the way that I've always felt. You know, if you don't have anything major happen through the weekend, we did have a broken collarbone and you know, some sore folks, but that's about it. And on the personal watercraft racing side,
yep, nobody hurt. Just a little bit of carnage over on the offshore side, and you know, you got to be really, really thankful to our safety teams keeping everybody safe and doing their jobs.
You can fix the boat, but you can't fix the person all the time. So
this is true.
Awesome job to everybody out there that raced.
It's like just about everybody over the line here. So, Michael, we will thank you for stopping by all weekend long and helping us out as you take one more look at those results. Lofton, Baldwin, and Caldwell, top 3 in our Amateur Endurance 300. And, Michael, we will see you in a month or so at the Lake of the Ozarks.
All right, my friends, safe travels, and we'll see you in the pits.
You too, buddy. We'll see you there.
Okay. Looking forward to it. And we will have a chance to wrap up the full weekend for you when we come back as we close things up here in New Orleans. More to go.
Retribution! Oh yeah, we want retribution! Oh yeah, we want retribution! Yeah, we ran out of patience for your love with the cold hard hatred. I could feel the vibration deep in the streets.
think I'm just so passionate and so motivated back to where I belong, and that's on top.
The first exciting leg of the 2026 IHRA Triple Crown starts at Maple Grove Raceway May 21st to the 23rd. This unique 3-race drag race featuring Top Fuel, Funny Cars, Pro Mods, Mountain Motor Pro Stocks, and Nitro Harleys, offering over $1 million in bonuses for sweeping all 3 events. The pressure will be on. The teams will be gunning for the million, and IHRA will be ready. Will you? Get tickets now at IHRA.com.
And Diggins, the SMX 250 World Champion.
He's going to destroy those people that doubt him.
When it counts, I'll make it happen. Let's go. Come on. This is the time to show that I got that dog in here, right?
Hey, Diggins wins.
The 2025 Monster Energy AMA Supercross Champion US. #1 plate.
Our coverage of the weekend of racing with the IHRA Offshore Powerboats and Pro Watercraft here in New Orleans has been brought to you by Monster Energy, Unleash the Beast, Progressive, Fast Boats, Smart Coverage, Progressive Insurance, Harvey Golf International Marine, and by Jefferson Parish, brought to you by Councilman Hans Liljeberg, Jefferson Parish Council District 5, and Jefferson Parish. Well, Taylor has our winners.
I'm down here with our 200 winner, Baron Miernick. You had that clean sweep. It seemed like you were unstoppable out there. What was your secret?
Get good starts. It was sort of hard just with, as many boats as there were and just being so underpowered to the 300. So that was key. But, yeah, it was pretty good.
Excited about this race. Looking forward into the next one. Are you building on that excitement? What do you think you'll change?
Yeah, just keep, staying consistent and smooth. That's all it is, really. So, yeah, I'm just happy to be coming out here safe.
Well, congratulations on that overall great weekend here. I'm going to jump over here to Garrett Lofton, our 300 amateur winner. Garrett, I know we spoke before, and you said hole shot is what I need to get it done, and you did just that. But towards the end, you were pulling 16 seconds on the next guy. How did you do that?
Well, it got a little rough kind of on the outside like it has been, and I kind of like that water a little bit better, so I was able to drive through a little bit more versus, some of the other guys might not like that. Lap riders obviously hinder me a little bit, but I just kept it open and, made sure to finish in front and be safe.
You've got that target on your back heading into the Lake of the Ozarks. This is water that you guys really haven't run on before. What are you looking forward to?
Well, I've been trying to do research of where we're actually racing just to see what the water conditions are going to be like. Obviously, I'll race in whatever, so, hope for the best.
Well, congratulations, our overall 300 AM winner, Garrett Lofton.
Thank you.
All right, guys, what an incredible weekend here we've had for Pro Watercraft. I've had such a blast bringing you all the action here on Secret Beach. Coming up next is Lake of the Ozarks. These guys are packing up, and as Garrett said, they're looking for that research, so I cannot wait to see how it all shakes out, guys.
All right, Taylor, thanks. We look forward to seeing you up there as well as you get one more look at the skyline of downtown New Orleans and the Mercedes-Benz Superdome to the far right there. Ralph Shaheen and Shane Landis with you one more time. We sure hope you've enjoyed our coverage. So, Shane, we're done here on Lake Pontchartrain. The Pontchartrain Punisher did just that. Glad everybody's okay, but it provided some wild action.
Absolutely. It was a sketchy ride all weekend for most everybody. We did catch one player in the factory stop group. Luckily, those guys were okay. I've been getting text messages from them. They are already ready for Cocoa Beach. They're going to get that boat put back together, and I guarantee you they're going to be a force to be reckoned with in Cocoa Beach next month.
Well, as Taylor said, the pro watercraft won't be in action with the IHRA until we get to Lake of the Ozarks in June, but it is Cocoa Beach, Florida, May 15th through the 17th, where we go with the IHRA Offshore Powerboat Championship, and we should be seeing some pretty rough water there.
Yep, it's going to be a wild time, and if anybody's everybody, I promise you, if you've seen the last two events on Speed Sport, you need to come on out to Cocoa Beach and catch this next event live with us in person in May.
We will have it all for you live and for free on Speed Sport 1, so make sure you don't miss any of the action from there. We are going to wrap things up here now for Taylor Snyder, Tristan Garvin, Michael Young, my good buddy Shane Landis, who's going back to the seafood truck one more time before he's got to get on the plane. I'm Ralph Shaheen. So long from Lake Pontchartrain. Good night, everybody.